The aloof school beauty turns out to be a contrasting girlfriend in private. After the college entrance exams, Chu Xuan confessed to the girl he liked at a party, only to be rejected. To his surprise, instead of comforting him, his sister sold him out to her best friend. What Chu Xuan didn't know was that his sister's best friend was actually the school beauty, and she had been waiting for his arrival all along. Chapter 1. The Confession That Was Rejected. The morning sunlight filtered through the gap in the curtains, softly bathing Chu Xuan's face. His eyes fluttered slightly, as if he were trying to capture that beam of sunlight. The corner of Chu Xuan's mouth seemed to lift with a faint smile, as though the unexpected warmth had made him happy. At that moment, Chu Xuan looked like he was having a sweet dream, but that dream wouldn't last long because... Chu Xuan, what time is it? Why aren't you up yet? The sun's already shining on your backside. If you keep sleeping, it's going to be noon. It was Chu Xuan's older sister, Chu Yang, who was calling him out of bed. When Chu Xuan heard his sister's voice calling him to wake up, the smile on his face faded, replaced by a hint of frustration. He rubbed his eyes and sleepily checked his phone. When he saw that it was only 7 o'clock, he froze. You should know that even college students with an 8 a.m. class wouldn't wake up before 7:30 a.m., let alone Chu Xuan, a soon-to-be freshman in the summer after the college entrance exams. With a bit of a whine, Chu Xuan said, "Come on, sis, just look at the time. It's only 7 in the morning, and you wake me up while I'm having a sweet dream. Even the cows in the fields wouldn't be woken up this early, right? I'm so tired." As he spoke, he yawned again. Chu Yang, noticing her brother's endless yawns and the dark circles under his eyes, immediately realized that he must have stayed up late again. Her heart ached when she saw him, but Chu Xuan was too busy yawning to notice. Chu Yang said, "Little bro, don't tell me." Chu Xuan cut her off. "Stop, sis, I know what you're going to say. I'm fine. After all, it's been a long time. Besides, it was my one-sided feeling. Love is something no one can clearly define, right? And I'm not that fragile. How could I fall apart over something like this?" Chu Yang raised an eyebrow and asked, "Then why do I see your dark circles getting worse lately?" Embarrassed, Chu Xuan scratched his head and replied, "The new season of a 4-player game just launched, and I've been trying to rank up before school starts. So, I've been staying up late lately." When Chu Yang heard this, the expression on her face said one thing speechless. She gave him a light punch on the back, but it wasn't forceful. Chu Yang sighed. "Can't you see those dark circles under your eyes? It's really worrying." Before she could say more, Chu Xuan pulled his sister into a hug and apologized. "Sorry, sis. I know you're worried." Chu Xuan knew that in this family, his parents were often away, busy with company matters, and only came home once a month. So, it was just him and his sister here. Despite their constant bickering, they were the most important people to each other, at least for now. Although Chu Xuan claimed to not care about what happened before, how could he not think about it in his heart? Chu Yang knew this well. After all, this was the brother she grew up with. And that day was the first time she had seen her brother so heartbroken. It was the first day after the college entrance exams. Since they had been classmates for 3 years, and who knew when they'd see each other again? So, their class monitor decided they should all have a meal together and properly say goodbye to their high school life. Of course, there was another purpose to give those who had crushes a chance to confess their feelings. If they could become a couple, that would be great. Chu Xuan was one of those who had a crush, so the class decided to meet the next day at noon. The following day, Chu Xuan woke up early to prepare for the gathering, and he was all smiles. Seeing her brother's strange behavior at breakfast, Chu Yang couldn't help but ask, "Why are you acting so weird today?" Chu Xuan didn't try to hide anything. Since the exams were over, he casually said, "Sis, what would you do if I found a girlfriend for you?" Chu Yang almost spat out her porridge in surprise, her eyes wide. "Wait, you're in a relationship? It's only the 2nd day after the exams. Are you secretly dating someone? Are you just trying to test my reaction by bringing it up today? Hurry up, confess honestly or I'll beat you." Chu Xuan, completely speechless at his sister's imagination, replied, "No, I'm not dating anyone. But today is our class reunion, and I've had a crush on a girl for 2 years. I want to confess to her today." Chu Yang looked at her silly brother and said, "If you really like her, you should go ahead and confess. After all, this is a way to say goodbye to your high school life. But you have to remember, you like the other person, but you don't know if they like you back. If you confess and get rejected, you can't place the other person on a moral high ground and demand that they must like you. In love, there is never a rule that says, if you like me, I must like you back. Do you understand?" Chu Xuan scratched his head and said, "I understand, sis." After breakfast, Chu Xuan quickly freshened up and headed out, but he didn't go to the restaurant they had agreed upon. Instead, he went to a flower shop near the restaurant. Of course, our Chu Xuan is a straight-up guy, so after browsing for a while, he chose a bouquet of roses. After setting the delivery time with the flower shop owner, he headed to the restaurant where he had agreed to meet everyone. "Hello, sir. Do you have a reservation?" the waitress asked. Chu Xuan replied, "Could you please tell me where room 606 is?" The waitress nodded. "Sure, sir. Please follow me." Standing in front of the door to the room, Chu Xuan checked the time and thought to himself, "It's only 10:40 a.m. There shouldn't be many people here yet." But when he opened the door, Chu Xuan froze. In his mind, the room was supposed to be empty, but reality didn't match his expectations. The large room was nearly full. Aside from the classmates who had already said they wouldn't attend, only Chu Xuan was missing. When the class monitor saw him, they said, "You finally showed up." After saying that, the class monitor urged Chu Xuan to sit down in the seat saved for him, which just happened to be next to the girl he liked. Chu Xuan glanced at the class monitor, who raised an eyebrow, seemingly saying, "Buddy, I can only help you this much. The rest is up to you." At the meal, everyone was in a good mood. Some talked about their future ambitions. Others discussed the trouble they had caused in high school. Some talked about the conflicts they had with others. In the end, everyone just smiled at each other. But there was one exception, our Chu Xuan. His mind was consumed with thoughts of how to confess after the meal. Though everyone around him was speaking Chinese, he couldn't focus on any of it. As the meal neared its end, Chu Xuan checked his phone and saw that it was almost time to give the flowers. He gathered his courage and said to the girl sitting next to him, "Xiaoxi, could you wait a moment after the meal? I have something to tell you." The girl seemed surprised but agreed. After the meal, everyone gradually left, and soon, Chu Xuan was the only one left in front of the restaurant. After waiting for a while, Lin Xiaoxi and her best friend walked down the stairs, arm in arm. When they saw the bouquet in Chu Xuan's hand, both Xiaoxi and her best friend immediately understood what Chu Xuan was about to say. Chu Xuan took a deep breath and said, "Xiaoxi, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" As he spoke, he handed her the bouquet of roses. Lin Xiaoxi looked at him and said, "I'm sorry, Chu Xuan. I'm not ready for a relationship right now. You know, my previous relationship hurt me deeply, so I'm not thinking about starting a new one. And you're a great person. I'm sure you'll meet someone wonderful in the future." After saying this, Lin Xiaoxi took the flowers, turned around, and walked away with her best friend, leaving Chu Xuan standing there, all alone. Chapter 2. I Have a Best Friend. Although Chu Xuan had already anticipated the possibility of being rejected, when he truly faced the blunt rejection, a deep sense of disappointment surged within him that he couldn't escape. The breeze gently brushed against his face, bringing a cool sensation, as if mocking the loneliness he was feeling at that moment. Chu Xuan silently stood in place, feeling the breeze and taking a deep breath, trying to calm his restless heart. He kept telling himself, "Since there's no fate between us, why force it?" Gradually, his mood began to settle, and he walked alone in the direction of his home. Suddenly, Chu Xuan noticed two familiar figures standing in front of the bus stop. Yes, it was Lin Xiaoxi and her best friend. The two were chatting and laughing, their atmosphere in stark contrast to Chu Xuan's. As Chu Xuan was about to approach and greet them, Lin Xiaoxi's best friend asked, "Xiaoxi, why did you reject Chu Xuan's confession just now? I thought you would definitely accept, since everyone in class knows he likes you. Plus, he's always been so nice to you. If someone treated me like that, I probably would be fallen for him already." Upon hearing her best friend's words, Lin Xiaoxi was filled with a strong sense of disdain. She furrowed her brows, pressed her lips tight, and her eyes revealed an unmistakable sense of dissatisfaction and annoyance. It was as if she had heard something unbearable, and her face darkened. She found her best friend's words uncomfortable, even somewhat repellent. It felt like biting into a spoiled candy, with a bitter and disgusting taste in her mouth. Lin Xiaoxi coldly replied, "If you like him, go date him yourself. Who says just because he likes me, I have to like him back? If it weren't for the fact that he still has some use in high school, I wouldn't have even bothered talking to him. Now that we are all graduated, who knows if we'll ever see each other again? There's no way I'm going to accept his confession. To be honest, even when he sat next to me at lunch, I felt nauseous." Who would have thought that at that moment, Chu Xuan, the very person in question, overheard all of this? They were only about 10 meters apart. When he came to his senses, Chu Xuan noticed that the bouquet of flowers he had prepared for Lin Xiaoxi had already been thrown into a trash can not far away. Chu Xuan really wanted to confront Lin Xiaoxi, but what would be the point? As she said, who could guarantee they would meet again in the future? Thinking this, Chu Xuan turned and left. His steps were a bit unsteady, and he silently continued walking in the direction of his home. In that moment, Chu Xuan finally understood that when someone is truly heartbroken, it really feels like pain. The ache was so real, like a sharp sword piercing through his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. He could clearly feel his heart beating heavily, but who could understand that? Chu Xuan walked toward home, and no one knew what he was thinking. Perhaps it was the unwillingness to accept rejection, or maybe it was the sadness of knowing how he was perceived by the girl he liked. The distance from here to Chu Xuan's home wasn't too far if he walked at a normal pace. It would only take about 20 minutes. However, this short 20-minute walk now felt like several long, drawn-out centuries. Once he got home, Chu Xuan didn't cry or make a scene instead. He went straight to his room. Chu Yang, seeing her brother's emotional state, could guess that he had been rejected. Although she was tempted to tease him, seeing him so upset still made her heart ache. Chu Yang walked up to Chu Xuan's door and tried to open it, but she found that he had locked it from the inside. Chu Xuan, open the door. I know you're really upset and unhappy right now, but locking yourself in your room isn't the answer. You can talk to me. Maybe it'll make you feel better. Come on, let's talk, Chu Yang said from outside the door. Suddenly, the door opened, and Chu Yang's heart ached as she looked at her brother. Chu Xuan now looked like a child who had lost their favorite toy, struggling to hold back tears, but they still kept welling up in his eyes. In his gaze, she could see the emptiness in his heart, a stark contrast to how he had been earlier that morning. Chu Yang said, "What's wrong? Didn't you seem fine this morning? Did the confession not go well?" Chu Xuan didn't respond to Chu Yang's question. Whether he hadn't heard it or didn't want to answer, it was unclear. Chu Yang, with a soft sigh, said, "So what if your confession got rejected? It's no big deal. I'll introduce you to someone even more gentle and beautiful than her. If you want to cry, go ahead, I won't laugh at you. Little Xuan, remember, you can always talk to me. Just like when you protected me as a kid, I'll protect you now." After hearing his sister's words, Chu Xuan finally couldn't hold back any longer and started crying, even though he wanted to appear strong in front of her. When Chu Yang heard about what had happened that day, she couldn't help but curse under her breath. From the bottom of her heart, she felt that such a girl wasn't worthy of treating her brother that way. Back to the present, Chu Yang, looking at her brother, still felt an aching sadness when thinking about everything he had gone through, even though time had passed. Chu Xuan was eating breakfast when he noticed his sister looking at him and asked, "What are you staring at? Is there something on my face?" Chu Yang, with a mischievous smile, said, "Little bro, if I'm not mistaken, you got into Jicheng University, right? Isn't it a coincidence that my best friend also goes there? She's studying music, just like you. Want me to introduce you?" With that, Chu Yang raised her eyebrows and gave him a playful grin. After hearing his sister's words, Chu Xuan nearly choked on his porridge. He nervously replied, "No, please don't. I'm scared your best friend will make me do everything like you do. And since she's your best friend, she must be my senior, right? If a senior asks me to do something, I can't make excuses not to do it, can I?" Chu Yang rolled her eyes and said, "Don't be ungrateful. She's the campus goddess, and she has no shortage of admirers. If you weren't my brother, this opportunity wouldn't even be yours." The more Chu Xuan heard from his sister, the more uneasy he felt. He asked, "Sis, you didn't already tell your friend that I'm going to Jicheng University, did you?" Chu Yang smiled and said, "Congratulations, Chu Xuan, you're right. Don't worry, she is really nice and pretty, and she has a great figure." Chu Xuan sighed. "Thank you, sis. You're truly my real sister, selling me out right at the start of the semester." Chu Yang laughed. "No need to thank me. Of course, I want the best for my brother." Meanwhile, in a dormitory building at Jicheng University, a beautiful girl was staring at the green chat bubble on her phone, smiling foolishly to herself, thinking, "It's been so long, Chu Xuan." Chapter 3. University, here I come. Ding dong. Hello, dear passengers. The next stop of the train is Jicheng Station. Accompanied by the sound of the in-car broadcast, the train finally slowly pulled into the station. Before the train stopped, our Chu Xuan had already picked up his luggage and was waiting at the door. The reason why Chu Xuan was so anxious was not because he was curious about what kind of city Jicheng was, but because he really couldn't sit there any longer. You should know that Chu Xuan's home is in Tang City, which is more than 900 kilometers away from Jicheng where he goes to school. Even taking the high-speed rail would take nearly 6 hours, and sitting for a long time had already made him feel sore all over. If you want to ask why Chu Xuan didn't choose to take a plane, of course it was because of his sister Chu Yang. When they were in their teens, the brother and sister went to the swimming pool together, and Chu Yang kicked Chu Xuan off the 2-meter-high diving board. From then on, Chu Xuan started to be afraid of heights, and even when he looked down from the second floor, he would feel his legs go weak. As soon as Chu Xuan got off the car, he felt the difference between this place and Tang City. Although it was September now, the temperature in Jiqing was lower than his home. Chu Xuan looked around and found that most of the people around him were students of the same age as him. Most of them are accompanied by their parents. Chu Xuan couldn't help feeling a little disappointed when he thought of this. Looking at all this in front of him, Chu Xuan couldn't help but feel a surge of longing in his heart. He thought of his sister, but he suddenly remembered that the day before, he was sold by his unlucky sister. This also instantly extinguished the family affection that Chu Xuan had just ignited. Despite this, Chu Xuan's fingers involuntarily opened a software with a green icon. The moment the screen lit up, he was completely stunned. The only new message green software received was from his sister. Chu Yang, brother, you have to take good care of yourself when you are out there. If you are unhappy, tell me. If you need anything, remember to tell me. I will transfer some rice to your card first. If it is not enough, remember to ask me for more. Seeing this, Chu Xuan just felt his nose a little sour. But when he saw the last message his sister sent him, the family affection that had just rekindled was extinguished again. That's right, the last message was a green bubble business card from my unlucky sister's best friend, with a few big words on it. Remember to add her as a friend. Chu Xuan walked out of the station and said to Chu Yang speechlessly, "No way, sister. I was very touched when I read your message just now, but I couldn't hold back when I saw that business card at the end." Chu Xuan walked out of the platform unknowingly, but he found a serious problem. The station was divided into 2 exits, east and west. Although he heard before coming that the school would have a special car to pick up new students, Chu Xuan didn't know which stop it was. Chu Xuan had no choice but to choose the exit with more people walking through it. Following the crowd, Chu Xuan finally arrived at the underground parking lot. This place is not what Chu Xuan imagined. He imagined it might be very crowded. But in fact it is not crowded here. On the contrary, it is quite orderly. Chu Xuan walked to a taxi, and before Chu Xuan could say anything, the driver opened the trunk. Seeing this, Chu Xuan put the luggage in the trunk, then walked to the passenger seat and sat down. Chu Xuan, master, go to Jiqing University. The driver said, "Okay, you should be a freshman, welcome to Jiqing." Chu Xuan thought to himself, I've heard about it on the internet a long time ago, that college students can be recognized at a glance in a crowd. I didn't expect it to be true. Chu Xuan chatted with the driver one sentence after another. Although Chu Xuan was a bit introverted, he was still motivated by the driver's enthusiasm. Chu Xuan discovered that the people of Jiqing were not as difficult to get along with as people said on the internet. Although Chu Xuan didn't believe what was said on the internet, he still felt a little uneasy when he saw it. But when he really came to Jiqing, he found that the people of Jiqing were really enthusiastic. Chu Xuan thought to himself, only by experiencing it for real can one know what is true and what is false. The journey from the station to Jiqing University only takes more than 10 minutes, and we arrived at our destination in no time. After paying the fare, Chu Xuan walked towards the door with his luggage. There was a long banner in front of the gate of Jiqing University with a few big words written on it. Welcome all new students to Jiqing University. Chu Xuan looked at everything in front of him, and a surge of excitement surged in his heart, thinking, college life, here I come. It has to be said that the busiest time is the enrollment of freshmen. Freshmen and their parents can be seen everywhere in the square. Of course, there is also a large group of seniors wearing red uniforms who are responsible for the admission of new students. Finally, after 10 minutes of crowding, Chu Xuan finally found a sign that reads Conservatory of Music New Student Registration Office. Chu Xuan, hello, senior sister. I am a new student here to register for admission. Senior, classmate, please let me see your admission letter. After listening to this, Chu Xuan slowly handed the admission letter to the senior student and returned it to himself after a minute. Senior, okay, classmate, welcome to Jiqing University. After saying this, the senior schoolmate said to another girl, Sister Xiao Xiao, please take this junior to the dormitory. You are the most free here now. Although the girl was not very willing, she still agreed. The girl found that the boy in front of her didn't look stunning at first glance, but after a closer look, he was actually quite handsome. The girl walked up to Chu Xuan and introduced herself. Hello, junior. My name is Che Xiao Xiao. Hello, senior sister. My name is Chu Xuan. Please take me to the dormitory. Che Xiao Xiao smiled and said, I didn't expect that a freshman like you would be so polite. Let's go. After saying that, Che Xiaoxiao took Chu Xuan away. Chu Xuan's dormitory is in building number 9, not very close to here. Che Xiaoxiao took this opportunity to enthusiastically introduce it to Chu Xuan. Che Xiaoxiao, brother, don't think this fountain looks good now. I'll tell you a secret. This fountain only sprays once a year. Junior brother, this is our music school. Don't you think it's pretty good? Junior, this circular building is a concert hall that belongs exclusively to our music school. This concert hall was only built in recent years. In the beginning, we had to look for sponsorship for our activities, but we no longer need to do so in recent years. The piano room below the concert hall is where we can practice piano when we have nothing to do. At this moment, Chu Xuan once again felt the enthusiasm of the people of Jiqing. After an unknown amount of time, the two finally walked downstairs to the dormitory. Che Xiaoxiao, junior brother, this is the men's dormitory. It's not convenient for me to go in, so I'll send you here. See you next time if there's a chance. Thank you for your help, senior sister. Goodbye, senior sister. Chu Xuan was not dissatisfied because Che Xiaoxiao only sent him downstairs. On the contrary, he understood and was grateful to the senior from the bottom of his heart. After all, this was a boys' dormitory. Besides, the senior student had already brought me downstairs to the dormitory, so what reason did I have to be dissatisfied? After saying that, the two of them left in opposite directions. Chapter 4 Life begins. After saying goodbye to his senior schoolmate, Chu Xuan first went to the dormitory manager downstairs. He gave his photo to his aunt, who also gave him the key to Chu Xuan's dormitory and told him, "Remember not to lose your keys, and don't come looking for me if you lose them." Chu Xuan dragged his luggage to the 3rd floor and came to the door of room 303. Chu Xuan was curious and thought, I don't know what the personalities of the remaining 7 people in the dormitory are. Chu Xuan was thinking in his heart, when suddenly the door was opened. When the door was opened, a middle-aged man in his 40s came into view. The man was wearing big black framed glasses, his hair was a little sparse, and he was a little fat. So much so that the moment Chu Xuan saw him, he subconsciously shouted, "Hello, teacher." The sudden word teacher made the man laugh. Then the middle-aged man realized that Chu Xuan thought of himself as a teacher in the school. He smiled and explained that he was the student's parent. This scene was seen by everyone in the house, who then burst into laughter. It is well known that when a person is embarrassed, he will appear busy, and of course Chu Xuan is no exception. Chu Xuan quickly apologized to him. I'm sorry, uncle." The middle-aged man didn't say anything, but just smiled and touched Chu Xuan's head. Chu Xuan walked to his bed awkwardly and began to make it. Soon Chu Xuan made his bed, and then he began to look around, looking at everyone and every corner in the room with curiosity. At this time, Chu Xuan's attention was attracted by 2 people. Those 2 people were the people who were present without family members besides Chu Xuan. The 2 of them were not very tall, and they leaned against the wall without talking to the people around them. Just typing farm, looking at their expressions, Chu Xuan felt that these 2 people must be ruthless people. Are they twins? But they don't look alike. For some reason, this thought suddenly popped up in Chu Xuan's mind. Then Chu Xuan was attracted to the boy sleeping opposite him. To be honest, this boy is really handsome. He is about 1.8 meters tall, wears rimless glasses and has curly hair. His whole temperament gives people a feeling of being aloof and unapproachable. The more Chu Xuan looked at this face, the more he felt that he looked like a certain actor with the surname Yang. After a long time, the parents exchanged a few words and left one after another, leaving only the 7 of them in the house. If you want to know why there are only 7 people in the 8-person dormitory, it's because Chu Xuan's lower bunk bed arrived later than Chu Xuan. None of the 7 people in the room spoke. The atmosphere in the room was quite quiet. Suddenly, someone broke the silence. We will all be roommates from now on. Let's create a group and introduce ourselves. The person who was speaking was the son of the uncle who Chu Xuan had just mistaken for a teacher. Then he began to introduce himself. My name is Li Bua, from Tang City. Chu Xuan was happy to hear that from Tang City. He didn't expect to meet a fellow villager from the same place as him in Jiqing. Then Chu Xuan began to introduce himself. My name is Chu Xuan, and I'm also from Tang City. Similarly, when Li Bua heard that the other party was from Tang City, he happily pulled him over and said excitedly, Hey, you are from Tang City too. Chu Xuan smiled and nodded. Although both of them are from Tang City, Li Bua's accent is much heavier than Chu Xuan's. My name is Fan Yang, and I'm from Yeqing. My name is Zhong Hao, and I'm from Langya. The 2 people who were talking were the same 2 people who were leaning against the wall playing the 4-word game just now. Now it was the turn of the boy who Chu Xuan thought was aloof to introduce himself. Hu Qingran, he's from Chuncheng, Ji Province. This boy did not forget to maintain his cool personality while speaking. My name is Su Yu, and I'm from Jiqing. My name is Zhong Yi, and I'm from Cangzhou. After the last two people introduced themselves, the dormitory fell into silence again. Li Bua suggested, "Hey guys, it's almost 6 o'clock now. Let's go to school and then have a meal together to commemorate today." Everyone decisively agreed with his idea, but everyone found that Hu Qingran was missing, and several people thought that he was really aloof. However, a few people ignored him, left a message in the group, and went out together. On college campuses, the difference between freshmen and seniors is stark. Freshmen will go out in small groups, but it is different for seniors. They will choose to go out on their own instead of forming small groups. After walking around the school for a while, they gave up because the school was too big and they had no idea how to get around, so they walked out of the school to eat. In the snack street opposite the school, a few people walked around and didn't know what to eat, so they saw a grilled fish restaurant in front of them and walked in. They found an empty table and sat down. The waiter brought the menu, but Chu Xuan and his friends didn't know what to eat, so they asked the waiter, "Excuse me, which one on this menu is delicious?" The waiter smiled and said, "Student, let me recommend our grilled fish to you. Every customer who has eaten here will never forget the taste and will come back for a second time." Chu Xuan said, "Okay, I see there are 3 flavors recommended on the menu. Let's have one of each." After saying that, the waiter took the menu and left. The few people did not choose to drink. Except for Chu Xuan, who didn't drink, the others felt that if they drank too much at the first dormitory dinner, it would leave a bad impression. After a while, the grilled fish was served. Several people looked at the grilled fish, as if their saliva would flow out from the corners of their mouths in the next moment. Fan Yang, "Eat. What are you waiting for if you don't eat?" Following Fan Yang's words, everyone started eating. I have to say that this grilled fish is worthy of its signature dish. Both sides of the fish are fried until golden brown. Paired with the sauce prepared by the boss himself, it gives people a very good feeling. After tasting it, it can be described in one word: crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and the sauce is fully absorbed by the fish, making it more flavorful. After taking a bite, Chu Xuan couldn't help but exclaim, "It's really delicious." After dinner, they chose to go back to the dormitory together. At this time, they had already started to talk about some topics. After returning to the dormitory, they found that Hu Qingran had returned to the dormitory at some point. Li Bua took the grilled fish and said to Hu Qingran, "Come and try it. We think it's delicious. We were afraid you didn't have dinner, so we packed one for you." After saying that, Hu Qingran got out of bed and started eating. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the few people had no more topics to talk about and the dormitory returned to silence. Li Bua, I turned off the lights. Since we didn't know everyone's schedule and there was really no topic, everyone agreed. Then everyone fell asleep. In the other girls' dormitory, Che Xiaoxiao was talking to her only roommate about the new student she had received today. Che Xiaoxiao, 1111, let me tell you, today, I was asked by the student union to work again, and I was asked to greet the new students. However, I met a junior today. Although he didn't look particularly stunning at first glance, he is still very handsome when you take a closer look. After saying that, Che Xiaoxiao threw herself into the arms of her roommate, who was none other than the campus beauty of Jiqing University, Shenmushi. Shenmushi, what is his name? Che Xiaoxiao, let me think about it. He seemed to say his name was Chu Xuan. After hearing his roommate say Chu Xuan's name, Shenmushi's eyes showed a chill. Shenmushi, stay away from him. When Che Xiaoxiao saw her best friend's expression, she suddenly smelled something big. You have to know that although Shenmushi behaves coldly in front of outsiders, he is the complete opposite in front of people he is familiar with. Che Xiaoxiao said jokingly, "Oh, what if I don't?" Shenmushi was obviously shocked by her bestie's words. After a pause, Shenmushi said, "Let's break up." Che Xiaoxiao couldn't help laughing after hearing what her bestie said. Who would have thought that the school beauty who appears so cool in front of others is actually a little girl behind others? Che Xiaoxiao smiled and said, "Do you know each other?" "Don't worry, he's not my type. I was just teasing you." After listening to what her best friend said, Shenmushi snorted and returned to her bed angrily. Che Xiaoxiao was amused again by the scene in front of her. Then Shenmushi opened a green software on his phone and sent a message to Chu Yang. Shenmushi, cheating, cheating, cheating. Chu Yang. Chu Yang was confused when she saw the message sent by Shenmushi and thought to herself, who cheated? What cheated? You. Me. Chapter 5. Ordinary morning. In the early morning, the first ray of sunlight shone through the window onto Chu Xuan's face, caressing his skin gently. Chu Xuan frowned slightly, as if he was not used to the sudden brightness. He slowly opened his eyes, as if waking up from a long dream. Chu Xuan stretched himself, feeling the aches and pains in all parts of his body. He knew that he did not sleep well on his first night in the dormitory. But this feeling of exhaustion did not affect his mood. Chu Xuan was the first one to wake up in dormitory 303. He climbed out of bed quietly and walked quickly to the balcony as he was afraid of disturbing his roommate's rest. As his vision gradually became clearer, Chu Xuan saw the blue sky outside the window, with a few white clouds floating leisurely. The sun shone through the gaps in the clouds, forming golden beams that brought a touch of warmth and brightness to the entire room. Chu Xuan took a deep breath. Although the air in the north was very dry in the morning, it did not affect the coolness of Jiqing in the morning. Chu Xuan habitually went to the toilet and then prepared to go to bed and continue sleeping. Chu Xuan climbed onto the bed, his body limp as if all his strength had been drained away. He habitually reached out to touch the phone beside his pillow, wanting to see what time it was. The moment his finger touched the phone, Chu Xuan was suddenly stunned. A series of unread messages and missed call reminders were displayed on the screen. He widened his eyes and counted them. In just one night, his green bubble received more than a dozen messages, and most of them were voice calls initiated by the other party. All these messages actually came from his sister Chu Yang. You know, he has always had the habit of turning off the ringtone before going to bed, so he naturally didn't answer any of the calls from his sister last night. Chu Xuan came back to his senses and saw that the last few messages he received were voice messages from his sister. He quickly put on his headphones and started listening. Chu Yang, tell me, what did you do today? You just arrived at the university and you are already being dishonest. Chu Yang, are you asleep? I called you but you didn't answer, and I sent you messages but you didn't reply. Chu Yang, just go to sleep. It's better to sleep like a pig. When you come home, I will show you how I will deal with you. Chu Xuan was full of questions after hearing this, and thought to himself, I probably didn't do anything, it's just the first day of school. Thinking of this, Chu Xuan tremblingly sent a message to his sister on Green Bubble. Chu Xuan, sister, I'm awake. Did you call me yesterday for something urgent? After saying that, Chu Xuan added a cute kitten emoticon. Chu Xuan wanted to use the cute way to awaken the affection between siblings, but who was the one in front of him? That was his own sister. You know, sisters are naturally unlucky for brothers. After a while, Chu Yang's message came. Chu Yang, hey, young master, you've woken up. Did you add the green bubble business card I sent you before? Chu Yang added a smiling emoticon at the end of the text. Chu Xuan, I was too sleepy yesterday, and I haven't added the green bubble you sent me before. Chu Xuan had just sent the message the previous second, and the next second Chu Yang's voice call came in. Chu Xuan saw that the caller was his sister, so he quickly picked up the phone. Chu Yang, you'd better add that green bubble to me as soon as possible, otherwise I can't guarantee that I will visit your school this afternoon. Chu Xuan said in a panic, I know, sister, I will add it right away. Chu Yang, you'd better stay in school and don't do anything weird. After saying that, Chu Yang hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Chu Xuan immediately added the green bubble of his unlucky sister's best friend, because Chu Xuan was really afraid that his sister would suddenly come to school to punish him. After adding the friend, Chu Xuan did not forget to take a screenshot and send it to his sister. After this little episode, Chu Xuan's sleepiness was gone. Since today was the second day of the freshman's enrollment, Chu Xuan and his classmates had not started military training yet. Chu Xuan lay on the bed and brushed the musical notes out of boredom. I don't know how long it took before the other roommates got up one after another. After yesterday's interactions, they had started to have some small topics to talk about, such as their college entrance examination scores, their majors, and their relationship experiences. Just when they were chatting enthusiastically, the door suddenly opened. Chu Xuan clearly saw that Li Bua, who lived next to the door, was startled. Li Bua was about 1.8 meters tall and weighed more than 200 pounds. Who would have thought that he would be startled by the door opening? Chu Xuan tried hard not to laugh. The person who came in was their last roommate, a boy over 1.7 meters tall, wearing big glasses. He looked very introverted, and that was indeed the case. He only made a simple introduction saying that his name was Shu Chen and he was from Huizhou, and then sat on the bed against the wall and started playing games. Chu Xuan and the others continued to chat, and they didn't seem to deliberately pull Shu Chen into the conversation. After all, after yesterday's interactions, everyone knew that when a person is in a completely unfamiliar environment, he or she will often feel a little restrained and have nothing to say. However, although Chu Xuan and others did not force Shu Chen to participate in the discussion, they always maintained a friendly atmosphere. They understood that everyone needs a certain amount of time to adapt to the new environment and find their own comfort zone. Therefore, They gave Chu Chen enough space and freedom to allow him to gradually integrate into this dormitory at his own pace. Li Bua suddenly asked, "Hey, do you know that there is a school beauty in our school? Her name is Shenmushi. It is said that she is very beautiful, but it is said that she has many suitors, and she has not agreed to any of them so far." Fan Yang, if you ask me, this kind of girl is not someone we can get in touch with. If you sleep more, you might dream about her. Chu Xuan listened to the discussion of several people and thought about what his sister said to him before school started. He thought to himself that it was impossible that his sister's best friend was really the campus belle of Jiqing University. However, after thinking about it carefully, he gave up the idea. How could his unlucky sister know the campus belle of Jiqing University? At the same time, in the other girls' dormitory, Shenmushi looked at the friend request sent by Chu Xuan on her phone and didn't rush to agree. Thinking of her roommate taking Chu Xuan to find a freshman dormitory, Shenmushi couldn't help but feel a little angry. Of course, she was not angry with Che Xiaoxiao. After all, Che Xiaoxiao was just doing her job impartially. On the contrary, she was angry with herself. If she had been there yesterday, she might have taken Chu Xuan to the freshman dormitory. Of course, if you want to know the source of Shenmushi's anger, it must be because Chu Xuan took so long to add her green bubble. You know, as the school belle, Shenmushi has a lot of people who want her green bubble, and Chu Xuan got her green bubble so easily, but didn't add her as a friend. Thinking of this, she began to roll around on the bed. The noise also successfully woke up Che Xiaoxiao. Che Xiaoxiao rubbed her eyes, looked at Shenmushi sleepily and said, 11:11, why did you wake up so early? But when she saw the big dark circles under Shenmushi's eyes, she suddenly realized that she was not waking up at all. It was obvious that she did not sleep much. Che Xiaoxiao, 11:11, you didn't sleep all night last night, did you? Shenmushi replied, no, I just didn't sleep well. In fact, Shenmushi did not sleep much, and spent almost the entire night complaining about Chu Xuan with Chu Yang on green bubble. Shenmushi kept cursing in her heart, stupid Chu Xuan. Stupid Chu Xuan. Stupid Chu Xuan. Humph. I don't want to approve your friend request so easily. Although Shenmushi thought so in her heart, her body was very honest, and she finally agreed to Chu Xuan's friend request. In the other dormitory 303, several people were still chatting one sentence after another. At this time, Chu Xuan saw that his green bubble had received a message. He opened it and found that the other party had agreed to the friend request. Out of courtesy, Chu Xuan of course had to exchange a few simple greetings. Chu Xuan. Hello, senior sister, I am Chu Xuan. Shenmushi. Oh. Chapter 6 Shenmushi. Chu Xuan looked at the O message from the senior sister with a puzzled look on his face and thought to himself, this senior sister is too cold and aloof. She doesn't seem easy to get along with. But after all, this was his sister's best friend, so Chu Xuan had no choice but to continue the conversation. Chu Xuan. Senior, can you tell me your name so I can make a note of it? Shenmushi. I don't want to tell you, guess it yourself, my sister is very busy. Seeing this, Chu Xuan stopped chatting. He just felt that his sister's best friend seemed to hate him. Thinking of this, Chu Xuan began to get a little scared. Would he really be ordered around by this senior sister for his 4 years in college? Then Chu Xuan put down his phone and continued chatting with his roommates. Chu Xuan, have you ever been in a relationship before coming to university? Li Bua asked curiously. Although Chu Xuan's appearance was not as cold as Hu Qingran, Chu Xuan had a youthfulness that the others did not have. When Li Bua finished asking the question, the other people in the dormitory looked at him curiously. After all, eating melons is something that every Chinese person is born with. Chu Xuan, I've never been in a relationship before, but I did like someone when I was in high school. When several people in the dormitory heard this sudden inexplicable excitement, they asked Chu Xuan a lot of questions. Even Hu Qingran, who had no interest in gossip, joined in. Where is she from? Is she pretty? How did you meet? Why didn't you end up together? This series of questions made Chu Xuan feel overwhelmed. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I here? Chu Xuan. Stop, stop, stop. Can everyone ask one by one? Chu Xuan did not deliberately conceal his previous experience. On the contrary, he told everyone generously. After everyone finished listening to Chu Xuan's story, several people in the dormitory chose to remain silent. Perhaps they felt a little sorry for Chu Xuan's past, or perhaps they blamed themselves for not bringing up this issue. At this time, Fan Yang broke the silence. Fan Yang. My Xingxing, you big Xingxing, what kind of person are you? He enjoyed her kindness and then kicked her away in the end. Li Bua was also a little angry after hearing this. Brother Xuan, it's okay. This kind of person is not worth wasting your time on. I will introduce you to a better one later. Chu Xuan smiled after hearing what Li Bua said. You know, among the 8 people in the dormitory, except Shu Chen who did not participate in the chat, only Su Yu and Hu Qingran have a partner, and the others are single. But Chu Xuan still felt very happy because he felt that he had made some good friends. In the girls' dormitory on the other side, Shenmushi looked at the chat record between herself and Chu Xuan just now, wondering if the tone of her words just now was a bit excessive. At this time, Che Xiaoxiao returned to the dormitory after washing up and saw her best friend staring at her mobile phone blankly. This scene made Che Xiaoxiao a little suspicious. 11:11. You've been feeling weird since last night. Are you in love with that junior named Chu Xuan? When Shenmushi heard her bestie say this, her face turned red, and she loudly retorted, No. No, how could I be in a relationship, let alone in a relationship with my junior, and I have someone I like? Che Xiaoxiao had known for a long time that Shenmushi had someone she liked. After all, Shenmushi rejected many boys' confessions when she was a freshman. She had asked out of curiosity at the time, but when she thought about Shenmushi's big reaction to what she had just said, Che Xiaoxiao felt that there must be something big going on, and then she began to use her ultimate move. 11:11. You must have known him before, please tell me, I beg you, I promise not to tell anyone. Shenmushi looked at her best friend acting coquettishly to her, and she really had no resistance, so she told her the story of herself and Chu Xuan helplessly. After listening to the story, Che Xiaoxiao looked at Shenmushi with a smirk on her face. 11:11. I never thought that you and that boy named Chu Xuan would have such a story. Shenmushi. Yes, but he seems to have forgotten me and this matter. After saying that, Shenmushi's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of sadness. Seeing this, Che Xiaoxiao began to comfort Shenmushi. 11:11. Don't be sad. Look, he is in the same school as you now. We will have a lot of time to spend together in the future. Besides, maybe Chu Xuan hasn't forgotten about this matter. Shenmushi. Maybe. Do you want to go to the cafeteria to eat later? In the other boys' dormitory, Chu Xuan and a few others started playing a 4-word game. Although they kept losing, Chu Xuan still felt very happy. Chu Xuan checked the time and asked, Everyone, are we going to the cafeteria to eat together later? 5 minutes later, several people came downstairs one after another. This was the first time that the 8 people in dormitory 303 went out together. There were many people on the road. Some were small groups like Chu Xuan and others were walking alone. Chu Xuan was thinking about what he would be like in the future, but it was just a thought. After all, who could tell what would happen in the future? The most important thing now was to hurry up and eat. After walking around the school for a while, they suddenly discovered a serious problem. They were freshmen, and although they had simply toured the school yesterday, they didn't know where the cafeteria was. At this time, Suyu decided to ask someone, and our smart Li Bua actually took out his mobile phone, opened the map and looked at it. Several people were speechless, but who would have thought that the cafeteria would actually appear on the map, and then several people followed the map and walked towards the cafeteria. After a while, they arrived at the cafeteria. Chu Xuan and his friends came to a cafeteria of Jiqing University. The cafeteria has 3 floors in total. The overall decoration style is mostly warm colors. There is a medium-sized stage in the middle of the first floor of the cafeteria, and someone is singing on it. After listening for a while, they left. After all, listening to music cannot fill their stomachs. When they were thinking about what to eat, Chu Xuan suddenly saw a familiar figure in the window not far away. Yes, it was Che Xiaoxiao, and next to her was Shenmushi. When Chu Xuan saw Che Xiaoxiao, he decided to go up and say hello. After all, yesterday this senior student not only took him to find a dormitory, but also enthusiastically introduced the Conservatory of Music. Chu Xuan. Hello, senior sister. What a coincidence that you come to eat alone. When Che Xiaoxiao heard someone talking to him, she subconsciously turned her head to look. When she turned around and found that it was Chu Xuan, and then thought of Shenmushi beside her, a very interesting idea came to her mind. Che Xiaoxiao, Junior Chu Xuan, are you coming to eat alone? Do you want to eat with me? When Shenmushi heard Chu Xuan's name, she decided to secretly take a look at the boy she liked. When she turned back to look at Chu Xuan, their eyes coincidentally met. Chu Xuan looked at the girl in front of him and thought she was so beautiful. Although Che Xiaoxiao was already very beautiful, she looked completely inferior in front of Shenmushi. So Chu Xuan subconsciously said, What a beautiful senior sister. It was normal for Chu Xuan to have such a reaction. After all, the girl in front of him was really beautiful. She had a delicate oval face and brown hair draped over her shoulders, flowing like a waterfall. Her skin was fair with a little rosy on her cheeks, her eyes were like autumn water, her lips were slightly red, and she exuded charming charm all the time. When she appeared in front of people, It seemed as if everything around her had lost its luster. When Chu Xuan calmed down, he realized that he seemed to have said something terrible just now, so he quickly apologized. Che Xiaoxiao said jokingly, "She has never been in a relationship. If you like her, I can help you pursue her." When Shenmushi heard what her best friend said, her face turned even redder and she pinched Che Xiaoxiao shyly. "Che Xiaoxiao, junior brother, you don't know her name yet. Let me introduce her to you. She is my best friend. Her name is Shenmushi." Chapter 7 First Class Meeting. When the three words Shenmushi came out of Che Xiaoxiao's mouth, Chu Xuan couldn't help but be a little surprised, thinking in his heart, "So, she is the school beauty that Li Bua and the others were talking about. But why do I feel that she is not as aloof as they say she is?" Chu Xuan looked at Shenmushi in front of him, thinking to himself, "The senior sister is so beautiful. She doesn't look like someone his sister can know." When Che Xiaoxiao saw Chu Xuan staring at Shenmushi blankly, she asked, "How about it, Junior? Do you want to have lunch with the school beauty?" Chu Xuan blushed when he heard what Che Xiaoxiao said. He quickly refused. No, senior sister, let's have dinner together next time. My roommate is still waiting for me." Che Xiaoxiao, "Okay, let's have dinner together next time." Then Chu Xuan turned around and left, but before leaving, he secretly glanced at them a few times. Che Xiaoxiao, 11:11. How is it? Is he still the same as you remember? Shenmushi didn't say anything, but the blush on her face seemed to tell it all. Okay, look at your worthless appearance. Your previous personality was very cold." Che Xiaoxiao looked at Shenmushi and said helplessly. After leaving, Chu Xuan returned to his roommate. "I'm sorry everyone, I kept you waiting for so long." However, no one paid attention to it. They were more curious about the fact that Chu Xuan had just arrived at the university and had already met a beautiful girl. Li Bua, Brother Xuan, who are those two girls? They are both so beautiful, and one of them seems to be radiating light. Chu Xuan, one is the senior who picked me up to go to the dormitory yesterday, and the other is her best friend. Okay, let's go eat first. I'm really sorry for making everyone wait for me. I'll buy everyone some juice. After lunch, although they felt a little bored, they decided to go back to the dormitory. After all, the temperature at noon was too high. After returning to the dormitory, several people climbed back into their beds. At this time, Zhonghao saw a message in the class group and reminded everyone to check it out. Several people saw the message sent by the instructor in the class group. There will be a meeting in B101 at 6:30 tonight. No one is allowed to be absent for any reason. Then Chu Xuan looked at the time and saw that it was still early, so he asked, "Do you want to play the 4-character game for a while?" In the blink of an eye, it was 6 o'clock. Chu Xuan and his companions simply packed up and went out. Of course, as expected, they got lost again this time. After a lot of twists and turns, they finally entered the classroom at 6:30. B101 was a large tiered classroom. Since they arrived very late, the classroom was already full, with only the first row left. They had no choice but to sit here. About 10 minutes later, a woman in her 40s came in from outside the door. As expected, she was Chu Xuan and his classmate's instructor. Then she looked around and began to introduce herself. She said her name was Zhong Meng and she was their college counselor for 4 years. If they had any questions, they could go to the music school office to find her. Then she began to introduce the things to pay attention to in college. Of course, this process was so boring that Chu Xuan almost fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Instructor Zhong Meng finally finished what she wanted to say. Just when Chu Xuan thought he could leave, Zhong Meng suddenly asked everyone to introduce themselves, and asked everyone to introduce themselves on the podium for at least 30 seconds. You have to know that with Chu Xuan's introverted personality, he might not be able to introduce himself for 30 seconds on stage, let alone on stage. Zhong Meng, who's going to be the first? Of course, no one would take the initiative to ask for it. After all, introducing yourself in front of so many strangers is really too social. At this time, in a corner where no one paid attention, 2 people were whispering. 11:11. Do you think after Chu Xuan introduces himself, will there be a junior high school girl who asks for his contact information? Yes, these 2 people were Che Xiaoxiao and Shenmushi. The reason why the 2 of them came here was because Zhong Meng asked them to introduce the military training to their younger classmates. At first, the 2 had refused, but when Shenmushi knew that Chu Xuan was here, she agreed to it. But in the end, it was Zhong Meng who finished the story. Zhong Meng, since no one has come forward, let's start with the first row. Hearing what Zhong Meng said, Chu Xuan seemed to be petrified. Chu Xuan sat in the 3rd seat, with only Hu Qingran and Li Bua beside him, and now Hu Qingran had walked to the podium. Chu Xuan kept repeating in his mind while sitting in his seat, My name is Chu Xuan. I'm from Tang City. My name is Chu Xuan. I came to Tang City. I don't know when it was Chu Xuan's turn. Chu Xuan left his seat tremblingly, and even walked a little sideways, but Chu Xuan himself didn't notice it. But this scene was seen by everyone in the audience, including Shenmushi. Chu Xuan stood on the stage and didn't know what to say for a moment, but after his brain froze for 2.5 seconds, he remembered what he wanted to say. Chu Xuan. Hello everyone. My name is Tang Shi, from Chu Xuan. Then Chu Xuan found that he seemed to have said something strange, and said quickly, sorry, a little nervous. My name is Chu Xuan, from Tang Shi. If I have to say my hobbies, it should be singing. After seeing Chu Xuan's behavior, the people in the audience finally couldn't help laughing. Che Xiaoxiao was one of them. 1111, your junior is too nervous. Not only is he walking in circles, but his language system also has some problems. Shenmushi did not laugh at Chu Xuan like the others. She just smiled slightly and said to herself, stupid. Finally, after an arduous hour, Chu Xuan and his friends finally left the classroom. Zhongyi, it's past 8 now. What are we going to eat later? Li Bua, why don't we go eat grilled fish, Brother Xuan? What do you want to eat? After what happened just now, Chu Xuan had no appetite for food. Chu Xuan's mind was full of thoughts. Let's destroy it when we are tired. However, in the end, the few of them still chose the grilled fish restaurant they had last time. After dinner, they walked towards the dormitory. At this time, Chu Xuan's stomach growled a few times, but he was not hungry. But this place was too far away from the dormitory building. Afterwards, Chu Xuan decided to let the people in the dormitory go back first, and he went to the school hospital next to the school gate to see if there was a toilet. Finally, he found one. After coming out of the school hospital, Chu Xuan lowered his head and walked towards the dormitory. At this time, a figure appeared in front of Chu Xuan, blocking his way. Chu Xuan raised his head, which was originally lowered. When he saw the other person's face clearly, Chu Xuan lowered his head again. He was surprised to find that the person in front of him was Shenmushi. Chu Xuan, senior, good evening. What a coincidence to meet you again. Shenmushi noticed the boy in front of him, and found that his voice was trembling, so he asked, am I scary? Why don't you dare to look at me? Chu Xuan, no, senior sister, you are not scary at all, you are just too beautiful. When Shenmushi heard what Chu Xuan said, a faint smile appeared on her face. Shenmushi, when you were introducing yourself just now, should you be more nervous? Chu Xuan was a little surprised and asked, senior sister, how did you know? Shenmushi, because Xiaoxiao and I were just there. When Chu Xuan heard this, he felt so embarrassed that he wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Chu Xuan looked at Shenmushi in front of him, and an idea inexplicably appeared in his mind. Chu Xuan, senior, can I add your green bubble? Shenmushi smiled and said, no. When Chu Xuan heard Shenmushi's refusal, he didn't feel too disappointed. After all, Shenmushi was the school belle, and he was not familiar with her, so how could he add her to the green bubble? Perhaps Shenmushi saw the disappointment of the junior in front of him, and said slightly, Junior, I only have one green bubble, and you've already added me, so I can't give you another green bubble. Chapter 8 Because it's you. When Shenmushi said this, Chu Xuan was visibly stunned. He couldn't believe that his sister's best friend was actually the campus beauty of Jiqing University. Senior, are you really my sister's best friend? Chu Xuan's face was full of disbelief. You know, except for the 2 days before school started, he had never heard Chu Yang say that she had a school beauty best friend. Shenmushi, it's true, Chu Yang said you're a bit of a worry, so please ask me to take good care of you. Chu Xuan, I'll trouble you in the future, senior sister. After a few simple greetings, Chu Xuan wanted to turn around and leave. At this time, Shenmushi stopped Chu Xuan. Shenmushi, you are in such a hurry to leave, is there something wrong? Or do you not want to see me for a second? Chu Xuan, no, senior sister, you are too beautiful. I dare not stand next to you. I am not very good at communicating with girls. Shenmushi, oh, really? Then didn't you take the initiative to chat with Xiaoxiao in the cafeteria at noon today? You don't like Xiaoxiao, do you? Chu Xuan was not too surprised when he heard Shenmushi's words. On the contrary, he was somewhat calm. Chu Xuan, I took the initiative to say hello to senior sister Xiaoxiao today because she took me to the dormitory and introduced the campus yesterday. I felt that if I didn't take the initiative to say hello today, it would seem that I didn't know etiquette. Shenmushi, then, if it was me yesterday, would you be the same as today? Chu Xuan, of course, but if it was a senior, I might not be able to say anything. Shenmushi looked at the shy boy in front of him and felt that he had changed, but also felt that he had not changed at all. Shenmushi, Chu Xuan, send me back to the dormitory, don't refuse me. If you dare to refuse, I will tell Chu Yang. This sudden remark successfully caused Chu Xuan's language system to collapse again. In Chu Xuan's mind, when a boy sent a girl back to the dormitory, it was usually a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. It was not appropriate for him to send his senior sister back, but out of fear for his sister, Chu Xuan reluctantly agreed. Chu Xuan didn't say much along the way, but Shenmushi was very happy to tell him about her own things. Chu Xuan looked at the senior schoolmate in front of him. He really couldn't associate her with the word cold. Even if this girl met a few wild cats on the road, she would stop and squat down to tease them. Finally, Chu Xuan couldn't help but be curious and ask Shenmushi, "Senior sister, I feel that you are different from what I heard." Shenmushi leaned slightly to the side, raised her head and looked at Chu Xuan and said, "What you heard about me is what I look like. Chu Xuan, they say you are very cold and aloof, and give people the feeling that you are difficult to approach. But when I see you in person, you feel like a little girl, very cute." Shenmushi gently stroked the kitten's head, stood up slightly, walked in front of Chu Xuan, looked at Chu Xuan, and said, "Is it possible that I only do this to you? I do this because of you." The night was very quiet, so quiet that one could hear each other's breathing, and the distance between them was only about an arm's length. When Chu Xuan heard what the senior said, his face turned red. He wanted to say something, but at this moment, he felt like his mouth was glued shut. After trying for a long time, he finally said a word. "Senior, this place is not far from your dormitory. I remembered that I have something urgent to do. I'll leave first." After saying that, Chu Xuan left without looking back. Shenmushi looked at Chu Xuan's back as he left, said nothing but smiled, and then walked towards the dormitory. However, Shenmushi felt that he seemed to have forgotten something very important. When she returned to the dormitory, Shenmushi saw Che Xiaoxiao lying in front of the table. Then she remembered that Che Xiaoxiao had gone shopping just now and she was waiting for her there, but because she saw Chu Xuan, she forgot about Che Xiaoxiao. There was no way out, since it was his own fault. Shenmushi began to coax Che Xiaoxiao. On the other side, Chu Xuan returned to the dormitory and climbed onto his bed. When the others saw Chu Xuan coming back, they began to tease him. "Hey, brother Xuan, you just came back now. We thought you fell into the toilet and were about to contact the Red Hat plumber to rescue you." Chu Xuan felt helpless listening to the teasing of several people. Of course, he did not tell his roommate what had just happened. Chu Xuan simply responded with a few words, then lay on the bed and opened the green bubble in his mobile phone, looking at the chat history between himself and the senior sister. Who would have thought that the aloof senior sister was actually Shenmushi, and the contrast between online and offline was so great. When Chu Xuan thought of what Shenmushi said, "Because it's you," his face, which had improved, turned red again unconsciously. This scene was also seen by Hu Qingran on the opposite side. Hu Qingran, "Xuana, are you sick? Why is your face so red?" Hearing Hu Qingran's words, several people's eyes were fixed on Chu Xuan's face. Chu Xuan explained unnaturally, "No, I just wore too many clothes and the dormitory was a little hot." After listening to Chu Xuan's words, several people no longer cared. Chu Xuan opened the chat history between himself and Shenmushi. "Chu Xuan, senior sister, I'm in the dormitory, go to bed early." After a while, Chu Xuan received a message from Shenmushi. "Shenmushi, I know, you should also go to bed early, don't stay up late playing games, good night." Chu Xuan looked at the message sent by Shenmushi, feeling a little happy, then he put down his phone and went to wash up. "Li Bua, brother Xuan, do you want to play games?" Chu Xuan looked at Li Bua in front of him and said, "I have military training tomorrow, so I won't play anymore. I'm afraid I won't be able to get up." After hearing Chu Xuan's words, they remembered that, yes, they would have military training tomorrow. When they thought about standing in the playground for 10 days, they instantly lost interest in playing games. After washing up, Chu Xuan climbed onto the bed with difficulty, took out his cell phone and sent a message to Chu Yang. "Chu Xuan, sister, is your best friend called Shenmushi?" Chu Yang, "Hey, brother, not bad. You already know my name on the first day." Chu Xuan, "You can't imagine what happened today." Chu Yang, "How is she? Isn't she beautiful?" Chu Xuan looked at the message sent by his sister. He seemed to be able to see Chu Yang's current expression through the text. Before Chu Xuan could reply, Chu Yang continued to send a message. "Chu Yang, come on, work harder." Chu Yang added a smirk after the words. In the girls' dormitory on the other side, Shenmushi coaxed Che Xiaoxiao, then washed up and went to bed. Shenmushi thought about what she had said to Chu Xuan today, and her face also turned red. What did I say today? Why did I say that? What should I do? Will Chu Xuan think I'm a weird person? The moonlight is beautiful tonight, but someone is destined to not be able to sleep. Chapter 9 Military Training begins. The boundless horizon is my love, leaving behind the myriad colors. It's so noisy. Whose alarm is this? Whose? Can you turn off the alarm? Accompanied by the singing, several people in the dormitory got up one after another. However, when they got up, they found that the alarm was set by Li Bua, but everyone was woken up by the alarm, while Li Bua was still sleeping soundly. I don't know what he was dreaming about. He kept laughing, and from time to time he said something like, he wants to eat honey. Fan Yang glanced at his phone and said, it's not even 6 o'clock yet, so I think we should meet at 8 o'clock. When Fan Yang finished saying this, the other people in the dormitory became furious and walked to Li Bua's bed. Chu Xuan, Li Bua, don't sleep anymore, turn off your alarm clock. Hu Qingran, Xuana, can he wake up if you call him like this? Watch me. After that, Hu Qingran took out something like a feather from somewhere and started tickling the soles of Li Bua's feet. Seeing this, Chu Xuan thought, this is not cool at all, it's obviously mean. Because it was too itchy, Li Bua's feet kept moving. Since Fan Yang lived in the bed opposite Li Bua, Fan Yang immediately stood up and grabbed Li Bua's 2 feet together. Soon Li Bua was woken up by everyone. Li Bua woke up and looked at Chu Xuan and the others standing in front of his bed in a daze. However, when he heard the sound of his alarm clock, he knew why. Then he said in a mean way, we are all brothers. I'm sorry, brothers. Chu Xuan and the others saw that Li Bua, who weighed over 200 pounds, actually made such a sound. This contrast almost made them spit out the grilled fish they had yesterday. Su Yu, next time you can't get up, can you please not set the alarm? Li Bua, I'm just worried that everyone will oversleep. Fan Yang, gather at 8 o'clock. Do you want to set the alarm for 6? Li Bua, oh, we are all brothers. Hu Qingran, please, brother, please speak properly. This is really disgusting. Chu Xuan watched everyone playing and didn't say anything. He thought to himself that after 2 days of getting along, everyone had become somewhat familiar with each other. Then he sat on Shu Chen's bed and chatted with Shen Chen. Shen Chen was the only person in the entire dormitory 303 who could not fully integrate into it. Chu Xuan, how is it? Didn't we disturb you? Shu Chen, no, I think the atmosphere is very good. Chu Xuan, you can try to chat with everyone. When we first arrived, we were almost the same as you are now. Then the two of them started chatting one sentence after another. After the commotion just now, the dormitory members lost their sleepiness. They looked at the time and saw that it was already past 7 in the morning, so they decided to change into their military training uniforms, go to the cafeteria to have breakfast, and then gather at the playground. But to be honest, this military training uniform is really ugly. When Zhong Hao put on the military training uniform, several people looked at him and laughed out loud. Zhong Hao is about 1.6 meters tall. His military training uniform seems a little small for him, as if it is too tight on his body. His hat is also worn at an angle, making him look like a villain in some TV dramas. Zhong Yi, Zhong Hao, why are your clothes so small? Zhong Hao, I don't know, this is what he gave me. I am really convinced. Fan Yang, ha, you really look like the villain captain in some TV dramas, so why don't we just call you captain from now on? Since then, the first person with a nickname in dormitory 303 was born. After a lot of noise, they finally arrived at the cafeteria. As soon as they entered the door, they saw a lot of little green men. Chu Xuan, do we still want to eat? Li Bua, of course I have to eat. Afterwards, several people began to grab the food based on their own abilities, but there were too many people, so Chu Xuan decided not to eat. After waiting for more than 20 minutes, the few people finally bought their meals. The difference from before was that they were now in a visibly miserable state. Afterwards, they ate and walked towards the playground. When Chu Xuan and his companions arrived at the playground, they found that the huge playground was already full of people. They wandered around the playground for a long time before they found the Conservatory of Music. What is different from other colleges is that other colleges all stand in the sun, or at most turn around and face their backs to the sun. The Conservatory of Music is located at the farthest corner of the playground, surrounded by teaching buildings. Most of the time, it is not exposed to the sun at all. In comparison, the treatment of the Conservatory of Music is not a little better. After a while, the instructors came over after the meeting. He introduced himself to everyone and then started today's content. Time passed quickly and it was noon in the blink of an eye. Having seen the power of the little green men, as soon as the instructor said to dismiss, Everyone ran to the cafeteria as fast as they could. However, everyone thought so, and everyone ran towards the entrance of the playground. Chu Xuan had never seen such a scene before, so he simply stopped running. Chu Xuan, why don't we order takeout? There must be a lot of people in the cafeteria right now. The few of them looked at each other and decisively agreed with Chu Xuan's idea. It turned out that their choice was correct. Since the playground was downward, they had to go up to get out, and there were so many people that the door to the playground was blocked. Several people looked at the blocked door and simply ordered takeout on the playground. Chu Xuan looked at the food in the pornographic software and felt that each one was delicious. Just when he was about to place an order, Chu Xuan received a message from Shenmushi. Shenmushi, don't go to the cafeteria to eat after military training. You can't compete with them. I ordered takeout for you. Chu Xuan was a little surprised to see the message. Chu Xuan, this is not good, senior sister. This is too expensive for you. Shenmushi, it doesn't matter, since Chu Yang asked me to take good care of you, then I will definitely take care of you and make you fat and white. Chu Xuan, thank you, senior sister. I'll treat you to a meal next time. Chu Xuan was very curious about how Shenmushi got his cell phone number, but when he thought of his unlucky sister, he was not so curious anymore. He thought that when his unlucky sister sold him out, she must have prepared everything. After waiting for 10 minutes, they finally walked back to the dormitory. On the way back to the dormitory, they received news that the takeaway had been delivered. A few people saw a large pile of takeouts downstairs in the dormitory and started looking for their own takeouts among them. But our Chu Xuan was not so fast. He found that there were several takeaways with his last digit. Since he couldn't carry them anymore, Chu Xuan called other people to help him. Chu Xuan returned to the dormitory and opened the takeaway and found several kinds of food, including fried chicken, cake, pizza, kebabs, and even 8 glasses of juice. Chu Xuan took a photo of the food and sent it to Shenmushi. Chu Xuan, senior sister, you ordered too much. I can't finish it. Shenmushi, I ordered so much, of course I plan to let you and your roommates eat together. Living in the dormitory, you need to be a little worldly wise. Chu Xuan, that's what I was planning, but don't order so much next time, it's really too expensive. I'll treat you to a meal after the military training is over. Shenmushi, okay, then contact me after the military training is over. After saying that, Chu Xuan put down his phone and started asking everyone to come and eat together. Chu Xuan, brothers, I have a lot here, let's eat together. Li Bua, why did you order so much? Chu Xuan listened without saying anything, thinking that if he said that it was Shenmushi who ordered it for him, then it might bring trouble to the senior sister. Chu Xuan, why are you talking so much nonsense? Do you want to eat or not? Li Bua, here comes my godfather. Then they started eating. Chapter 10 Push-Up Preparation. After lunch, several people lay down on the bed tiredly. Although they didn't do much in the morning, they still felt a sense of emptiness, as if their bodies had been hollowed out. Li Bua, what time do we meet in the afternoon? Fan Yang, it seems to be 1:30. Li Bua, it would be nice if it rained in the afternoon. For Chu Xuan and his friends now, it would be best if it rained now. After all, this way they won't have to undergo military training. Time passed quickly, and it was time to gather. Of course, it wasn't raining. Although it is almost October, the temperature at noon is still very hot. A few people walked outside the playground, saw that the music conservatory had already gathered, and started running. However, running was still a little difficult for Li Bua. Li Bua, hey, why are you running? Wait for me, or you can carry me. Hu Qingran, I'll carry your balls on my back. Chu Xuan listened to the conversation between the two and thought to himself that Li Bua really lived up to his name. Chu Xuan even thought that maybe his parents gave him this name because they were afraid that he would be too stupid. Chu Xuan said, I think you should exercise. Li Bua stopped when he heard Chu Xuan's words, fiddling with the muscles on his arms and saying, strong. Chu Xuan and his companions ignored him. They shouted report to the instructor and walked back to the team. However, Li Bua didn't seem to care whether he was late or not. He shouted strong while fiddling with the non-existent muscles on his arms. This scene happened to be seen by the instructor. When Li Bua saw the instructor looking at him, he began to restrain himself. As Li Bua joined the team, the people from the music school were finally gathered. At this time, the instructor said, just now, many people in our team were late. Today is the first time. I won't punish you, but there are some people who are not in a hurry to be late. Don't make trouble in the next few days. I will remember you. After Chu Xuan and the others heard this, they knew that the instructor was talking about Li Bua. They looked at him in tacit understanding, but our client, Li Bua, didn't know that the instructor was talking about him. Although the weather was very hot, fortunately the task was not very difficult. After everyone stood in military posture for 20 minutes, the instructor allowed them to rest on the spot. The instructor thought it was too boring to just rest, so he started looking for people to perform. At first, the atmosphere was normal, and a few people took the initiative to perform. But after a while, no one continued to perform. Instructor, are there any more? If not, I can call someone else. At this moment, everyone lowered their heads consciously as if they had agreed on it. Instructor, in that case, I'll just order it casually. Come on, brother strong, you perform one. As expected, being remembered by the instructor is different. The person the instructor pointed out is Lee Bua, but he himself seems to have not realized that brother strong is himself. He is still looking around at others. When Lee Bua realized that the instructor was calling for him, he reluctantly stepped forward. Maybe it was because Lee Bua was born with a sense of humor, but the others started laughing before the performance even started. Lee Bua said, I really don't know what to perform. I will show you how XR in a certain haunting speaks. At this time, Chu Xuan was still grinning foolishly in the audience, and had no idea that he was about to become another unlucky guy. Lee Bua walked towards Chu Xuan and said that he needed another person to help him perform. Even though Chu Xuan was very reluctant, he was still pulled up by Lee Bua. As Chu Xuan was pulled forward by Lee Bua, he began his performance. Big X, I want to eat honey. When the people in the audience saw Lee Bua's performance, they couldn't laugh at all, but Lee Bua himself laughed. Chu Xuan thought to himself, what is the difference between going to the toilet now and going to the toilet on the playground? If there is a difference, it is that it doesn't stink. In a place where no one was paying attention, Chu Xuan now felt like he was about to break apart. He just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Chu Xuan quickly returned to his seat, and Lee Bua followed behind him. At this time, the instructor called Lee Bua. Come here, brother strong. I asked you to perform a show, but you acted awkwardly. Come here, I'll teach you how to perform a show. Lee Bua was confused and didn't know what the instructor was going to teach him, but he soon found out. Come and lie down, and get ready for push-ups. The instructor said seriously. Lee Bua didn't want to lie down at first, but because of the instructor's authority, he had no choice but to lie down. Lee Bua weighed more than 200 pounds, so he couldn't get up after he lay down. He could only shout ah, 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 ah with his mouth, and it seemed that he was trying very hard. This funny scene was recorded by Hu Qingran. I don't know if it's a tradition of the conservatory, but during the break, seniors would come and give them watermelons or perform for them. The one who impressed Chu Xuan the most was a senior student who played a saxophone and then started to tell crosstalk. You know, Chu Xuan had only seen crosstalk on TV, and it was the first time to hear it live, so he listened very seriously. At this moment, Chu Xuan felt the phone in his pocket vibrate slightly. Then he took out his phone and saw the message received by Green Bubble. Shenmushi, look behind. Chu Xuan turned his head and stared blankly. At first he didn't notice anything different, but when he looked carefully he found out. Not far behind and to the right, there was a girl wearing a light blue dress and a large sun hat, sitting on the steps, staring at herself boredly. Chu Xuan recognized the person as Shenmushi at a glance. When Shenmushi saw that Chu Xuan had discovered him, he sent another message on Green Bubble. Shenmushi, come here. Chu Xuan saw the message sent by his senior, and while no one was paying attention to him, he tiptoed over. Chu Xuan walked up to Shenmushi and asked, Senior sister, why are you here? When Shenmushi heard Chu Xuan's words, she did not answer immediately, but moved her body to let Chu Xuan sit next to her, and then answered. Of course, there was still some distance between the two of them. After all, they had just met not long ago. Shenmushi, it's so boring, so I came here. Chu Xuan, senior sister, when did you come? Why didn't I notice you? Shenmushi, I came just when you were pulled up to perform. When Chu Xuan heard this, his mood suddenly turned sour, as his dark scene was seen by his senior sister again. Shenmushi, there will be a performance by the art troupe on the playground later. Do you want to go and watch it? When Chu Xuan heard what Shenmushi said, he was a little puzzled. As a school beauty, why didn't Shenmushi participate in such activities? Chu Xuan was still very curious about what this school beauty senior looked like when she was performing. Shenmushi seemed to see the doubts in Chu Xuan's heart, so he said, I don't like to participate in this kind of activities, but if you want to see it, I can perform it for you alone. After Chu Xuan heard this, as expected, his face turned red again. Shenmushi looked at Chu Xuan in front of her, and she just felt that he was so cute. Afterwards, the two chatted briefly for a while, and Shenmushi turned back to the dormitory, while Chu Xuan also planned to return to his team. At this moment, Chu Xuan heard two very familiar words. Push-ups ready. Yeah. That's right. The person doing push-ups now is still Li Bua. Chapter 11. First holiday. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye it is already the 8th day of military training. In the past few days, they had been repeating the same movements. The only difference was that Li Bua was punished to do high leg raises instead of push-ups at the beginning. Of course, after 7 days, several people were visibly tired. However, military training in college usually lasts 10 days, so Chu Xuan still has to endure this kind of life for a few days. At this point, Chu Xuan began to feel like crying. But when he thought about the 7-day holiday after the military training, he seemed to come alive again. Hey Chu Xuan, what are your plans for the holidays? Su Yu asked. Chu Xuan, I don't know, maybe he's staying in the dormitory. Chu Xuan really wanted to go home, but this place was too far away from Tang City. When he thought about having to sit for another 6 hours, he suddenly felt like there were bugs crawling on his body. At this time, Li Bua appeared out of nowhere like an NPC. Li Bua, if you ask me, let's go traveling together. The two looked at him, feeling a little speechless. You know, the National Day is a rare 7-day holiday, and many people will choose to go out and play, and it is inevitable that there will be a crowded situation. Chu Xuan said, let's talk about it after we finish our military training. Time flies and it is the last day of military training. There is no training task today. We just arranged for everyone to take a group photo of the military training as a commemoration. With the end of the military parade, Chu Xuan's 10-day military training also came to an end. Although these days are very tiring, I still can't help feeling a little lost when it's over. They returned to the dormitory without being too sad. After all, the 7-day holiday started from the next day, so they began to discuss things enthusiastically. Chu Xuan did not participate in it, but picked up his phone and sent a message to someone. Chu Xuan, Senior, what are your plans for the holidays? After a while, the other party sent a message. Shenmushi, I don't know, maybe I'll go home. Chu Xuan, okay. Shenmushi, what is wrong? Do you want to ask me out during the holidays? Chu Xuan was a little flustered when he saw the message. The person on the other side of the screen was the school beauty and his sister's best friend. How could he dare to invite her to go out with him? Chu Xuan replied in a panic. No, senior sister, didn't I say before that I would treat you to a meal after the military training is over? Shenmushi, okay, I know a good hot pot restaurant. Let us go together when I come back. Chu Xuan was very happy to see that the senior agreed. After a simple reply, he put down his phone and began to listen to the discussion of his roommates. However, the discussion among them was very intense, which made it impossible for Chu Xuan to join in the conversation. They were roughly divided into 2 groups. One group said they wanted to stay in the dormitory and not go anywhere, while the other group wanted to take advantage of the holiday to travel around Chengdu. After a 2.5-hour discussion, the group finally decided to take advantage of the holiday to go to Chengdu for a trip. But because they were too tired today, they decided to set off tomorrow. Then they started looking at the train tickets, but when they saw the tickets, Li Bua let out a sharp explosion. Li Bua, oh my god, all the train tickets are sold out, only the unreserved tickets are left. Hu Qingran said calmly, no seat ticket means no fixed seat ticket. When you get on the bus, you can see where there is one and sit there. Then they booked the tickets with some doubt. Just like that, after some bumps and bruises, the first group trip of Dormitory 303 finally began. At night, several people went to bed early to prepare for the next day. The next morning, following the familiar sound of Li Bua's alarm clock, several people got up one after another, except Li Bua, of course. After some friendly exchanges, they finally arrived downstairs at the dormitory together. Everyone's face was filled with joy, except, of course, Li Bua. Li Bua, is it necessary? Everyone, get on my bed. After hearing this, several people said in unison, it is necessary. Fan Yang, isn't it because everyone wants to get to know you? Li Bua, thank you. After a lot of noise, they finally arrived at the station. While waiting for the bus at the station, Chu Xuan took out his mobile phone and wanted to send a message to Shenmushi, but he didn't know what to say. Are you awake, senior? My roommate and I went out to play. However, Chu Xuan did not send the message, but thought about it. Chu Xuan felt that it was not appropriate for him to send such a message to his senior. Then Chu Xuan gave up this idea. Not knowing whether there was telepathy between the two of them, Shenmushi sent a message. Shenmushi, I'm leaving. Junior, have fun with your roommates. Tell me if you encounter anything interesting when you come back. Then he did not forget to add a photo of himself on the train. After seeing this, Chu Xuan didn't know how to reply to Shenmushi for a moment, so he just replied okay. After a while, the car that Chu Xuan and his friends were going to stand in started checking tickets. After they walked down the escalator, they stopped where they were. After all, Chu Xuan and his friends had no seat tickets, so they could go to any carriage. Soon after, the train slowly pulled into the station and several people walked into the carriage in front of them. There were many people in the carriage who, like Chu Xuan, had bought tickets without seats. They chose to sit in the connecting areas between carriages. At first, Chu Xuan and his companions planned to sit at the connection point of the carriage, but when they saw a few empty seats in the carriage, they gave up the idea and set up one after another. But not long after, the seat finally had its own owner. Helplessly, they had to go back to the corridor and sit down. Chu Xuan, brother Hu, we agreed that unreserved tickets are tickets without fixed seats. Hu Qingran, what a surprise. Who would have thought that there would be so many people on such an early train? After hearing Hu Qingran's words, Chu Xuan suddenly felt that there was no light in his world. You know, when he first came to school, he only took a 6-hour train ride, but he felt sore all over. Hu Qingran may have noticed that the few people were not in high spirits, so he said, "It's okay. Maybe there won't be anyone here soon." Several people didn't say anything, perhaps they believed it, or perhaps they accepted this fact. Although several people imagined it to be beautiful, the reality was very cruel. After several stops, there were still no empty seats on the train, and Chu Xuan could no longer sit still. He kept walking in the corridor, trying to forget the pain in his body. I don't know how much time had passed, but the voice that Chu Xuan felt familiar with finally appeared on the train. Dear passengers, we have arrived at Shenzhou Station. Chapter 12, Shenzhou I. After the train arrived at the station, Chu Xuan got off the train as quickly as possible. He turned on his mobile phone and was surprised to find that the journey lasted 9 hours. Chu Xuan began to feel a little irritated when he thought about this. If he had known earlier, he would have chosen to go home. However, when he thought about the fact that he could play with his friends, his irritated mood disappeared a little. Chu Xuan and his group took the train at around 9 in the morning, and when they arrived in Shenzhou, it was already 6 in the afternoon. The few of them did not rush to the hotel, but chose to find a place to eat first. Since it was their first time to visit Shenzhou, they had no idea what delicious food there was. After walking out of the station, several people wandered around in front of the station door like headless flies. Soon, the actions of several people attracted the attention of one person. It turned out to be a middle-aged woman around 50 years old, a little fat and not very tall. She looked like a bowling ball. There was a big black mole on the left side of her cheek. Her face was that of a standard villain. She walked towards Chu Xuan and the others with a smile, and her expression made Chu Xuan feel terrified. She just walked up to a few people and said, "Hey, handsome guys, is this your first time in Shenzhou? Do you want to stay in our hotel? We have many services." Although she didn't explain it clearly, everyone understood what she meant. Chu Xuan and the others looked at the middle-aged woman with disgust in their eyes. Chu Xuan never thought that he would encounter such a thing one day. Before Chu Xuan could refuse, the usually silent Xu Chen said, "No need, we have already booked a hotel." Just as the middle-aged woman was about to say something, Chu Xuan retorted, "Can you please shut up? I see that you are older than us, so I am embarrassed to say something more unpleasant. Can you please stay away from us?" When the middle-aged woman heard what Chu Xuan said, she turned and left, still saying, "Bah, why are you pretending?" After hearing what the middle-aged woman said, Fan Yang turned around and wanted to argue with the middle-aged woman. However, Fan Yang was stopped by several people in the end. After all, it is better to have less trouble than more when you are out. After the little episode just now, the few of them continued to look for delicious food in Shenzhou. After 2.5 minutes, the group decided to go for some barbecue. After all, except for 2 people from Northeast China, the other 6 outsiders had never eaten Northeastern barbecue. After that, they turned around and got into a taxi. Since there were too many people, they took 2 taxis. After telling the driver the destination, Chu Xuan fell asleep in the passenger seat. Zhong Hao and others even took ugly photos of him. Zhong Yi, Chu Xuan, don't sleep anymore, we are at the hotel. Following a shout, Chu Xuan slowly opened his eyes, stretched, and walked in with a few people. Chu Xuan and his companions followed the waiter to an empty table and sat down. The waiter enthusiastically introduced the specialties of the restaurant. After ordering some food, they continued chatting. I don't know why, no matter what time it is, boys always have some weird topics to talk about. Chu Xuan took advantage of this time to go outside and get some fresh air. When he entered the door just now, Chu Xuan vaguely saw that this barbecue restaurant was located on the riverside. So Chu Xuan now plans to take a walk by the river. Just after crossing the road, Chu Xuan felt the river breeze caressing his face wantonly, making Chu Xuan feel very cool. Chu Xuan stood beside the fence, attracted by the colorful neon lights flashing on the tall buildings and bridge opposite. Those lights bloomed like gorgeous fireworks, decorating the night sky of the entire city into a dreamy look. Chu Xuan took pictures of the scenery here and wanted to show it to Shenmushi after he returned. After doing everything, Chu Xuan began to walk along the river. There are many pedestrians in the evening. Many couples come to the riverside for a walk at this time. Of course, no matter where you are, there are always people doing square dancing and street performances. Chu Xuan didn't know why an idea suddenly popped up in his mind. When can I come here with senior sister Shenmushi? However, as soon as this idea came out, it was strangled in the cradle by Chu Xuan. He thought to himself that he must be crazy, how dare he have such an idea. Chu Xuan looked at the time and found that he had been out for more than 10 minutes, so he turned and walked towards the barbecue restaurant. On the way back, Chu Xuan saw two old men sitting on the bench which was empty when he came. The two old men were holding hands and leaning against each other. Their figures were particularly eye-catching, as if time had stopped for them. The grandfather hunched his back slightly, pointed with his other hand at the skyscraper with flashing lights in front of him, and his lips kept moving, as if he was telling an interesting story to the grandmother beside him. Grandma listened quietly, her face filled with a happy smile and her eyes full of dependence and love for Grandpa. Although time has left a layer of silver frost on their heads, it has not weakened the deep emotional bond between them. On the contrary, as time goes by, this love becomes more firm and precious. The breeze blew past, ruffling Grandma's white hair, but she didn't care and instead leaned her head gently on Grandpa's shoulder. Chu Xuan slowed down his pace and walked in front of the two old men, fearing that he would destroy the atmosphere between the two old men. He slowly said, "Hello, Grandpa and Grandma, can I take a picture of you?" The two old men looked at Chu Xuan kindly. Although they didn't know why the young man in front of them wanted to take a photo of them, kindness was revealed in their eyes and they smiled and agreed to Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan took out his cell phone and started taking photo after photo. I didn't teach the two old people how to pose, because they are now the most beautiful expression of all love. After taking the photos, Chu Xuan saw a van not far away with lights flashing on it and a sign that read "Print mobile phone photos" on it. Chu Xuan asked the two old men to wait here for a while and ran over as fast as he could. Soon, the photos were printed. Chu Xuan showed the photos to the two old people. The two old people said nothing, but just looked at each other and smiled. At this time, the grandfather put his hand in his pocket, as if looking for something. Chu Xuan thought that the other party wanted to give him money, so he hurriedly wanted to refuse. But before Chu Xuan could say anything, the grandfather took out a piece of candy from his pocket and said, "Thank you, young man. This candy is for you. It's very sweet." This simple sentence made Chu Xuan feel a little sour in his nose. Chu Xuan took the candy from the old man, chatted with him briefly, and then turned and left. Chu Xuan put the candy into his mouth. For some reason, this candy was much sweeter than any he had eaten before. Perhaps Chu Xuan was thinking of his deceased grandfather, or perhaps he envied the love of the older generation. Chapter 13, Shenju Part 2. After saying goodbye to the two old men, Chu Xuan returned to the hotel as quickly as possible. As soon as I entered the door, I saw the dining table was already filled with all kinds of food. Li Bua and the others had already started eating, but Chu Xuan didn't care because he had told them before he left to eat first and not to worry about him. When Li Bua and his companions saw Chu Xuan coming back, they gave up their seats for him and said, "You really know how to hurry. These skewers have just been served and you're back." Chu Xuan smiled and said, "Maybe these foods are calculated based on the time I will be back." Chu Xuan looked at the table full of food and tears flowed from the corners of his mouth. He fixed his eyes on the chicken rack and then began to eat it in big mouthfuls. I have to say that the food tastes really good. Chu Xuan had heard a saying a long time ago, "No chicken can leave Shenju alive." After dinner, several people started to head for the hotel under the moonlight. This time, the few people did not choose a taxi as a means of transportation, but chose to walk. This place is not too far from the booked hotel, and they just finished their meal, so they decided to take a walk. Chu Xuan and Hu Qingran walked behind the others. At this time, Hu Qingran next to him suddenly asked, "Xuana, what is your future dream?" This sudden topic made Chu Xuan a little stunned. Then, with eyes full of longing, he slowly said, "I hope to become a singer in the future." Chu Xuan felt a little embarrassed after he finished speaking, so he asked the other party, "Brother Hu, what do you plan to do in the future?" Hu Qingran didn't answer in a hurry. He seemed to be thinking. After a while, he said, "I don't know. Let's talk about it later." After walking for an unknown amount of time, they finally arrived at the hotel they had booked. After a simple wash, Several people fell asleep early. At noon the next day, because they were so tired from the previous day, several people did not get up until noon. They wanted to lie in bed for a while longer, but with shouts coming from outside the door, they got up reluctantly. Knock, knock, knock. It's 12 o'clock. Time to check out. In this way, Chu Xuan and his companions were forced to start their first day of travel in Shenzhou. Several people prepared a travel plan before coming, and then they headed to their first destination. Soon they arrived at the first destination of this trip, Shenzhou Forbidden City. Our smart Li Bua got a small flag from somewhere and began to play the role of tour guide. Chu Xuan had been to the Forbidden City in Beijing when he was at home, so now he was very curious about what was different about the Forbidden City in Shenzhou. However, they still underestimated the holiday visitor flow. They saw a large number of people queuing in front of the door waiting for ticket checking, and the crowd in the park was even more terrifying. When a few people saw this scene, they felt a little scared and planned to give up this place and go directly to the next place. Zhonghao, how about? Let's go. Zhongyi, I think this is a good suggestion. Although several people wanted to see the Forbidden City in Shenzhou, they did not want to experience the crowded environment and turned around and left. Seeing that it was already past 1 o'clock, the few of them found a noodle restaurant on the side of the road and had a simple meal. After lunch, several people put their next plans forward. In the afternoon, the group briefly visited the former residence, Shenzhou Museum, and other attractions. Of course, there are also a lot of people visiting these attractions. When asked what they saw, the only word that came to mind was that they saw a lot of people. Even Li Bua's small flag, at some point, only the flagpole was left in his hand. The few of them originally thought that this trip would be relaxing. Even though they had expected there would be a lot of people before coming, they didn't expect there would be so many. Although Chu Xuan and his friends were talking and laughing, their bodies didn't lie and they had already collapsed in their chairs. After discussing it a bit, they decided to play for one more day tomorrow and go back to school the day after tomorrow. At the same time, they also tacitly decided that they would never go out to play during holidays in the future. After a simple dinner, they returned to the hotel. Since they had only booked the hotel for one day, they planned to renew the room fee when they arrived. The original plan was good, but when they arrived at the hotel, they were dumbfounded. When Chu Xuan and his friends first arrived, the room price was over 300 per room. But the next day, after asking the front desk, they found out that the room price had risen to 800. However, the room price in Yellow Kangaroo was still over 300. When Chu Xuan and his friends placed their order in Yellow Kangaroo and found the front desk, they were told that it was not available. After hearing this, the emotions of several people could no longer be tolerated. After some friendly exchanges, they turned around and left in a cool manner. Of course, since they dared to turn around and leave, they must have found a place to stay for the night. A moment later, in front of a bathhouse in Shenzhou, 8 figures got off a taxi. Yes, these people were Chu Xuan and his friends. People often say, if you go to Xiyu, you will see the northeast. If you go to the northeast, you will see Shenzhou. So a few people came here to experience it. The bathhouses in northeast China are different from those in other places. Although they are called bathhouses, they are more like shopping malls, except that they don't sell anything. As soon as they entered, they were attracted by the surrounding environment. This bathhouse has 3 floors. The first floor is for bathing and swimming, the second floor is a buffet, and the third floor is a place for rest and entertainment. Except for the 2 people from northeast China, the appearance of Chu Xuan and his companions now seems to be the same as the scene of Grandma Liu visits the Grand View Garden in Dream of Red Mansions. After Chu Xuan and his friends had a quick shower and meal, they went to the 3rd floor. Even though there were many entertainment facilities on the 3rd floor, at this moment, the few people didn't want to do anything and just wanted to lie there aimlessly like a salted fish. Of course, except for Li Bua, he is like a robot, as if he has unlimited physical strength, and no one knows where he is playing now. Chu Xuan was lying on the floor, looking at the photos he had taken in the past 2 days, thinking that he would probably have some topics to talk about with his senior when he returned. And Shenmushi sent a message as if she heard Chu Xuan's call. Shenmushi, what are you doing? Are you having fun with your roommates? Chu Xuan was instantly interested when he saw that it was a message from Shenmushi. Chu Xuan, lie down in the bath, senior sister, let me tell you. Chu Xuan told Shenmushi what happened today. I don't know if it was because too many things happened in one day, but Chu Xuan actually fell asleep while chatting. Seeing that the other party did not reply to his message, Shenmushi asked, Shenmushi, Chu Xuan? Asleep? Shenmushi, good night. Chapter 14, Shenzhou Part 3. In the early morning, Chu Xuan woke up from his sleep. Sleeping on the floor all night made him feel sore all over. Chu Xuan looked around and found that Li Bua and his companions were not around. Suddenly, Chu Xuan heard someone calling him from behind, so he looked back. Chu Xuan discovered that Li Bua and others were lying leisurely on the beds in the massage room. It turned out that after Chu Xuan fell asleep yesterday, several people went for a massage. Seeing that Chu Xuan was sleeping soundly, they did not call him. Originally, several people wanted to go back to find Chu Xuan after the massage, but who knew that the bed here seemed to have magical powers and prevented them from getting up. Chu Xuan saw a few people, strode up to them, and asked, "What do you say today?" Li Bua, today. Chu Xuan was speechless after hearing what Li Bua said, but in some ways, what Li Bua said was indeed right. Chu Xuan said speechlessly, "I mean, where are we going today?" Several people looked at each other without saying anything. It was unclear whether they were a little dazed because they got up too early or if they simply didn't know where to go. At this time, Hu Qingran broke the silence and said, "In our original plan, we were going to go to the paradise today, but you saw the crowds yesterday, so we decided whether to go or not." Chu Xuan and his friends agreed without even thinking about it. After all, youth has no price tag, and as college student special forces, these little difficulties are nothing. After that, they changed into their own clothes and went to the morning market first. It was rare for them to get up so early, so they couldn't waste this opportunity. After a simple breakfast, they took a bus to Chengdu Tea Paradise. In front of Chengdu Tea Paradise, several people stood blankly in front of the door. Looking forward, the flow of people here is much larger than the number of people in the scenic spot they visited yesterday. A few people looked at the huge flow of people and felt a little scared. Hu Qingran, or let's give up. There are too many people. Before they could answer, Li Bua took out a small battle-damaged flag from somewhere. It was the flagpole that was left over from yesterday. Li Bua pulled a few people and kept saying, "Let's go, brothers. It's a rare opportunity to come to Chengdu. It would be a shame if we don't have some fun. There might be many beauties there." Several people looked at Li Bua with contempt, but because they couldn't stand Li Bua's shamelessness, they finally compromised. Since they had bought the tickets online in advance, they walked in quickly. As soon as they entered, they saw various elements related to the A Certain Haunted animation. As they walked deeper, they saw dolls with the characters Xda, XR, and Yo Raw. A few people were about to go forward to take pictures, but because there were too many people taking pictures, they decided to walk around first and then come back to take pictures. After they walked away, they looked at Li Bua in tacit understanding. Shu Chen smiled evilly and said to Li Bua, Xama, I want to eat honey." After hearing this, several people burst into laughter without any concealment, except Li Bua and Chu Xuan. When Chu Xuan heard these words, he instantly recalled the memories that he had sealed away. Now he just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Soon they arrived in front of the roller coaster. Seeing the not very long queue in front of them, they followed the end of the queue and started taking pictures. Chu Xuan did not go, but chose to sit on a bench not far away, quietly waiting for them to come back. After all, Chu Xuan suffers from severe acrophobia. If he were to ride a roller coaster, he might die on the spot. Chu Xuan remembered that he fell asleep yesterday and had not replied to Shenmushi's message, so he opened his phone and took a picture of the roller coaster in front of him. Chu Xuan, Senior, guess where we went? The other party replied quickly. Shenmushi, did you go to the amusement park? Chu Xuan, yes, they went to ride the roller coaster. I am afraid of heights and I don't dare to go. Shenmushi, let us go play together next time. After seeing this, Chu Xuan decisively agreed and replied, Okay, next time you, me, and Chu Yang, let's come together. When Shenmushi on the other side of the screen saw Chu Xuan's message, she felt so angry that her face was about to be twisted. She thought to herself that it was so obvious, but Chu Xuan was still like a fool. Did he have to play the straight ball himself? Shenmushi became more and more angry, and then began to roll on the bed. This scene happened to be seen by Shenmushi's mother, who said, 1111, you are so old, but you are still rolling around on the bed like a child. Shenmushi was about to explain, but the words came to her lips but she couldn't say them. At this time, Shenmushi received a new message. When he opened it, he almost dropped his jaw in shock. Chu Xuan, senior sister, let me tell you, a girl just came to me and asked for green bubbles. Just now, Chu Xuan was chatting with Shenmushi when a girl walked towards him. The girl has long wavy golden hair and is wearing a black JK uniform, a pair of black short boots, and her makeup makes her look very charming. She slowly sat down in the empty seat next to Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan didn't pay any attention to her and just fiddled with his phone out of boredom. After a while, she called Chu Xuan and said, Little brother, I have been paying attention to you for a long time. Are you alone? Can I add your green bubble? Chu Xuan heard the other party's question and answered politely, "I'm waiting for someone, forget about the green bubble." When the girl heard Chu Xuan's answer, she just said sorry for disturbing him and turned away. After the girl left, Chu Xuan started talking to Shenmushi, but the scene just now happened to be seen by Fan Yang and others who had just got off the roller coaster. Several people walked up to Chu Xuan, looked at him with a sly smile and raised eyebrows. Chu Xuan looked at the expressions of the few people and naturally thought about what they were going to say. Fan Yang, who was that just now? Chu Xuan, oh, a passerby came to ask for green bubbles, and I didn't give it to him. Li Bua, oh my god, man, I just saw how pretty she is. I asked for green bubbles but you didn't give them to me. Don't give them to me. Chu Xuan also laughed when he heard what Li Bua said. Chu Xuan, why didn't you tell me earlier? My second brother likes it. Wait, I'll get it for you before you go far. After saying that, he pretended to ask for green bubbles. Li Bua was frightened by Chu Xuan and quickly refused, saying that he was just talking nonsense and he should not go. Several people started talking one after another, and Chu Xuan didn't notice that his message alert sound had not stopped. When Chu Xuan picked up the phone again, he saw a long string of messages from Shenmushi. Shenmushi, did you give it? Shenmushi, give it? Shenmushi, where are the people? Shenmushi, can you reply to my message? Shenmushi, you won't be seduced by a bad woman. When Chu Xuan saw the long string of messages sent by Shenmushi, he actually wanted to laugh, but he still replied, "No, senior sister, I didn't give her the green bubble." Just after I finished speaking, the other party sent a message back. Shenmushi, oh, that's good, don't think too much. Chu Yang asked me to take good care of you. If you are seduced by a bad woman, I'm afraid Chu Yang will deal with me. Chu Xuan looked at the message and felt a little puzzled, but he did not ask any further questions and continued to go to other entertainment facilities with his roommates. At the same time, in a villa, a girl was lying on the bed, her whole face flushed with embarrassment as if because of what she said. Chapter 15, Shenju 4. Chu Xuan and his friends continued to wander around the park. However, their luck seemed to have run out. In addition to the roller coaster just now, there were long queues in front of other entertainment projects. Several people tried to queue for a while, but the line was too long. Several people waited for over an hour before the line only moved a little bit. Helplessly, several people gave up on continuing the activity. At this time, Li Bua saw that there were performances of X University and X this afternoon, so he wanted to call Chu Xuan and others to watch it together. Chu Xuan didn't want to go. He just wanted to find a place to lie down and continue to be a salted fish. But seeing that everyone was going, I felt embarrassed to refuse, so I went with them. Chu Xuan thought to himself that at least there would be a place to sit down and rest. The show was at 2:30 in the afternoon, and it was only 1 o'clock now. Considering that everyone should be hungry at this time, they decided to eat something first and then go to watch the show. Soon it was time for the show. A few people followed the crowd in and sat down in a corner. Chu Xuan looked around and found that everyone around him brought their children with him. They looked very special in the crowd. From time to time, people would cast curious glances at them from around them. Chu Xuan just felt confused. The performance began soon, with characters such as XDA, XR, and UFA Ruo appearing on stage one after another. Chu Xuan was not interested in these performances and just fiddled with his phone. Li Bua next to him was very interested in this performance and would interact with the actors on the stage from time to time. At this time, X2 on the stage suddenly said, "Children, can you tell me what 1 + 1 equals?" This sudden topic made Chu Xuan feel a little embarrassed, and he lowered his head unconsciously. When he looked at the 7 people next to him, he found that they were also like him, burying their heads under the other spectators. Chu Xuan now understood why people around him would occasionally look at him strangely before the performance. A woman holding a child next to Chu Xuan asked Chu Xuan, "Young man, do you young people like these too?" Chu Xuan smiled awkwardly, thinking to himself that he couldn't say that all the projects were in queues, except for this one. I don't know how long it took, but the performance finally ended. The few of them did not leave in a hurry, but continued to keep their heads down, fearing that they would be seen by people around them. When everyone around had left, Suyu raised his head and looked around. After making sure that there was no one around, several people raised their heads again. On the way out, several people looked gloomy and did not speak. The only thing they want to do now is to leave this shameful place as soon as possible. After they walked out of the amusement park, they started to have friendly exchanges with Li Bua. After some communication, everyone except Li Bua was in a better mood. But at this time, Chu Xuan felt as if he had forgotten something, but he didn't take it to heart. At this time, Hu Qingran said, "What are we going to do later?" Li Bua, I have a suggestion. When several people heard Li Bua speak, they said get lost in unison. On an unknown street, there were 8 people squatting on the roadside, seemingly waiting for something. From time to time, there are pedestrians walking by the roadside, and from time to time you will hear, look, kid, if you don't study hard in the future, you will be like them. When Chu Xuan heard these words, he felt overwhelmed. Brother Hu, where are we going later? Fan Yang asked. Hu Qingran, let's go, I'll take you somewhere. Hu Qingran confidently got into the taxi with a few people. Chu Xuan and his companions did not ask him about the destination and just followed him up. After all, they had seen all kinds of scenes in the past 2 days. Even if there was a mountain of people in front of them, they would not be surprised. After a while, they arrived in front of a street. I saw Chinese and Korean languages on the signs of the shops around me. Hu Qingran said to everyone, this is the Zita Folk Street in Chenzhou. It is said that this place has a history of more than 120 years. But this is my first time here, so I don't know what it is like here. As they talked, several people walked inside. Chu Xuan, I admire you, Brother Hu. I didn't expect you could find a place like this. Hu Qingran, a friend of mine in Shenzhou told me. Chu Xuan looked at the shops in front of him. Just by looking at the signs, he felt like tears were about to flow from the corners of his mouth. After a quick stroll, the few of them already had a variety of food in their hands. The very clever Li Bua even used both hands. Chu Xuan took pictures of all the delicious and fun things he saw along the way, hoping to tell Shenmushi about them when he returned. Chu Xuan himself didn't seem to notice that he had been thinking about Shenmushi from time to time recently. After dinner, they faced another problem: where to stay tonight. Chu Xuan and his friends thought that they couldn't stay in the bathing center every day, but in the eyes of others, this didn't seem to be impossible. In this way, the few of them returned to the bathing city where they stayed yesterday. When the clerk saw the few people, he asked suspiciously, you guys, were you here yesterday? No one said anything, just smiled awkwardly. This time, they did not stay on the first floor for too long, but quickly went to the 3rd floor. Chu Xuan had just laid down when he remembered something. He had originally wanted to buy a small ornament as a souvenir for Shenmushi in the Tea Paradise, but because of that embarrassing performance, he forgot about it. Chu Xuan immediately stood up when he thought of this. Seeing him eject, several people were very confused and asked him, Xuana, what's wrong with you? Chu Xuan, it's okay, Brother Hu. If I leave the bath now, will he still charge me when I come back in? Hu Qingran was full of questions when he heard Chu Xuan's words, as if he didn't understand what Chu Xuan meant. But Chu Xuan didn't care about that. He stood up and walked downstairs. Chu Xuan, I'm going out for a while and will be back soon. Several people were puzzled. Soon Chu Xuan changed his clothes and appeared in front of the door. After thinking for 3 seconds, Chu Xuan still hadn't figured out what to give. But at this time, Chu Xuan found a small stall in an inconspicuous corner, and the stall owner was an old woman. Chu Xuan decided to go to the stall and try his luck. It turned out that Chu Xuan was quite lucky, as this stall was selling jewelry such as hairpins. Soon Chu Xuan was attracted by a hairpin. The hairpin was a jade green color and looked very cool. Chu Xuan thought that this hairpin would suit senior sister Shenmushi very well, so he decided to buy it. Seeing this, the old woman said, young man, you have good taste. Are you going to give it to your girlfriend? When Chu Xuan heard the word girlfriend, his face instantly turned red, and he answered, no, not a girlfriend, but a senior. The old woman had a look on her face that showed she understood everything, and she kept saying, I understand, I understand. The old woman wrapped the hairpin and handed it to Chu Xuan. Just as Chu Xuan was about to leave, the stall owner stopped him. Wait a minute, I'll give you this earring as well. It goes really well with the hairpin. Chu Xuan took the earrings and was about to pay, but was stopped by the old woman. This is a gift for you, no money required. Seeing this, Chu Xuan hurriedly thanked her and took a photo of the old woman. After doing all this, Chu Xuan returned to the bath center. Chu Xuan put away the hairpin and earrings and fell asleep. Chapter 16, I Miss You. Chu Xuan, get up. Accompanied by the shouts, Chu Xuan opened his eyes in a daze. Chu Xuan opened his eyes and said in a daze, Sister, what time is it? This sentence made Li Bua beside him a little confused, and he asked, What sister, are you confused in your sleep? Look who I am. Chu Xuan rubbed his eyes and took a closer look. The person next to him was Li Bua. Then he remembered that he was in college. Li Bua, I say, don't sleep anymore, pack up and get ready to go back to school. Chu Xuan didn't say anything, as if he was restarting his brain. When Li Bua saw this scene, he immediately shook Chu Xuan's body and kept saying, Brother Xuan, please say something, don't scare me. Hu Qingran and others beside him stayed away from Li Bua because the scene was too embarrassing. After they packed up their things, they headed for the station. In the taxi, Chu Xuan looked at the scenery outside the window through the glass. The experiences of the past few days made him feel like he was dreaming. Chu Xuan took out his cell phone and looked through the photos he had taken in the past few days. As he looked at them, he felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Soon they arrived at the station and took a group photo in front of the station as a souvenir. While waiting for the bus, Chu Xuan sent a message to Shenmushi. Chu Xuan, senior sister, I'm going back to school today. When will you come back? After a while, Chu Xuan received a message from his senior sister and thought to himself, senior sister got up really early. Shenmushi, I'll go back the day after tomorrow. What's wrong? Did you miss me? Shenmushi teased Chu Xuan as usual. Chu Xuan, well, I miss you a little bit. Chu Xuan, senior, let's play together next time. Just you and me. Shenmushi was a little surprised to see the message sent by Chu Xuan, and thought to herself, could it be that Chu Xuan was confessing his feelings to her? The more Shenmushi thought about it, the more she felt her face getting hot. Shenmushi did not ask further questions. After all, if she was overthinking, it would be really embarrassing. Shenmushi simply replied, okay, next time we will go play together. The two stopped chatting. Chu Xuan looked at his phone and felt a little dazed. He didn't know how he sent the message just now. However, Chu Xuan didn't worry too much about it. After all, if he didn't think about it, he might not feel embarrassed. Soon the train arrived at the station and several people set out on the journey back to Deepening. Due to their experience here, several people bought the earliest train this time. Perhaps because it was the middle of the National Day holiday, there were not many people on the train. But since they were not in the same carriage, they were quickly separated. Li Bua and Chu Xuan were sitting in the same carriage, but their seats were far apart. Li Bua would look back at Chu Xuan from time to time, but when he looked back, Li Bua felt as if his back teeth were about to be bitten off. Li Bua took a photo of Chu Xuan and sent it to him, with the caption, "You are popular with women." Chu Xuan didn't notice that there was a girl next to him. As soon as he got in the car, he leaned against the window and played some musical notes out of boredom. After seeing the news from Li Bua, Chu Xuan raised his head and looked at Li Bua, only to see that the latter was looking at him with resentment. Chu Xuan smiled and replied, "How about we change seats and you sit next to me?" At the end, Chu Xuan did not forget to add a funny expression. When Li Bua saw the message from Chu Xuan, he began to bombard Chu Xuan with emoticons. Chu Xuan felt a little annoyed, so he set the mode of Do Not Disturb. In this way, Li Bua entertained himself all the way. The train soon arrived in Deepening, and everyone returned to school immediately after getting off the train. As soon as the 8 people arrived at the dormitory, they lay down on their beds tacitly. At this moment, Chu Xuan could finally be a salted fish in peace. I don't know how much time had passed, but it had already darkened and several people were still sleeping soundly in bed. As expected, Chu Xuan was the first to get up. The first thing Chu Xuan did when he got up was not to go to the toilet, but to take out the hairpin and earrings he bought the day before. I turned on the flashlight on my phone and appreciated it through the faint light. From time to time, I would imagine what Shenmushi would look like when she put it on. Chu Xuan lay on the bed and began to think. He thought to himself, could it be that he really has a crush on that senior? But they have only known each other for less than a month. If he was attracted to her so quickly, wouldn't it make him look too frivolous and like a playboy? What's more, she is a school beauty. If it weren't for Chu Yang's opportunity, I'm afraid he would have had a hard time interacting with her. But when he first saw her, he felt a sense of familiarity. Chu Xuan really couldn't understand himself, so he simply stopped thinking about it and lay on the bed in a daze. At this moment, a piece of news brought Chu Xuan back to the real world. Shenmushi, Junior, I will go back to school tomorrow morning. Let us go eat in the afternoon. Chu Xuan looked at the message on his phone, feeling somewhat confused. Chu Xuan, senior sister, aren't you going to get the ticket for the day after tomorrow? Shenmushi, well, but I'm ahead of time, and I kind of want to see you too. Chu Xuan looked at the news in front of him and was speechless for a moment. At this moment, Chu Xuan only felt that he could clearly hear his own heartbeat. Unlike when he was rejected a few months ago, this time Chu Xuan could clearly feel some anticipation. However, Chu Xuan's reason quickly took over. He did not say anything strange, but simply replied to the other party. Chu Xuan, senior sister, be careful on the road. I have prepared a small souvenir for you. Shenmushi, okay, I also prepared a gift for you. At the end of the text, there was an emoticon with the words pat on the head. Chu Xuan put down his phone and continued to lie quietly, thinking. Today's young people often indulge in long conversations, allowing the ambiguous feelings to gradually heat up, mistaking them for true love. However, once the novelty fades, they will realize as if they have just woken up from a dream that what is hidden under the ambiguous appearance is just ordinary small talk. Chu Xuan planned to express his feelings to his senior sister after he truly understood her feelings for her. This would be responsible to himself and Shenmushi. It was unknown how long it had passed, but the sky had already completely darkened. Chu Xuan walked to the balcony, looking at the scenery in the sky, perhaps thinking about something in his mind, but only he knew it all. After a while, with a familiar voice, several people finally woke up from their sleep. The boundless horizon is my love, leaving behind that. That's right. It was Li Bua's cell phone alarm again. Hu Qingran was the first to wake up, and he threw a pillow at Li Bua. Li Bua was a little dazed by the hit, but looking at the expressions of the other people, he instantly understood what it meant. Hu Qingran, why did you set the alarm for 7 p.m., you idiot? Li Bua, I said I was wrong, do you believe me? Then they started a friendly exchange again. Chu Xuan silently closed the balcony door and watched from the balcony. It seemed that all this had become a daily entertainment for several people. Chapter 17, First Date. In the early morning of Dormitory 303, everything was as peaceful as usual. Since it is still holiday, several people are still sleeping in bed, and bursts of snoring can be heard from time to time. Of course, except Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan didn't know when he got up, and he had a pair of big dark circles under his eyes. But this time, Chu Xuan didn't stay up late to play games, but was a little excited and insomniac. Chu Xuan tiptoed out of bed, took his things and went to wash up, fearing that he would wake up the other roommates. After a simple tidying up, Chu Xuan climbed back into bed. As for why he went back to bed after washing up, Chu Xuan himself had no idea. Chu Xuan now feels very excited when he thinks about having dinner with his senior sister in the afternoon, and he wants to go out immediately. Soon, several other people in the dormitory also got up one after another. After they saw Chu Xuan tidying himself up, they became a little suspicious. Li Bua, why are you wearing clothes? When Chu Xuan heard Li Bua asking him, he said a white lie. Chu Xuan, oh, I just went for a run. When several people heard Chu Xuan's words, they couldn't help but feel suspicious. You know, Chu Xuan always wanted to lie down and be a salted fish, so how could he go running? Zhongyi, you actually go out for a run. Shu Chen, that's strange. I don't want to be a salted fish today. Chu Xuan was speechless after listening to his friend's words, but he couldn't say that he was excited today. Chu Xuan didn't care, but continued to lie on the bed with his legs crossed, playing the musical notes. He glanced at the time and sent a message to Shenmushi. Chu Xuan, senior sister, have you set off? As soon as the message was sent, Chu Xuan saw the words the other party is typing displayed in large letters on the chat box. Shenmushi, not yet, I just arrived at the airport, it should be noon when I get to school. Chu Xuan, senior sister, I'll pick you up when you come back. Shenmushi, okay, I'll wait for you when we get there. After saying that, Chu Xuan put down his phone and began to look forward to it. While waiting, Chu Xuan felt that time passed very slowly. He wished it was noon now. During this time, Chu Xuan played several rounds of 4-character games with his roommates, but because there were not enough people, they had to pull a passerby into the team. At first, the team style was quite normal. Chu Xuan, as the king of the jungle, led a few people to carry the whole game, and the others just had to lie down. But as time went on, a breakthrough for the team appeared, and that was Li Bua. As the saying goes, where there is a crouching dragon, there must be a phoenix youngster. The passerby brother, with the lowest economy, challenged the 5 opponents. As expected, the brother was righteously beaten up by the 5 opponents. The older brother saw that the opponent's Marco Polo was at low health, so he turned on the microphone to communicate, saying Marco Polo all the time. The brother is from Guangxi, and he kept saying Mark top gyroscope on the microphone. Chu Xuan and his friends originally tried to hold back their laughter, but the scene at that time was really hilarious. The sound quickly attracted Shu Chen and Su Yu, who did not play this game. They looked at the few people in confusion. Finally, Li Bua couldn't help it and said, brother, I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious. As expected, the game was lost, but everyone was very happy. Chu Xuan glanced at his phone and found that Shenmushi had sent him a message, so he put on his shoes and left the dormitory. Chu Xuan walked to the school gate as quickly as possible, got into a taxi and went to Jiqing Station. As soon as Chu Xuan arrived at Jiqing Station, he saw the familiar figure in the crowd. Today, Shenmushi was wearing a white shirt on the upper body and a black pleated skirt on the lower body, which made her very dazzling in the crowd. However, Shenmushi didn't seem to see him, but was browsing his phone boredly. When Chu Xuan saw this, he wanted to tease Shenmushi, and he saw Chu Xuan secretly walking towards Shenmushi from behind. Chu Xuan walked behind her and said, "Beautiful lady, can I add a green bubble to you?" Shenmushi, "No, I'm waiting for someone." Although he and Shenmushi had not known each other for long, he had never heard Shenmushi speak in such a cold tone. At this moment, Chu Xuan finally understood why Shenmushi was such a cold and aloof existence in the mouths of Li Bua and others. Chu Xuan smiled and said, "Look who I am." Shenmushi glanced subconsciously, and when he saw clearly that the person in front of him was Chu Xuan, the coldness in his eyes disappeared instantly. Shenmushi then realized that it was Chu Xuan who had just come to ask for WeChat. Chu Xuan looked at it and said, "Shall we go, senior?" Shenmushi pretended to be angry and said, "I'm not leaving." Then he walked ahead by himself without paying any attention to Chu Xuan. Although Shenmushi said this, her steps were still very slow, and she would look back at Chu Xuan from time to time. Chu Xuan was walking slowly behind him. When Shenmushi saw that Chu Xuan didn't catch up, she puffed up her lips and thought to herself, "You are so stupid, pig." The two returned to school. This time, Chu Xuan did not send Shenmushi back to the dormitory. After all, it was noon, and there were so many people. If they were seen by others, it might cause trouble for Shenmushi. The two agreed on a time and returned to their own dormitories. In dormitory 303, Chu Xuan had just returned when he was criticized by several people. They surrounded Chu Xuan in a circle with serious faces and asked him questions one after another. Li Bua, "Brother Xuan, what did you do just now in such a hurry?" Hu Qingran, "Oh, you're back." Su Yu, "What were you doing just now?" Zhong Hao, "You're back so early." Zhong Yi, "Why do you still smell good?" Fan Yang, "Leniency to those who confess, severity to those who resist." Shu Chen, "Don't look at me, I was just dragged here to make up the numbers." Chu Xuan was among several people, listening to their questions. Chu Xuan felt overwhelmed again, thinking to himself, these people were completely different from the first impression they gave him. Had he entered a den of bandits? However, Chu Xuan did not answer. He just said a few words to deal with it hastily, and then went to the bed to get his things. At this time, Shenmushi had also packed up, so Chu Xuan went out again. Downstairs in the female dormitory, Shenmushi changed her clothes and put on a white dress, which made her look like a fairy. When Shenmushi saw Chu Xuan, she walked over, and the two walked out of the campus together. Chu Xuan secretly glanced at Shenmushi, and felt that Shenmushi was very different from just now. Now Shenmushi had a sense of elegance and intellectuality. Shenmushi seemed to notice Chu Xuan's gaze, and asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Chu Xuan stuttered again and said, Senior, is this considered a date?" When Shenmushi heard what Chu Xuan said, her face turned slightly red, but she still smiled and said, "Well, it should be considered." Chapter 18 Date in Progress. Chu Xuan's face turned slightly red when he heard Shenmushi's words. You know, Chu Xuan has never played alone with other girls except his sister. Shenmushi seemed to notice that Chu Xuan was a little shy, so she said, "What's wrong?" "I was just teasing you." Although Shenmushi said this, she had actually begun to panic in her heart. Chu Xuan lowered his head and looked at his phone. He found that it was still very early. If he went to eat now, he would not be able to eat anything. So he asked Shenmushi, "Senior sister, is it too early for us to eat now?" Shenmushi just smiled when she heard Chu Xuan's words, and then said, "Who said we are going to eat now?" As she said that, Shenmushi pulled Chu Xuan into a taxi. This made Chu Xuan very curious about where the senior sister was going to take him. Chu Xuan looked at the scenery outside through the glass and thought that this was his first time strolling around Jiqing after coming there for so long. Soon, the taxi arrived at their destination. Shenmushi pointed at the building in front of them and said, "This is the central shopping mall in Jiqing. You haven't been here yet, right? I'll take you for a walk today." After that, the two of them walked in. Chu Xuan seldom goes shopping in malls, let alone with girls, so Chu Xuan now starts to walk with his feet turned, but he himself has not noticed. And Shenmushi usually didn't let her go shopping with boys. She had never even gone out with boys. However, perhaps because she was out with Chu Xuan this time, she was very happy now, wandering around like a little rabbit. The two of them looked like an ordinary couple. The girl was optimistic, cheerful, lively, and active, while the boy was calm, mature, and seemed a little shy. No one who passed by would not turn around and take a second look at them. Shenmushi looked back at Chu Xuan and found that he had not caught up, so he stopped and waited there. Looking at Chu Xuan, who was not far away, she smiled and said to him, "Chu Xuan, you turned the other way again. What's wrong?" You are so nervous when you come out with me. Senior, I'm not nervous at all. Chu Xuan's speech was almost garbled now, but he didn't seem to notice it. And Shenmushi just smiled at him and didn't say anything. Soon Chu Xuan was attracted by the figurine shop next to him. Shenmushi noticed his look and pulled Chu Xuan in to take a look. For a two-dimensional world, the destructive power of these figures is simply too great. Shenmushi said, "Which one do you like? I'll give it to you." Chu Xuan glanced at the price and rejected Shenmushi. "No need, senior sister, just take a look. The price is so expensive, why not buy something delicious?" As he said that, Chu Xuan walked out of the figurine shop with Shenmushi. But the body doesn't seem to lie. Before Chu Xuan came out, his eyes would occasionally fall on a figurine. And this scene seemed to be seen by Shenmushi. After Shenmushi and Chu Xuan strolled around the mall for a while, seeing that the time was almost up, they left and went to the hot pot restaurant. The hot pot restaurant was not far from here, but the two considered that the other party might have no topics to talk about along the way, so they both decided to take a taxi there. Soon they arrived at the hot pot restaurant. On the hot pot restaurant sign was written Authentic Sichuan Hot Pot. Just by looking at the sign and the color, Chu Xuan felt that his taste buds were about to explode. Although Chu Xuan usually likes to eat spicy food, this is the first time he has eaten authentic Sichuan hot pot. Shenmushi looked at Chu Xuan and said, "If you can't do it, we can go eat something else." When Chu Xuan heard that he was being looked down upon, his fighting spirit instantly ignited. "What a joke, I'm afraid of spicy food," he said and walked straight in. Shenmushi kept laughing behind him. As soon as Chu Xuan entered the door, he was attracted by the decoration style of the store. The overall style of the store was not very luxurious, but it was decorated with relatively simple colors and small objects, giving people an authentic feeling. "Hey, 1111 is here, come and sit down." Chu Xuan looked in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged woman speaking to Shenmushi from not far away. Shenmushi was arranged to sit in a seat by the middle-aged woman and then turned and left. Then Shenmushi called Chu Xuan over. Chu Xuan asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Senior sister, do you know her?" Shenmushi took a sip of tea and said, "Well, she is the owner of this store. She opened this store with her husband." Before Shenmushi finished speaking, the middle-aged woman came over and said, 1111, how long have you not been here? Didn't T Xiao come with you?" The middle-aged woman didn't seem to notice Chu Xuan and was just chatting with Shenmushi. Seeing this, Shenmushi replied, "Yes, Aunt Liu, Xiao has been very busy recently, so I didn't bring her." As Shenmushi said this, he looked in the direction of Chu Xuan, and Aunt Liu naturally understood what Shenmushi meant. In fact, when the two of them came in just now, Aunt Liu noticed him, but the reason why she didn't mention Chu Xuan was because she was afraid that Chu Xuan was the harasser of Shenmushi. Aunt Liu looked at the shy boy in front of her and said, 1111, is he your boyfriend?" When they heard the word boyfriend, their faces turned red like peppers, and Shenmushi found an excuse to go to the bathroom, leaving Chu Xuan alone. Chu Xuan was very embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Hello, Auntie, she is my senior." "Young man, just call me Aunt Liu." Aunt Liu looked at the stuttering boy in front of her and answered, "Young man, as far as I know, 1111 has never brought anyone other than Xiao to dinner before. You are the only one." As he said this, a look of shock appeared on his face. Chu Xuan listened to Aunt Liu's words and lowered his head nervously. At this moment, he didn't know what to say. He just felt very embarrassed, as if he was meeting his parents. After a while, Shenmushi came back, and Chu Xuan felt like he had grabbed a life-saving straw, and Aunt Liu was also very tactful and left the menu and smiled. Since it was Chu Xuan's first time to eat at this restaurant, the ordering of dishes was left to Shenmushi. Shenmushi thought about Chu Xuan's hard talk just now, and then remembered that he made her angry at noon, so she ordered a super spicy hot pot. After ordering the dishes, Chu Xuan talked about his experiences in Shenyang these days. When talking about the two old people Chu Xuan met, Shenmushi's eyes were full of envy, just like Chu Xuan's. Soon, the dishes they ordered were served. Chu Xuan looked at the pot full of peppers and thought to himself that he might have to report to the anorectal department tomorrow. The fact was exactly as Chu Xuan thought. Chu Xuan didn't feel anything when he first ate it, but as time passed, the spicy taste began to spread in his taste buds. Although Chu Xuan said that it was not spicy, beads of sweat the size of soybeans appeared on his forehead and his lips turned red. Shenmushi looked at Chu Xuan in front of him and felt a little bit sorry for him, so she said, "Chu Xuan, how about I change the base of the pot for you?" When Chu Xuan heard Shenmushi's words, he thought to himself that he was actually underestimated, and decisively rejected Shenmushi. Shenmushi looked at Chu Xuan in front of him, and couldn't he help but take out his mobile phone and took a photo of Chu Xuan. Chapter 19. Don't you remember me? Shenmushi carefully saved the photo she had just taken in her mobile phone, fearing that she would delete it accidentally. Chu Xuan didn't seem to notice that the senior had just secretly photographed him, and he just kept eating. After eating for a while, Chu Xuan felt like his mouth was about to spit out fire. Chu Xuan picked up a piece of paper, put it on a chopstick to make a small white flag, and kept waving it in his hand. Seeing this, Shenmushi just smiled lightly, as if she was intentionally maintaining her elegant image. Shenmushi said, "Stupid, I just told you not to be so stubborn if you can't do it." Then Shenmushi called Aunt Liu. Aunt Liu looked at Chu Xuan, wondering what was wrong with him, so Shenmushi explained it to Aunt Liu, and then asked Aunt Liu to serve something to relieve the spiciness. Shenmushi placed both hands on the table, supported her cheek with her left hand, and looked at Chu Xuan with a smile. Her eyes were as beautiful as crescent moons. Chu Xuan raised his head and met Shenmushi's gaze, only to see him lower his head again in an instant. Chu Xuan thought to himself, how could the senior sister be so beautiful? When Shenmushi saw Chu Xuan saw him, he asked him a question. "Chu Xuan, don't you remember me?" Chu Xuan was a little confused by this question and wondered what was wrong with his senior sister. But he still said, How could I not remember senior sister? Your name is Shenmushi. You are the school beauty of Deepening University, and my sister's best friend." However, Chu Xuan didn't seem to notice the volume of his voice. He just saw people around him looking at him with a smile. This scene made Chu Xuan feel very embarrassed, and he quickly stood up and apologized to everyone. Chu Xuan thought to himself, I am done for. My dark scene was seen by my senior sister again. When Chu Xuan sat down, he noticed that Shenmushi opposite him seemed to have become a different person. The smile on his face was gone, and his eyes revealed bursts of coldness, but Chu Xuan didn't know why. Shenmushi slowly stretched out his right hand towards Chu Xuan, with his hand in a posture, as if he wanted to flick Chu Xuan's forehead hard. Seeing this, Chu Xuan did not dodge, but just closed his eyes and curled up his body. When Shenmushi's hand reached out to Chu Xuan, she did not flick his forehead, but gently tapped Chu Xuan's forehead with 2 fingers, saying, "Big idiot." Chu Xuan seemed to have seen this scene in a 4-character anime. Chu Xuan opened his eyes, only to see that Shenmushi in front of him had returned to his previous state, but this time he was holding his cheeks with both hands. The scene just now made Chu Xuan inexplicably have an idea in his mind. Could it be that senior sister is my biological sister? However, this idea made Chu Xuan himself speechless. He thought to himself that he might be crazy to have such an idea. After the meal, Chu Xuan planned to pay the bill first, but as soon as he stood up, he was stopped by Shenmushi. Shenmushi looked at Chu Xuan and said, What are you going to do?" Chu Xuan said awkwardly, "Senior sister, I'll go settle the bill." When Shenmushi heard this, she planned to go with him. After paying the bill, Chu Xuan and the other person simply exchanged a few words with Aunt Liu and then turned and left. "Shenmushi, Junior, let's split the money for dinner. I've transferred the money to you." Chu Xuan was a little confused when he heard this. After all, he was the one who was supposed to treat the senior sister to a meal, but in the end, the senior sister and he had to pay 40% of the bill. Chu Xuan looked at the transfer message on his phone and wanted to return it to Shenmushi. Shenmushi also noticed this scene, so she said, "If you don't accept it, I will never eat with you again next time." Helplessly accepting it, Chu Xuan looked at Shenmushi's back, thinking that Shenmushi was really different from some girls he knew, and took out his mobile phone as he spoke. I secretly took a picture of her back. And then Chu Xuan remembered that he still had something to give to his senior sister, so he quickly walked to Shenmushi. Chu Xuan reached into the small bag he carried with him and took out a small box that was wrapped delicately. Chu Xuan gave it to Shenmushi. He said, "Senior sister, this is for you. I thought it was very suitable for you at the time. I hope you don't dislike it." Shenmushi took the box, slowly opened it and took a look. What caught her eye was the emerald green and transparent hairpin, and a pair of earrings lying quietly beside it. Shenmushi seemed to have received some treasure, and was very happy to hold the small box carefully in her hand and said, "Junior brother, this is so beautiful. I like it very much, thank you. In fact, I also prepared a gift for you, but now, I can't give it to you." Chu Xuan was intrigued by Shenmushi's words. He was very curious about what gift the senior would prepare for him, but he did not ask much. The two of them were not in a hurry to go back to school, but walked aimlessly on the street. They did not talk, but there was a strange atmosphere around them. In the blink of an eye, it was almost time to close the dormitory, so they called a taxi back to school. As soon as the two got out of the car, Chu Xuan walked in the same direction as Shenmushi. You know, the girls' dormitory where Shenmushi lived and the boys' dormitory where Chu Xuan lived were very far away. Seeing Chu Xuan walking in the same direction as herself, Shenmushi asked, "Junior, did you go the wrong way? The men's dormitory is not here." When Chu Xuan heard Shenmushi ask this, he answered, "I know, senior sister, but I plan to take you back to the dormitory first." Shenmushi heard it but did not stop it, but strode forward, still saying, "I won't wait for you." After sending his senior off, Chu Xuan returned to the dormitory on time. He found that there was no one in 303. Chu Xuan turned on his phone and found the messages left by several roommates in the group. Hu Qingran, Su Yu is heartbroken. Let's go out with him to relax. Do you want to come over? Chu Xuan looked at the time and thought that it was already so late, and he had just finished his meal and couldn't eat anything now, so he refused a few people. Chu Xuan was lying on the bed, thinking that it seemed that he would have to stay alone in the empty room tonight. Then Chu Xuan took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Shenmushi. Chu Xuan, senior sister, I'm in the dormitory. You should go to bed early. Shenmushi, okay, I know. You should rest early too. Chu Xuan, senior sister, can we still have dinner together next time? As he said this, he also added a photo of Shenmushi's back that he secretly took. Shenmushi, when did you take the photo? After that, Shenmushi also sent the photo she took of Chu Xuan eating. The two of them chatted for a long time. In the girls' dormitory on the other side, Che Xiaoxiao looked at Shenmushi and fiddled with her phone with a smile, and she knew who the person on the other side was without having to guess. Che Xiaoxiao looked at the worthless appearance of Shenmushi in front of her, and said, 1111, where are you at? Shenmushi smiled and said to Che Xiaoxiao, well, the first step hasn't started yet. Chapter 20 Entrance Examination. In the blink of an eye, today is the last day of the National Day holiday. Room 303 is still as quiet as ever. Chu Xuan and a few others are lying on the bed, scrolling through their phones out of boredom. Suddenly, Fan Yang pushed open the dormitory door and told everyone a piece of news in a panic. Fan Yang, brothers, have you heard? We have an entrance exam tomorrow. Chu Xuan and his companions were obviously shocked by the news brought by Fan Yang, so much so that Chu Xuan sat up. Chu Xuan said, why do we have to take exams when school starts? What should we sing? Fan Yang replied, I heard from our last class that the vocal teacher seems to be assigned based on how well you sing. Li Bua was obviously a little flustered when he heard it. No, then I, a clarinet player, also have to take the exam. Fan Yang, yes, everyone has to sing, and then they will be assigned a teacher. After hearing Fan Yang's words, the entire dormitory 303 was suddenly filled with wailing sounds. They had wanted to lie quietly in the dormitory today and enjoy the last days of vacation, but after hearing the news, they lost interest in lying down and went to the piano room. Except Chu Xuan, of course. Chu Xuan continued to lie on the bed, as if the wailing just now was not made by himself, and he sent a message to Shenmushi. Chu Xuan, senior sister, when you first entered school, did you also have exams? This time, Chu Xuan didn't receive any message from the other party for a long time, so he simply started watching anime. In the blink of an eye, it was already 11 o'clock, and the people in the dormitory had not returned yet, so Chu Xuan sent a message in the group. Chu Xuan, someone come back and bring me some food later. Just after the message was sent out, 1, 2, 3, several people sent messages saying that they would be back very late at noon. Chu Xuan thought to himself, looks like I have to go out to eat alone today. At this time, Chu Xuan finally received a message from his senior. Shenmushi, what are you doing? I was just in class, come out and accompany me to dinner. Chu Xuan was very happy to see the message and replied, where are you, senior? Shall I go find you downstairs? Shenmushi, no, I'm downstairs from you. Chu Xuan looked at the message on his phone and ran out of the dormitory excitedly, only to see Shenmushi waiting downstairs. People around him would look at her from time to time, and there were even a few who wanted to get her green bubble. However, Shenmushi's temperament seemed to stop everyone from coming forward. When Shenmushi saw Chu Xuan coming out of the building, she seemed like a different person in an instant. The cold temperament just now was gone, and now she was like a little rabbit. Since most of the students in building number 9 where Chu Xuan lived were freshmen, many people did not know Shenmushi. So when everyone saw Shenmushi's attitude towards Chu Xuan, they felt that their back teeth were about to break. Shenmushi and Chu Xuan did not choose to eat outside this time. Instead, they came to the second cafeteria. Shenmushi took Chu Xuan to the 3rd floor of the cafeteria. After ordering the meal, they sat down in an empty corner. Shenmushi seemed to be afraid of ruining the atmosphere between the two. Shenmushi saw that Chu Xuan in front of him seemed to be worried, so he said, what is wrong? Are you worried about tomorrow's exam? Chu Xuan didn't say anything but nodded, and Shenmushi spoke to comfort him. It's okay, this is just a small test, It won't have anything to do with the future, so don't worry. Chu Xuan listened to Shenmushi's words, and he seemed to be feeling better. Soon Chu Xuan realized another problem. Where could he find accompaniment in such a short time? Chu Xuan looked at Shenmushi again, senior sister's piano accompaniment. Shenmushi seemed to have guessed what Chu Xuan was going to say, and before he finished speaking, she interrupted him. The academy will arrange someone to play the accompaniment on that day. If the time is not too short, I can also play it for you. After listening to Shenmushi's words, Chu Xuan only felt a lot more relaxed. After dinner, Chu Xuan did not hang out with Shenmushi, but returned to their respective dormitories. When they returned to 303, they saw the other people were turning around on the ground in a panic. Li Bua saw that Chu Xuan was very calm, so he asked him, "Brother Xuan, the exam is tomorrow. Why aren't you nervous?" Chu Xuan was originally very nervous, but after hearing from his senior sister that it was not a big exam, plus he himself was studying vocal music, so naturally he was not very nervous. Chu Xuan looked at the emotions of the few people and said to them, "It's okay. I have said hello to everyone else. This is just like Fan Yang said, a small test." Although several people said that they were fine, their bodies still rolled around on the ground involuntarily. Seeing this, Chu Xuan sighed helplessly and continued to lie on the bed playing games. Time quickly came to the next day. Today was the day Chu Xuan and his friends officially walked around the campus as freshmen. Everything around them seemed to have become more novel in their eyes. Relying on his previous memories, Chu Xuan brought a few people to the Conservatory of Music. This was the first time Chu Xuan had been to the Conservatory of Music since the start of the school year. Music-related elements can be seen in every corner of the music school. There is a statue of Mr. Nai at the entrance of the school. In the corridors of the school, there are introductions and photos of many composers, as well as the development history of the school. In the center of the music school, there is a Steinway piano for students to enjoy. Soon Chu Xuan and his companions followed the crowd and arrived at the entrance examination place. Chu Xuan looked at the long line in front of him and squatted down against the wall. He was bored and sent messages to his senior, but the other party seemed to be very busy and had not replied to him. Chu Xuan did not keep sending messages to Shenmushi, but used his not-so-big eyes to constantly look around at these unfamiliar classmates. College classes are different from high school classes. You may not know all the classmates in the 4 years of college, but it's strange that everyone seems to know Chu Xuan, and Chu Xuan himself doesn't know why. The line was getting shorter and shorter, and Chu Xuan was about to reach his line. However, he began to feel a little panicked and saw him turning in circles. Soon Li Bua came out and said to the others, "Oh my God, there's a really pretty girl in there, but she had no expression on her face the whole time." This also made Chu Xuan very curious, and he thought to himself that the person inside might be his senior. The next person to go in was Shu Chen. Chu Xuan and a few others were seen leaning against the door, secretly listening to Shu Chen singing. The reason why they were so excited was that Shu Chen sang in the pop style during the art exam, while Chu Xuan sang in the bel canto style. This made them very curious about how Shu Chen sang. When Shu Chen finished singing, they only had one thought: he sang like the original singer. As Shu Chen came out, the next one was Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan walked in quickly with his head down. After giving his music score to the piano accompaniment teacher, he raised his head and briefly introduced himself. At this time, Chu Xuan saw a familiar figure in the last row of seats. Just as Chu Xuan thought, the expressionless senior sister was Shenmushi, but at this time Shenmushi had already looked at Chu Xuan with eyes full of doting. Chu Xuan was looking at the senior with a smile, as if he had forgotten that he was taking an exam. A female teacher in her 40s followed Chu Xuan's gaze and happened to see Shenmushi. She instantly showed an expression of understanding and said, "Pay attention to each other. It's an exam now. If you have anything to say, wait until after the exam." Chu Xuan heard that the teacher's words were a reminder to him, and then he began to sing. Although Chu Xuan usually behaves timidly, he is quite handsome when singing. Shenmushi thought. Chapter 21, First Lesson. After Chu Xuan finished singing, the teacher in the room said nothing, but just asked him to get out as soon as possible so as not to affect the next person's exam. When Li Bua and his companions saw Chu Xuan coming out, they thought that since everyone had finished the exam, there was no need to stay here, so they planned to leave. But Chu Xuan refused Li Bua and the others, saying that he had something to do and asked everyone to leave first. Although Li Bua and his friends were confused, they did not ask too many questions. After all, they were all adults and everyone had their own little secrets. Chu Xuan wanted to squat there like he did just now, but he was alone now, so it would inevitably feel awkward. So Chu Xuan sat down on the stairs beside the room, looking at the few remaining students taking the exam, thinking that Shenmushi should be out soon. But things went against his wishes. The teachers had already come out, but Shenmushi's figure was nowhere to be seen. This made Chu Xuan very confused, wondering what the senior sister was doing. Soon Chu Xuan received a message from Shenmushi, asking him to come in. Chu Xuan came to the door without even thinking about getting up. Chu Xuan turned the handle and said, "Senior sister, what are you doing? Are you going to eat?" But Chu Xuan did not notice that Shenmushi was not the only one in the room. The female teacher just now was also in the room. Chu Xuan saw the two of them chatting hand in hand and felt that he had come at the wrong time. He said that he had walked into the wrong classroom and wanted to leave with his head down. Shenmushi stopped Chu Xuan, who was about to leave, and asked him, "Are you acting in a sitcom? Why don't you come over?" Hearing Shenmushi's words, Chu Xuan walked towards the two of them tremblingly, as if he was a child who had done something wrong. Shenmushi introduced Chu Xuan enthusiastically, "Junior brother, this is my teacher, Professor Wang." When Chu Xuan heard that the person in front of him was the senior sister's teacher, he quickly stood up, bowed and said, "Hello, teacher." Professor Wang did not say anything, but just looked at Chu Xuan with a smile, as if he was observing the young man in front of him. "So you are Chu Xuan." Professor Wang's words confused Chu Xuan, wondering if the other party had heard of him. Although Chu Xuan was very curious, he did not ask further questions. After all, the first impression that students give to their teachers is very important. Chu Xuan did not notice that Shenmushi beside him had already blushed and lowered her head. After a while, Professor Wang looked at his mobile phone and found that it was getting late and the three of them had not yet eaten, so he decided to take the two children to eat together. Chu Xuan didn't really want to go. After all, the other party was a teacher and he couldn't speak, so he was afraid of leaving a bad impression on the other party. Shenmushi saw Chu Xuan's thoughts and refused Professor Wang. After hearing this, Professor Wang did not invite them any further, but turned and left, leaving the two children with plenty of space. Seeing Professor Wang walking away, Chu Xuan asked Shenmushi, "Senior sister, I feel that Professor Wang is a good person, and he feels very kind." When Shenmushi heard Chu Xuan's words, she smiled and said, "Yes, Professor Wang is the best teacher I have ever met, no doubt about it." Chu Xuan listened to Shenmushi's words, thinking how nice it would be if he and his senior sister had the same teacher, but it all depended on luck. Shenmushi saw that Chu Xuan seemed to be thinking about something, but did not ask more questions. Instead, she took Chu Xuan's wrist and took him to eat. After lunch, Chu Xuan chose to go back to the dormitory, while Shenmushi left mysteriously, as if he was busy with something. As soon as Chu Xuan returned to the dormitory, he climbed onto his bed. Seeing this, Hu Qingran asked him, "Xuana, aren't you going to class later?" Chu Xuan was puzzled. I still have classes in the afternoon." Seeing this, Su Yu complained helplessly, "Don't you read the messages in the group?" Chu Xuan then remembered that he had started classes as usual this afternoon. Chu Xuan looked at the time and found that it was already 1 o'clock, and his class was at 1:30, so Chu Xuan had to get out of bed again. Chu Xuan and the others walked to the classroom and found a large group of people blocking the door. They looked inside and found that the room was already full, as if some kind of meeting was taking place. After an unknown amount of time, a male teacher walked in, seemingly explaining the situation to the other teacher. Soon, the people in the room slowly walked out, and Chu Xuan and the others also walked in. Chu Xuan and his friends suddenly had an idea. Since today was the first class, they decided to sit in the first row. Chu Xuan and his companions walked to the first row amid everyone's puzzled gazes. Like a primary school student, Su Yu crossed his hands on the table and took a photo at the outermost position and posted it in the dormitory group. Chu Xuan looked at the photos on his phone and posted his first circle of friends in more than a decade, study hard, and a photo of Su Yu Zhao. Soon, he received a lot of replies under the circle of friends, but most of them were from high school friends who were making trouble. Chu Xuan looked at his phone and smiled, then decided to listen to the class carefully. However, Chu Xuan still overestimated himself. Since this class was an English class and Chu Xuan's English was not good to begin with, he fell asleep before the teacher had spoken for long. When he woke up again, he found that he was drooling in his sleep, and the people around him were either playing with their phones or sleeping like Chu Xuan. When Chu Xuan turned around, he found that the whole class was like this. The teacher continued to lecture on the podium, but at this time a discordant sound was heard. I don't know who was snoring in class, and the sound was very close to him, so close that it seemed like it was made by Li Bua. However, Chu Xuan quickly realized that the sound was made by Li Bua. The teacher also noticed Li Bua, but did not call him. He just stared at Li Bua. Chu Xuan and others obviously noticed all this and shook Li Bua in a hurry. Li Bua and his friends woke up from a shaking, but his brain seemed to have crashed. He stretched out in class and made a louder sound. Seeing this, Chu Xuan and his friends moved a few places away tacitly, as if they were trying to distance themselves from Li Bua. Soon Li Bua's brain seemed to have restarted. Remembering that he was in class, he quickly stood up and apologized to the teacher. The teacher didn't care. He just asked him to sit down and ask him what his name was. But before Li Bua could say anything, everyone in the class said his name, as if Li Bua was the star of the whole class. The teacher smiled and said that he would remember him, and finally made a small complaint: if any students are sleeping, remember not to snore. After that, he continued teaching. Chu Xuan and his companions moved to the back row at some point and put Li Bua in the first row. Chapter 22 begins to choose an instrument. With the ringing of a bell, the class finally ended. Chu Xuan felt that this was the longest class in his life. The others tacitly decided that in order to prevent something like today from happening again, they would never sit with him again. This time, the group did not wait for Li Bua, but walked towards the art building with big strides. Li Bua was chasing after them from behind, saying, "Wait for my brothers later." It would have been better if this sentence had not been said. After it was said, the few people walked faster and soon arrived at the art building. They wanted to go back to the dormitory after class, but everyone needed to choose a musical instrument to learn before their junior year. Soon a group of people walked into a rehearsal room on the 4th floor of the art building, and in the middle of the room there were several teachers explaining the instruments they taught to each person. Li Bua, Hu Qingran, and Fan Yang studied musical instruments before coming to university, so they left here directly, and then the teacher began to explain various musical instruments to everyone. But Chu Xuan was not interested in what was being said, so much so that he kept yawning. At this time, Shu Chen beside him asked, "What instrument are you going to choose?" Chu Xuan replied, "I don't know, I want to choose either drums or violin." Shu Chen found that Chu Xuan had the same idea as him, and he also wanted to choose the violin. At this time, Chu Xuan said, "To be honest, I think there will be a lot of candidates for the violin." Just as Chu Xuan thought, it was finally time to explain the violin. When the teacher asked who wanted to choose the violin, only 1, 2, a total of 9 people chose the violin, but each instrument had a fixed number of only 8 people. Then a teacher began to talk about the obstacles to learning the violin. However, after the teacher finished speaking, there was one more person who chose the violin. The teacher had no choice but to use the fairest method, the palm and back of the hand, and a few people were eliminated. As there were so many people, Chu Xuan decided to use some tricks. Chu Xuan leaned close to Shu Chen's ear and whispered, "No matter how many rounds we have, we'll just fight with our palms." This sentence was also heard by the 2 people around Chu Xuan and Shu Chen. Chu Xuan noticed that others heard it, but he did not change his mind with Shu Chen. With the word "ready," the hands of several people slowly fell. Only 6 people had their palms, and the remaining 4 people had their backs of their hands. 2 more people had to be selected from these 4 people. Chu Xuan and Shu Chen were among the 6 people. Chu Xuan hugged Shu Chen excitedly, and seemed very excited. But Chu Xuan didn't know that the violin would be his nightmare for 2 years. After the 2 of them finished choosing their instruments and walked out of the rehearsal room, Shu Chen said to Chu Xuan, "You know, when you said we should play palms just now, the person next to me and you heard it." Chu Xuan smiled and said, "I know. I did it on purpose for them to hear. I was afraid that they would come up with something different." Shu Chen didn't understand why Chu Xuan did this. Chu Xuan explained to him, "Think about it, if the 4 of us are in the minority, and we keep showing our hands, in the end, the 2 of us are still the same." At this moment, Chu Xuan felt that his IQ was close to 108, but Shu Chen poured a basin of cold water on him. "Shu Chen, what if the 4 of us keep using our palms?" Chu Xuan didn't seem to have thought of this. All that remained was a wry smile on his face. He thought to himself, Shu Chen really knows how to pour cold water on people. Chu Xuan, then let it be up to fate. At this moment, the people in Dormitory 303 finally chose their own musical instruments. Zhong Hao and Zhong Yi chose to play the erhu, Su Yu played the guzheng, and Hu Qingran, Li Bua, and Fan Yang continued to learn the instruments they had learned before college, namely trumpet, clarinet, and bamboo flute. However, they don't know yet that some of them will encounter many difficulties in the near future. Chu Xuan and his friends returned to the dormitory chatting and laughing. Some of them said that there were so few courses in college and there was only 1 class today. However, they did not know that today was Wednesday and after Tuesday, most of the classes in the morning were small professional classes. Since they had never looked at their own schedules, they didn't know that every day was filled with classes. If other people's schedules were called Death Monday or something like that, Chu Xuan and his classmates' schedule could be called Death Freshman. After returning to the dormitory, they opened the 4-character game. Chu Xuan didn't want to play, but he couldn't resist the high expectations they set for him. Chu Xuan hadn't played with them in the past few days, and they lost badly. Although they often lost when Chu Xuan was around, they all had a good gaming experience, except for Chu Xuan himself. Sure enough, it was just like every time. They played for 2 hours and lost 1.5 hours. The 4 people except Chu Xuan showed satisfied expressions on their faces. Chu Xuan thought that he should not play the 4-character game in the future, but he still couldn't bear it. Chu Xuan put down his phone and lay on the bed bored. He began to imagine his next 4 years of college life. As he thought about it, Chu Xuan laughed inexplicably. Li Bua and the others were used to it and looked at Chu Xuan as if he were a fool. At this time, Chu Xuan received a message from Shenmushi. Shenmushi, what are you doing? Are you choosing a musical instrument today? Chu Xuan, yes, senior sister, guess what I chose? Shenmushi, I guess it's the violin. Chu Xuan, senior sister, how did you know that? Shenmushi, I guessed. In fact, the reason why Shenmushi knew that Chu Xuan chose the violin was because when Chu Xuan was choosing an instrument, she happened to see him at the door, but Chu Xuan did not see Shenmushi. Chu Xuan, senior sister, what are you doing recently? It seems that you are very busy. Shenmushi, secret. In the girls' dormitory on the other side, Che Xiaoxiao looked at Shenmushi in front of her and asked, 1111, you have been very busy recently because of the freshman party. As she spoke, Che Xiaoxiao threw herself into Shenmushi's arms. Shenmushi said, yeah, I haven't been with Chu Xuan for a long time recently. When Che Xiaoxiao heard what Shenmushi said, she urgently withdrew a hug from the other party, curled her lips and said, ha, the sour smell of love. When Shenmushi heard what Che Xiaoxiao said, she was startled at first, and then she said, what love? I haven't been in love with him yet. Che Xiaoxiao said, yes, we are not in love yet, but it will be soon. By the way, 1111, does Chu Xuan still not think of you? Shenmushi didn't say anything, but picked up the hairpin that Chu Xuan gave her and shook her head. Che Xiaoxiao looked at Shenmushi in front of her and said, then, if he never remembered, then you never told him? Shenmushi, I don't know, if he really doesn't remember knowing me before, then I will tell him. Chapter 23 Rainy days are more suitable for sleeping. The early morning sunshine shines on every corner of the campus, and at 7 o'clock in the morning, there are already people walking on the campus roads. At the same time, several people in Dormitory 303 had already gotten up, and some of them were having friendly exchanges with Li Bua. It seemed that all this had become a daily routine in this dormitory. Hu Qingran, damn it, can you turn off your alarm clock by yourself? Li Bua, I'm just worried that if we have classes today, everyone won't be able to get up. Su Yu, I think we can stop talking nonsense and just go to his bed. Today is Thursday. Originally, several people thought they had classes today. However, after looking at the class schedule the night before, they found out that there were no other classes this morning except the choir rehearsal. Several people were not members of the choir, and they thought they could have a good sleep. However, who knew that they would be woken up by Li Bua again? After some friendly exchanges, they all lost their sleepiness. Seeing that it was only 7:30 in the morning, they didn't know what to do. Zhongyi looked at Chu Xuan and said, hey, Xuana, didn't you say you wanted to go for a run before? Why aren't you going now? Chu Xuan looked at Zhongyi with some embarrassment. He couldn't say that he was trying to pick up his senior at that time. Then he answered, how about, just ignore what I said. After hearing Chu Xuan's words, Zhongyi did not respond, as if he had already known that it was impossible for Chu Xuan to go running. As they chatted, Chu Xuan felt sleepy and soon fell asleep. Several people heard Chu Xuan's breathing as he fell asleep and found it a little incredible that he was still chatting 1 second and fell asleep the next. However, this is also normal for college students. After all, college students have always been particular about irregular work and rest and taking naps anywhere. When Chu Xuan woke up again, he found that it was already noon and it was raining outside. This was the first time it had rained so heavily since Chu Xuan came to Jiqing. Accompanied by a heavy rain, Chu Xuan could clearly feel that the temperature had dropped a lot. Chu Xuan wrapped himself tightly in the quilt like a caterpillar, fearing that he would accidentally expose part of his body. Although rainy days are perfect for sleeping, I couldn't fall asleep at all, so I just took out my tablet and wanted to watch a new TV series. However, before that, Chu Xuan opened his green bubble and sent a message to Shenmushi. Senior sister, the weather has cooled down recently, you must keep warm. After a while, the other party sent a message. Okay, I got it. You should also wear more clothes to avoid catching a cold. We won't have dinner together today. Remember to eat well. Chu Xuan simply replied to the senior sister and continued watching the drama. At this time, Fan Yang asked, brothers, are we still going to eat today? Looking at the rain outside, they decided to order takeout today, but they didn't want to get out of bed, So Zhonghao made a good suggestion. Isn't Li Bua outside? Let him take it when he comes back. If it weren't for what Zhonghao said, Chu Xuan wouldn't have noticed that Li Bua wasn't in the dormitory. No wonder he felt so quiet today. Chu Xuan asked a few people where Li Bua had gone, but they only knew that he said he had something to do and left. Several people sent a message in the dormitory group. After seeing it, Li Bua agreed without saying a word. Seeing that Li Bua agreed, several people sent their own last digit of the phone number in. At this time, Li Bua seemed to have thought of something and tagged Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan, you won't order so many things today like last time, right? Chu Xuan, no, this time it must not be as much as last time. Chu Xuan wondered if Shenmushi had eaten, so he sent a message to the other party. Chu Xuan, senior sister, have you eaten yet? Shenmushi, well, Xiao and I have finished eating, what is wrong? Chu Xuan, it's okay, I was just worried that senior sister didn't have a meal, so I wanted to order something for her. Shenmushi, stupid, I've already finished eating. About 30 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Hu Qingran said, come in. Li Bua was holding takeouts of different sizes, and he said, hello, your yellow kangaroo has brought your godfather here. Under normal circumstances, although they would not take Li Bua's words to heart, they would definitely jump off the bed. However, since he brought takeout for them today, they let him talk nonsense today. Several people asked Li Bua what he was doing today. Li Bua explained to them that he went to participate in the selection of the sports department today. Several people found it unbelievable. Although Li Bua usually liked to play basketball, they never expected that he would participate in the selection of the sports department. However, they did not care about him and started eating their takeout. Chu Xuan was eating lunch while watching TV and seemed to be in a good mood. However, with a message in the class group, Chu Xuan's mood suddenly became no longer good. There was a picture posted in the group with the words list of new choir members written in large letters. There were more than 20 people on the list, and the 7 people in the dormitory except Chu Xuan were not on it. This made Chu Xuan, who already had social anxiety, feel scared, and when he thought about having to join the choir every Thursday morning when others were still sleeping, the light in his eyes instantly disappeared. Seeing Chu Xuan's expression, several people comforted him. It's okay, it's just a morning class. Think about it positively, at least it's not 8 in the morning. Several people looked at Chu Xuan's face with a look of despair and tried hard not to laugh out loud. But before they could be happy for too long, another message was sent in the group. All those who learned a musical instrument before college should join the instrumental orchestra. The Western Orchestra and the Chinese Orchestra performed at 8 o'clock in the morning on Tuesday and Friday respectively. Suddenly, there were 3 more poor people who had lost all hope in life in the dormitory. The heavy rain matched their mood very well. Chu Xuan looked at the message and found it incomprehensible. Why would he join the choir for no reason? He had to take classes with a group of unfamiliar people. Was this really possible? Chu Xuan felt upset, but he was selected. Is there anything else he can do? He should make the best of it. Chu Xuan thought about it and decided to ask Shenmushi what this choir is. Chu Xuan, senior, have you joined the choir? Shenmushi, well, I participated before, but I plan to withdraw next semester. Chu Xuan, senior, what do you think of this choir? Shenmushi, I think it's not bad, but it's a waste of time. Chu Xuan looked at Shenmushi's message and thought that since the senior was also there, it would not be impossible to join in. At least he could take classes with her. Thinking of this, Chu Xuan's face turned red, which had not appeared for a long time, and then he actually laughed. When several people saw Chu Xuan like this, they thought to themselves, it's over, Xuana has gone crazy. Chapter 24 Li Bua's Love? By the afternoon, the heavy rain had stopped. Except for Li Bua, everyone else was playing games in the dormitory. Li Bua left the dormitory mysteriously as soon as the rain stopped. Chu Xuan asked Hu Qingran, Brother Hu, why did Li Bua run out as soon as the rain stopped? Hu Qingran replied, I don't know. He seems mysterious today. Do you think he might be in a relationship? Fan Yang speculated, but Chu Xuan and the others thought it was unlikely. After all, Li Bua played games in the dormitory all day, so he probably didn't have much chance to meet girls. While they were still thinking, Li Bua pushed the door open and came in. At the same time, he brought them a piece of news. Have you heard that there will be a rapper performing in the school playground tonight? Do you want to go and watch? When they heard the news, they were obviously excited and immediately asked Li Bua whether the news was accurate, what time it was, etc. However, Chu Xuan did not show much excitement. Chu Xuan didn't seem to like the music style of rap, so he rejected Li Bua and said he would not go. But how could Li Bua let Chu Xuan be alone in the empty room? So Li Bua used his ultimate move on Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan felt sick when looking at Li Bua and decided to go with the others helplessly. Li Bua said the performance time was at 7 o'clock in the evening, and it was only 4 o'clock now, so there was still 3 hours left. Chu Xuan thought that he had been in Jiqing for so long but had not had a good chat with Chu Yang, so he walked to the balcony and made a video call to Chu Yang. Soon the video call was connected, and Chu Yang said, "Who is this? Do you know that you have a sister?" Chu Xuan felt something was wrong when he heard this. He forced a smile and said, "Of course it's me, your dear brother. How could I not remember my beautiful sister?" When Chu Yang heard this, she felt that her brother might have some purpose, so she asked Chu Xuan, "What's wrong? Are you out of money?" Chu Xuan was speechless after hearing this. "Sister, in your eyes, do I only call you when I want money?" Chu Yang, "Otherwise, why did you think of calling me?" Chu Xuan, "I have been in Jiqing for a long time. I miss my sister a little bit." Chu Yang heard this and said happily, "What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Didn't you always complain that I bullied you when we were at home?" Chu Xuan, "I'm not unhappy. After all, it's my first time away from home so far, so it's inevitable that I'll miss home." Chu Yang, "How about I fly directly to Jiqing tomorrow?" Chu Xuan was so scared when he heard what his sister said that he just answered a few words and hung up the phone. After all, if Chu Yang really came here to play for a few days, Chu Xuan's life would be difficult. But Chu Xuan didn't know yet that his sister had already bought a plane ticket to Jiqing and would be here soon. Chu Xuan walked out to the balcony and saw several people looking at him with smirks on their faces. Li Bua asked Chu Xuan, "Brother Xuan, who did you call just now?" After hearing this, Chu Xuan calmly said that it was his sister. After hearing this, several people instantly became interested and asked questions like what Chu Xuan's sister looked like. Chu Xuan did not answer, but just smiled, as if all the answers were self-evident. Then Chu Xuan sent a message to Shenmushi, "Senior sister, there is a performance in the playground tonight. Are you going to watch it tonight?" After a while, Shenmushi replied to herself, "I'm not going. I don't really like listening to rap. If you want to go, I can accompany you." Chu Xuan thought about it and decided to forget it. After all, Shenmushi was very busy recently, so he decided not to cause trouble for her. Time soon came to 6:30, and after dinner, they went to the playground in a group. However, Li Bua seemed to have something to do, so he asked them to go to the playground first and he would go later. Chu Xuan wanted to wait for him, but he refused. Since the cafeteria was right next to the playground, they quickly arrived at the playground. Chu Xuan looked at the people on the playground and thought that he had not seen so many people on the playground since the military training. Chu Xuan and his companions tried hard to squeeze forward, and after some effort, they were finally squeezed to the back. At this time, Chu Xuan found Li Bua's figure not far away, and Chu Xuan hurriedly patted Hu Qingran and his companions. Chu Xuan, brother Hu, do you think that person is Li Bua?" Hu Qingran and others looked in the direction of Chu Xuan's voice, and sure enough, Li Bua was there, with a girl next to him. Hu Qingran said, "No wonder this guy didn't come with us. He is so mysterious. There must be something going on." Fan Yang was about to go to Li Bua, but was stopped by Chu Xuan. "Let's just have fun by ourselves. Don't disturb Li Bua." Soon the performance began, and Chu Xuan filmed the show into videos and photos one after another, wanting to wait until he got back to send them to Shenmushi. Chu Xuan found that these rap songs were different from those he had heard before. In Chu Xuan's impression, rap and rap were similar, but after watching this performance, Chu Xuan found that what he hated was rap, not rap. At this time, Chu Xuan noticed Su Yu beside him. The other party seemed to be in a bad mood, but when Chu Xuan asked him, the other party told him that he was fine. After hearing such an answer, Chu Xuan didn't dare to continue asking, so he continued to watch the show attentively. Soon the performance was over, and the group prepared to go back to the dormitory, and agreed not to tell Li Bua about what they saw him today. When they returned to the dormitory, they found that Li Bua had returned and asked him, "Why did you come back so soon?" Li Bua obviously didn't expect that they would ask him this, so he stammered and replied, "Oh, I was always at the end and couldn't squeeze in at all. I came back when it was almost over." Several people knew that Li Bua was lying, but they did not ask any further questions. Then Chu Xuan returned to the bed and sent the performance video to his senior sister. "Shenmushi, did you go to the show just now?" Chu Xuan, "Well, I didn't want to go, but my roommate was too enthusiastic." Shenmushi, "Humph, since you went there with your roommate, I won't bother with you." Chu Xuan, "Senior sister, let's go to the show together next time we have the chance." Shenmushi, "Who wants to go to the show with you?" At 10 o'clock the next day, Chu Xuan got up with a pair of big dark circles under his eyes, thinking that he talked with his senior sister too late yesterday. Chu Xuan found that several people in the dormitory had already got up. When Hu Qingran saw that Chu Xuan had woken up, he sent him a message, asking him to put on his clothes. Although Chu Xuan was confused, he still did as he was told. After a while, Li Bua got dressed and went out like he did yesterday. At this time, several people except Chu Xuan got out of bed immediately after Li Bua went out. Only then did Chu Xuan realize that several people seemed to want to follow Li Bua. Chapter 25 Bang. Gone. After Chu Xuan and his companions made sure that Li Bua had gone downstairs, they followed him. As there were too many people and the target was too big, Chu Xuan and his companions were divided into two teams. One team consisting of Chu Xuan, Hu Qingran, and Su Yu, and the other team consisting of the remaining four. I don't know whether Chu Xuan and his friends have a talent for tracking or whether Li Bua is really a little stupid, but they followed Li Bua to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory without being discovered. There was a girl downstairs in the girls' dormitory. Hu Qingran seemed to recognize her as a classmate from his class, but Chu Xuan and the others obviously had no impression of her. They thought maybe they were wrong, but when Li Bua went over, the two of them left together. Chu Xuan and his friends continued to follow Li Bua, and Li Bua led them to a cafeteria. There was a distance of about 20 meters between them to avoid being seen by each other. Li Bua and his friend were walking around in the cafeteria, seemingly having no idea what to eat. After walking around for an unknown amount of time, they finally stopped in front of a noodle shop. Seeing this, Chu Xuan and his friends sat down near them. However, Li Bua turned around and looked at Chu Xuan and others beside him, but immediately lowered his head and pretended not to see them. When Hu Qingran saw that Li Bua pretended not to see him, he decided to tease him. The few of them decided to pretend to meet him by chance and take turns to say hello to him. After it was Fan Yang's turn, Li Bua finally couldn't help himself, walked to the table and said, "Brothers, what a coincidence. I'll tell you when I get back to the dormitory tonight." After Li Bua finished speaking, the few of them did not rush back to the dormitory. After all, it was already noon, and they happened to be in the cafeteria, so they planned to eat before going back. Chu Xuan looked at the time and wondered if Shenmushi had eaten, so he sent her a message. "Senior, are you in the dormitory?" Shenmushi, "Yes, what is wrong?" Chu Xuan, "Senior sister, have you eaten yet?" Shenmushi, "Not yet." Chu Xuan, "Then wait in the dormitory. I'll be in the cafeteria. I'll bring you whatever you want to eat." Shenmushi, "I love to eat whatever you buy." After the meal, Chu Xuan said something to a few people and left to buy food for his senior sister. When Chu Xuan left, Zhonghao said, "Why don't we follow Chu Xuan next time?" After hearing this, a few people agreed with his idea. Soon, a girl in pajamas was seen downstairs of the girls' dormitory, seemingly waiting for someone. Not long after, Chu Xuan appeared in front of the girl and said, "Senior sister, did you just wake up?" Shenmushi was a little speechless when she saw Chu Xuan in front of her. She saw Chu Xuan wearing a mask and a hoodie on his head. Shenmushi asked, "You didn't steal the meal, did you?" After hearing this, Chu Xuan said, "How is that possible? I paid for it. I was afraid that if I came to see the senior sister, I would cause trouble for her." Shenmushi heard and said speechlessly, "Take it away." Chu Xuan was about to open his mouth to quibble when he heard it, but Shenmushi next to him repeated what he had just said, and his tone seemed a little angry. Chu Xuan had no choice but to take off his mask and hat. Seeing this, Shenmushi said, "Next time you come to see me, don't cover yourself, you." Shenmushi thought of something, but didn't finish speaking. After Chu Xuan gave the meal to Shenmushi, he wanted to turn around and leave. At this time, Shenmushi stopped Chu Xuan. "Wait a minute, this is for you." I saw Shenmushi holding a scarf in her hands behind her back, which seemed to be knitted by Shenmushi herself. Shenmushi saw Chu Xuan staring at the scarf, thinking that he didn't like it, so she said awkwardly, "This is my first time knitting, so I didn't knit it. If you don't like it, you are not allowed to give it to me." Shenmushi didn't know that Chu Xuan didn't dislike it, but was too excited. After all, this was the first time Chu Xuan received a gift from a girl in more than 20 years. Chu Xuan happily took the scarf and asked Shenmushi, "Senior sister, why are you so nice to me?" Shenmushi said, "Sure, this is a secret." Since Shenmushi didn't want to say it, Chu Xuan didn't ask any more questions. Chu Xuan took the scarf and walked back to the dormitory. Chu Xuan looked at the scarf given to him by the senior sister. He was very happy. Although this scarf was much shorter than the ordinary one, it was given to him by the senior sister after all, and he would definitely treasure it well. When Chu Xuan returned to the dormitory, he found that Li Bua had come back, and several people were having a friendly conversation around his bed. When Chu Xuan saw this, he had to tiptoe in. After all, When it came to being mysterious, Li Bua could not compare to Chu Xuan. When they turned around, they saw Chu Xuan tiptoeing. They smiled kindly, and Li Bua seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw and said, "Stop, stop. Don't hit my brother Xuan. Hit me instead." After Li Bua finished speaking, several people stopped walking towards Chu Xuan and turned back to Li Bua. When Chu Xuan heard what Li Bua said, he thought to himself, "It has to be Li Bua again." The firepower was immediately diverted. While they were not paying attention, Chu Xuan secretly hid the scarf given to him by Shenmushi under his pillow. He sat on the bed and watched them play like a show. After the friendly exchange ended, Li Bua told everyone what happened between him and that girl. Li Bua said, "That girl is in the same class as us, and I added her green bubble on the musical note." Hu Qingran said, "Then why are you still hiding from us? If we hadn't bumped into you, would you have kept it a secret from us?" After listening to Hu Qingran's words, Li Bua said, "Don't interrupt me. We met a few days ago, and then yesterday morning, I went to participate in the sports department selection and happened to meet, and then we went for a walk together." Chu Xuan, "That's not right. Why did you come back today?" When several people heard Chu Xuan's words, they burst out laughing. Chu Xuan was a little confused. When Li Bua heard the laughter of several people, he instantly became furious. Fan Yang explained to Chu Xuan, "Just now, Li Bua said that he wanted to hold the girl's hand, and asked, 'Can I hold your hand?' The girl was speechless. Moreover, Li Bua asked the girl, 'I want to kiss you,' and the girl slapped Li Bua in the face. As Fan Yang spoke, he imitated Li Bua. Chu Xuan didn't want to laugh at first, but he couldn't help it and laughed out loud. However, Chu Xuan noticed that besides Li Bua, Su Yu didn't laugh either, as if he was worried about something. Ever since Su Yu broke up with his girlfriend, he has been worried. Chu Xuan really wanted to comfort him, but since this was his private matter after all, he didn't know how to start the conversation. Late at night, Chu Xuan got up to go to the bathroom and saw Su Yu sitting on the stairs, looking at his phone and smoking a lollipop with a worried look on his face. Chu Xuan did not go over to him, but went to the bathroom on the other side, thinking that he should give Su Yu some private space. Chapter 26 Drop Out of School? At noon of the next day, Li Bua and his friends went to the cafeteria to eat, leaving only Su Yu and Chu Xuan in the dormitory. Although school had started for more than half a month, Chu Xuan and Su Yu had not communicated much. The two were not very familiar with each other. They just lived together and talked occasionally. Chu Xuan looked at Su Yu lying on the bed and said, "Third brother, aren't you going to eat?" Since Su Yu was the third person to arrive in the dormitory when school started, the others started calling him third brother. When Su Yu heard someone calling him, he slowly sat up and said, "Oh, I'm not that hungry. Why don't you go eat?" Chu Xuan, "I'm not very hungry now, so I plan to eat later." In fact, Chu Xuan was not hungry, but wanted to wait for Shenmushi to eat together, but the senior sister seemed to have classes, so he waited for her in the dormitory. Chu Xuan looked at Su Yu. Although he was not very familiar with him, he could still see that Su Yu was very different from before and obviously looked much older. Finally, Chu Xuan couldn't help it and asked Su Yu, "Third brother, when I went to the bathroom last night, I saw you sitting on the stairs by yourself." Su Yu interrupted Chu Xuan and said, "I know. I saw you last night, and I was curious why you didn't come over." Chu Xuan said, "I think you should be given some space alone. Although I have never been in a relationship, I can understand how you felt at that time." When Chu Xuan said this, his face obviously darkened. Seeing this, Su Yu actually began to comfort Chu Xuan. You know, the original purpose was for Chu Xuan to comfort Su Yu, but isn't this a bit counterproductive? Chu Xuan reacted quickly, turned to look at Su Yu, and instantly realized why Su Yu was comforting him. Just as Chu Xuan reacted and was about to comfort Su Yu, he received a message from Shenmushi on his phone, let us go eat." Chu Xuan had no choice but to say a few words to Su Yu and then went out to eat. It was past 1 o'clock when Chu Xuan returned to the dormitory and found that the other people in the dormitory were still not there, and Su Yu was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, Chu Xuan heard several violent coughs coming from the balcony. Chu Xuan walked towards the balcony tremblingly, only to see Su Yu sitting on the balcony, and the ground was full of cigarette butts. Seeing this, Chu Xuan hurried over, looking a little panicked, and said quickly, "Third brother, these cigarette butts on the ground, they can't all be yours." Su Yu didn't say anything. He just smiled first, and then he started to cry. When Chu Xuan saw Su Yu crying, he quickly stepped forward to comfort her. Chu Xuan, "Third brother, don't cry, tell me what's the matter." Su Yu said, "Xuana, tell me why she wants to break up with me." Although Chu Xuan had never been in a relationship, He could understand Su Yu's feelings when he was rejected when he confessed his love before school started. Chu Xuan comforted the other party. Third brother, it's okay. Things will be better in the future. Don't be too sad. Just after he finished speaking, he heard Li Bua's voice coming from outside the door. After Su Yu heard Li Bua's voice, he wiped his tears, as if nothing had happened. Hu Qingran saw the two of them and asked, "You two have been in the dormitory for the whole time and haven't eaten yet?" Chu Xuan replied, "Yeah, I didn't eat because I wasn't very hungry. I heard Li Bua's voice just now. What happened to him?" Hu Qingran replied, "Nothing serious. It's just that Li Bua went to look for that girl again and we saw him." Chu Xuan was a little surprised to hear that Li Bua had been slapped the night before and yet he still went to find the other person. At this moment, Chu Xuan saw a big slap mark on Li Bua's face. Chu Xuan wanted to laugh, but was too embarrassed to do so, so he could only turn his head and laugh secretly. Seeing this, Li Bua walked towards Chu Xuan, as if he wanted to fight with Chu Xuan. However, Li Bua seemed to have overestimated himself, and as soon as he came over, he was pinched back by Chu Xuan. Fan Yang seemed to have noticed Su Yu's condition. He sent a message to Chu Xuan on the green bubble. "What's wrong with third brother?" His eyes seemed to be red. Chu Xuan just looked up at Fan Yang and didn't tell him. Chu Xuan felt that this was not a good thing to do, but he was not very good at comforting people. Two little people appeared above Chu Xuan's head, one saying to tell him and the other saying not to tell him. Chu Xuan's behavior made Fan Yang in front of him stunned. Is this crazy? Time passed quickly and it was already afternoon. Chu Xuan and his friends continued to play games on the bed, while Su Yu walked out of the dormitory alone. This surprised them. After all, in their minds, Su Yu had never gone out alone. Seeing this, Fan Yang asked Chu Xuan, "Xuana, what did you two do in the house this morning? When I came back at noon, my third brother's eyes looked like he had been crying." Chu Xuan was very helpless and didn't know whether he should tell the other party or not. Under the strong request of several people, Chu Xuan still told them what happened last night and what happened before they came back. When Fan Yang and the others heard this, they said, "Hey, when third brother just broke up, you didn't see him crying while hugging a chair." Hu Qingran, "At that time, several of us took turns to coax him, but it didn't work, alas." Chu Xuan said, "Do you think we should comfort him?" Fan Yang, "Well, if you ask me, we can't talk about these things. After all, this is his own private matter, and he has to digest it slowly by himself." After an unknown amount of time, Su Yu finally returned to the dormitory, holding a bunch of things in his hands. He said, "Brothers, have you had dinner yet? I bought a lot of things." Seeing this, Fan Yang asked, "What's up, third brother? Have you made a fortune?" Su Yu just smiled and didn't say anything. Several people realized that Su Yu seemed to be hiding something from them, but they didn't dare to ask. Chu Xuan went to the bathroom as usual at night. Su Yu was sitting on the stairs like he did last night. Su Yu seemed to be talking on the phone with someone, but Chu Xuan didn't care. After all, it was not good to eavesdrop on other people's phone calls. However, in a daze, Chu Xuan heard Su Yu seem to say a word of dropping out of school. As soon as the sentence came out, Chu Xuan's sleepiness disappeared instantly. Chu Xuan slowly moved towards Su Yu, wanting to hear what the other party was saying. However, Chu Xuan did not notice that the other party had discovered him and hung up the phone. Chu Xuan moved to Su Yu's side unconsciously, and soon the two looked into each other's eyes. Seeing this, Chu Xuan was embarrassed, and he smiled and said, Third brother, what a coincidence, you also came out to the toilet." Chapter 27 Freshman Party. Today is Sunday. Chu Xuan and his roommates were playing the 4-character game in the dormitory. Chu Xuan did not tell the others in the dormitory that he heard Su Yu making a phone call last night. Li Bua ran out of the dormitory mysteriously as usual. Ever since the last time a few people followed Li Bua seemed to be very wary of them. Chu Xuan, "Brother Hu, don't you think it's too decadent for us to lie in the dormitory like this?" Hu Qingran, "Oh, it's okay. I don't have any classes now, so I'll be lazy if I can. You should know that starting from next Monday, we will have more and more classes and things to do." Chu Xuan looked at Su Yu, who was sleeping on the lower bunk opposite him, and seemed to want to ask him what was going on with his dropping out of school. However, just as Chu Xuan's words came to his lips, he was interrupted by Li Bua, who came in from outside. "Li Bua, my children, Daddy is back." Several people looked at Li Bua as if he was a fool, as if they were immune to Li Bua's words. Li Bua looked at the few people without any reaction and lost interest instantly. It seemed that Li Bua had some masochistic tendencies. Li Bua walked up to him and said excitedly, "Did you see the message in the group?" Chu Xuan and his friends set the class group to do not disturb, so they did not see the messages in the group. Chu Xuan opened the class group and found a notice about the freshman party. At this time, Li Bua said excitedly, "I heard that the school beauty of our school will also perform." After hearing what Li Bua said, Chu Xuan, who was drinking water, almost spit out the water in his mouth in one breath. Hu Qingran seemed to notice this scene, but he said nothing. Chu Xuan asked Li Bua, "School beauty? Who?" "Shenmushi." Li Bua was obviously confused by Chu Xuan's question, and slowly said, "Otherwise, besides Shenmushi, who else is the school beauty?" Chu Xuan thought to himself, "No wonder the senior sister has been so busy recently. It turns out that she has been preparing for the freshman party," and Chu Xuan became excited. At this time, Chu Xuan heard a message on his phone. "Shenmushi, Chu Xuan has a freshman party tonight. Do you want to go?" Chu Xuan looked at the message sent by Shenmushi and wondered if this was an invitation. Chu Xuan suddenly had the urge to tease Shenmushi. Chu Xuan, "Hey, senior sister, I won't go. I'm a little busy recently and don't have much time. Besides, I don't really like this kind of occasion." After Chu Xuan sent this message, the other party did not respond for a long time. I don't know how long it took before Shenmushi replied to himself, "Oh, okay." Chu Xuan felt that the senior sister was in a bad mood, so he pretended to ask, "Senior sister, are you not very happy?" Shenmushi, "No, I'm just too tired recently." Chu Xuan, "Senior sister, you should take good rest." Chu Xuan, Chu Xuan. Li Bua's shouting brought him back to the present. Li Bua, "Chu Xuan, what are you doing? I've been calling you for a long time, but you didn't respond. Come and see, I look good in that dress." Hu Qingran, "Maybe he is chatting with that little girl." Chu Xuan was shocked when he heard Hu Qingran's words, and thought to himself, did he get the script too? In the girls' dormitory on the other side, Shenmushi sat on the carpet blankly, like an unhappy little rabbit, curled up with her hands on her knees. Che Xiaoxiao said angrily, "Chu Xuan, this brat, actually dared not to go. 11:11, wait for me to beat him up." After saying that, she was about to walk out. Shenmushi stopped Che Xiaoxiao, who was about to go out, and said dejectedly, "Xiaoxiao, don't go. Maybe he is really busy. Besides, I invited him to the party, and he had the right to refuse." Che Xiaoxiao, "But..." She opened her mouth to say something, but was interrupted by Shenmushi. "Okay, I know what you want to say. It's really not happy to practice for so long. Wait for a chance to perform alone for him. If there really is such a day." At the same time in 303, several people in the dormitory were busy with their own things, except Li Bua, who was still picking clothes in his closet, thinking that it would be nice if he could meet the campus belle. Chu Xuan walked to the balcony and looked at the scenery outside. He wondered if what he had just said to the senior sister was too much and he shouldn't lie to the senior sister. As he spoke, he opened his mobile phone and wanted to send a message to Shenmushi, but after thinking about it, he gave up the idea. Chu Xuan closed the balcony door and made a voice call to Shenmushi. Chu Xuan felt that it would be too cold if he only used text, so it would be better to use voice. However, this was the first time Chu Xuan called a girl, and even though they had known each other for so long, Chu Xuan was a little nervous. Soon the call was connected, and a cold and unhappy voice came from the other end. What happened?" Although Chu Xuan felt a little embarrassed when he heard the senior sister's voice, he still said, Senior sister, do you want to have dinner together tonight, or at the same hot pot restaurant as last time?" Shenmushi snorted and said, "I don't want to go. I don't have much appetite, so go eat by yourself." Shenmushi deliberately emphasized the words "go by yourself," as if to express his dissatisfaction just now. Of course, Chu Xuan understood what Shenmushi meant, but he did not follow it, but said, "What's wrong, senior sister? Who made you unhappy? I'll help you beat him up." Shenmushi, "Yes, a big pig head." Chu Xuan listened to Shenmushi's words and felt that the angry Shenmushi was very cute. "Senior sister, since this is the case, we have to go eat even more. We will order some pork, pig head, pig brain, and pork elbow at that time. If we don't vent our anger, we will go to eat roast pork skin, and roast pork chops." Shenmushi was amused by Chu Xuan's words. Although she was still a little unhappy, Chu Xuan had invited her. "What time should we go?" Chu Xuan, "After the freshman party is over." Shenmushi asked in confusion, "Why do we have to wait until the freshman party is over?" Chu Xuan, "I don't know. Maybe I'm afraid that if it's too early, senior sister will be a little busy." Shenmushi said idiot and hung up the phone, and at this time Chu Xuan looked up and saw 6 people outside the door eating watermelons that they didn't know where they got and looking at him. Chu Xuan thought to himself, this is really eating watermelons. Li Bua saw Chu Xuan coming out and asked, Brother Xuan, who were you calling just now? Chu Xuan said calmly, a senior student. Li Bua was instantly excited when he heard this and said, Senior? Is she the one who took you to find your dorm room before we met in the cafeteria last time? Chu Xuan, oh, you mean senior sister Xiao Xiao. Not her. Li Bua was about to ask more, but Wu Qingran stopped him. Why are you curious about everything? Do you think they are all the same as you? As they talked, the two of them started to quarrel. Chu Xuan thought to himself, oh my God, brother, you are not really taking the God's perspective of the script, are you? Chapter 28 Chorus. After some fighting and playing, the time came to 5 o'clock. Chu Xuan and his friends simply tidied themselves up, changed their clothes and went out. However, there seemed to be an outsider among them. Li Bua was wearing a suit and even sunglasses. He attracted a lot of attention along the way. However, he seemed to think that he had attracted passers-by. Although he did attract them, this attraction seemed. Li Bua stood far away from Chu Xuan and his group, fearing that others would see that he knew him. Li Bua looked at them walking farther and farther away and said, slow down, wait for me, my pants are not comfortable for walking. When several people heard what Li Bua said, they ran away as if they had heard something terrifying. This puzzled Li Bua. Soon Chu Xuan and his companions arrived at the concert hall. This was their first time to come to the concert hall. They saw that the concert hall had 2 floors, and there were several large and small atmosphere lights above the stage. Chu Xuan saw that there were exactly 7 seats in the first row, so he asked a few people to sit in the first row together. Li Bua, who arrived later, sat in the second row amid people's strange looks. However, the person next to Li Bua stood up and moved a seat inside when he saw that Li Bua was going to sit next to him, as if he didn't want to have any communication with Li Bua. After a while, the lights in the entire concert hall dimmed, and only a few lights on the stage were turned on. The host was introducing the content of the program. It must be said that the freshman party in college is different from that in high school. There will not only be performances by students, but also by many teachers. Chu Xuan watched these programs with his eyes wide open like bells. Among them, the one that attracted Chu Xuan the most was a male teacher who used a computer to combine the sounds of various instruments and created a melody on the spot. Chu Xuan thought that it would be great if he could get to know this teacher. After all, his dream was to become a singer who could compose his own music. However, Chu Xuan didn't know yet. He did get to know this teacher in the near future, but this event was still too long in the future for Chu Xuan now. After that, there were various performances, including chorus, instrumental music, rock, and lyrical music. There were so many types that Chu Xuan felt a little sleepy. At this time, the host introduced, Dear juniors, have you heard of this before? There is a campus beauty in our school. I don't need to mention the seniors. Who knows who may have been her admirer before? She never participated in this kind of activities before, but surprisingly she agreed this time. Chu Xuan listened and thought that it must be the senior schoolmate who was talking about it. Chu Xuan patted his face, as if trying to make himself less sleepy. After the host finished the introduction, the lights in the venue went out. Chu Xuan vaguely saw a girl on the stage, but because it was too dark, Chu Xuan could not see the person's appearance clearly. However, when the lights were turned on, Chu Xuan saw the girl on the stage wearing an ancient-style dress. Her perfect figure was perfectly accentuated by the dress. She wore an emerald green hairpin on her head. The overall feeling was that she was a woman who walked out of an ancient painting. And this girl was just as Chu Xuan thought, Shenmushi. Although Shenmushi was already very beautiful at ordinary times, Shenmushi on the stage made Chu Xuan feel that he could no longer describe her beauty with words. Shenmushi found that Chu Xuan in the audience was staring at her blankly with a slight smile on his lips, and this smile made all the boys a little crazy. Chu Xuan blurted out a line of poetry from somewhere. Such beauty should only exist in heaven. I don't know why it came to the human world. However, Chu Xuan did not say it out loud, just quietly appreciated the performance of the senior sister. Chu Xuan had never thought that Shenmushi not only had a perfect appearance and figure, but also had such a beautiful voice. Before he knew it, Chu Xuan was trapped in it. Since it was the last show, everyone prepared to leave. However, before leaving, the host walked onto the stage again and said, This year, our freshman party will have a special show, which is to sing a song with Shenmushi. However, the lucky person has to be chosen by Shenmushi himself. Hearing this, all the boys in the audience were instantly excited, and Shenmushi also pretended to pick it up. When Shenmushi scanned the first row, he deliberately avoided Chu Xuan and looked into the distance. Chu Xuan just felt a little bored and took out his mobile phone to brush the notes, but Chu Xuan found that Chu Yang had sent him a message at this time. Shenmushi laughed out loud when she saw Chu Xuan's current appearance, and then said, First row, the fourth boy is you. When this sentence was said, the whole audience was looking for who that person was, but Chu Xuan didn't know that he was the lucky guy. Seeing this, Shenmushi said to Mai, "Chu Xuan." When Chu Xuan heard the senior schoolmate calling his name, he realized that the lucky person was actually himself. He then left his seat and strode towards the stage. The group of senior students in the audience didn't know who Chu Xuan was, but the freshmen were very familiar with him. I walked crookedly when I introduced myself, and I was forced to be an X-man during military training. Shenmushi asked Xiang Chu Xuan, "What do you want to sing, junior brother?" Chu Xuan, "I'm fine with either. What do you want to sing?" Shenmushi, "How about singing a love song?" Chu Xuan, "Senior sister, it's a bit inappropriate for you to wear this kind of clothes and sing this kind of song." Shenmushi, "Humph, it's up to you to manage." As he spoke, the accompaniment began to play, and the people in the audience felt that their back teeth were about to break when they heard the conversation between the two. People who knew Chu Xuan were even more wondering if Chu Xuan could sing. However, when Chu Xuan opened his mouth, he amazed everyone in the audience. Although Chu Xuan was a little shy and didn't dare to look at the people in the audience, this did not affect Chu Xuan singing at all. When singing the chorus, Shenmushi made a bold move, pulled Chu Xuan's hand up, and looked into each other's eyes, which made the people in the audience feel resentful. However, the people in the dormitory didn't seem to react, especially Hu Qingran, who seemed to know it himself. After the song was over, Shenmushi took Chu Xuan's hand and went backstage, not caring about other people's eyes at all. Coming to the backstage, Shenmushi asked Xiang Chu Xuan, "Didn't you say you wouldn't come?" Chu Xuan smiled and said, "I didn't want to come at first, but I came when I knew the last show was with senior sister. I just didn't know there was such an exciting special show." In fact, Chu Xuan didn't know that this special program was actually requested by Shenmushi herself. When Chu Xuan couldn't say it, Shenmushi even thought about who to sing this song that had been selected long ago, but now it seems that all this is not so important. Shenmushi, what are we going to do next? Chu Xuan, didn't we agree to go out for dinner, little crybaby? Shenmushi didn't react at first. Chu Xuan didn't address her as a senior sister. She replied to Chu Xuan, "Wait for me to go back to the dormitory and change clothes. My feet hurt in high heels." But at this time, Shenmushi suddenly reacted and said, "You, what did you call me?" Chu Xuan said, "Senior sister, when you asked me if I remembered you before, wasn't that the reason? Or did I recognize the wrong person?" Chapter 29, The Henchman. Hearing Chu Xuan's words, Shenmushi was a little confused, and she didn't know whether she was happy or surprised for a moment. After all, Shenmushi had already made plans to tell Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan, "Senior sister, why don't you say anything? I didn't admit it wrongly, did I? Senior sister, I was possessed by evil spirits just now. Can you please forget what I said?" Shenmushi smiled and walked out the door. Seeing this, Chu Xuan felt that he might have really made a mistake. Seeing Chu Xuan still standing there blankly, Shenmushi said arrogantly, "Why don't you leave? Do you want me to lead you?" Chu Xuan, Senior. Shenmushi, "You are not allowed to call me the name I used to call myself when I was a child." Chu Xuan's mood instantly showed on his face after hearing this, and he said happily, He, I didn't expect that senior sister is really the one from childhood." Before Chu Xuan finished speaking, Shenmushi put her finger on Chu Xuan's lips and said shyly, "I told you not to call me by the name I used when I was a child. Let's go. I'm hungry and my feet hurt." Chu Xuan, "Okay, I won't call you a crybaby anymore. Let's go." When Shenmushi heard what Chu Xuan said, he punched Chu Xuan in the back, but he didn't use much force, and the two of them walked out of the concert hall. The two were walking on the road one after the other. Shenmushi asked Chu Xuan curiously when he recognized her. Chu Xuan didn't say anything but just looked at Shenmushi's back. Seeing that Chu Xuan did not answer her, Shenmushi turned around to see if Chu Xuan was still behind her, but as she turned around, Shenmushi bumped into Chu Xuan's arms, and her face suddenly became like a monkey's butt. Chu Xuan asked Shenmushi, "Senior sister, are you okay?" Although Shenmushi wanted to continue in Chu Xuan's arms like this, she didn't seem to have the status to do so now. Shenmushi quickly got out of Chu Xuan's arms, saying, I'm fine, it's just that my feet are too sore." Chu Xuan heard it and said, "Senior sister, how about I carry you on my back?" After hearing this, Shenmushi's face turned even redder, and she said shyly, Who asked you to carry me on your back?" Then she walked forward. Arriving at the girls' dormitory, Shenmushi went upstairs to change clothes, while Chu Xuan sat on the steps looking at his phone. Chu Xuan found that the dormitory group was already in an uproar. Li Bua and others greeted Chu Xuan cordially. Li Bua, "Damn it, You are secretly dating the school beauty, right? Fan Yang, don't come back. Live on the street at night. Chu Xuan looked at the messages in the group and did not reply to them. Instead, he thought that although he was not in a relationship with the senior schoolmate, he would probably still be interrogated when he returned home at night. Chu Xuan habitually opened his note, which showed a new message. He found that it was sent by Li Bua, so he clicked on it. In the video sent by Li Bua was a beautiful cosplayer. Chu Xuan was a little speechless and was about to swipe away and condemn Li Bua, but he heard a cold voice behind him. Is it good? When Chu Xuan heard this familiar voice, he turned around hurriedly and said awkwardly, Senior sister, you are here. Shenmushi said in a cold tone, Yes, I'm here, junior brother. If I don't come, I don't know if you will be here in a while. After saying that, he walked forward without looking back. Seeing this, Chu Xuan hurriedly stepped forward and explained that this was sent to him by his roommate and it was definitely not what he wanted to see. Shenmushi stopped, looked at Chu Xuan sadly and said, Really? I saw Chu Xuan raised 4 fingers and said, I send 4. Then he took Shenmushi's arm and walked towards the taxi. In the taxi, Chu Xuan was a little annoyed when he saw the dormitory group and class chat group that were already boiling. He thought to himself that tomorrow was Monday and he should do something. No matter what, he must not bring trouble to the senior sister. Shenmushi in the backseat seemed to see Chu Xuan's embarrassment and asked Chu Xuan, What's wrong with you? Chu Xuan didn't tell Shenmushi, he just made up a reason. Chu Xuan said that he sent a message to Chu Yang, but the other party didn't reply to him, so he was a little upset now. When Shenmushi heard Chu Xuan's words, she keenly realized that Chu Xuan was lying to her, and asked him, You are lying to me, aren't you? When Chu Xuan heard Shenmushi's words, he felt that his heart had risen to his throat, but the next sentence made Chu Xuan let down his guard. Shenmushi, are you out of money recently? I'll treat you to a meal. Soon, the two arrived at the hot pot restaurant, and Chu Xuan looked at Shenmushi and said, Senior sister, please don't order the perverted spicy soup base this time, okay? After hearing this, Shenmushi laughed and said, Well, it depends on my mood. When they walked into the house, they saw busy Aunt Liu, and Shenmushi greeted her. When Aunt Liu saw that the people who came were Shenmushi and Chu Xuan, she put down her work, took the two to a private room, and happily chatted with the two. Of course, Aunt Liu did not ignore Chu Xuan this time. Seeing that Aunt Liu was getting more and more excited, Chu Xuan reminded her, Aunt Liu, could you please bring the menu over? Aunt Liu just reacted. She had been chatting with the two kids since the two of them came in. She had not let them order food for such a long time. Then she decided to treat the two of them to a meal. Although Chu Xuan and Shenmushi quickly refused, they could not stop Aunt Liu's enthusiasm. Chu Xuan asked Shenmushi why Aunt Liu was so enthusiastic about her, and Shenmushi replied that she was not sure. Maybe it was because she and Che Xiaoxiao came here often in the past. After a while, Aunt Liu served all the dishes. Chu Xuan looked at the red pot bottom and asked Aunt Liu, Aunt Liu, what's the spicy level this time? Aunt Liu said, It's so spicy, didn't you ask 1111 to tell me on the phone? Chu Xuan looked at Shenmushi who was drinking water strategically in front of him, and thought that if he had the chance in the future, he would definitely give the senior sister a good beating. When Shenmushi saw Chu Xuan looking at her, she put down the water cup and said, What is wrong? Ice and tea at the perverted spicy you wanted? Aunt Liu saw this and said to Chu Xuan, you are called a henpecked man in Sichuan and Chongqing, but there is nothing wrong with being a henpecked man. Aunt Liu laughed as she said this. On the other side, Shenmushi blushed, while Chu Xuan looked confused, as if he didn't understand what henpecked meant at all. Not long after Aunt Liu left, she came back with 2 things in her hand. Aunt Liu introduced them to the 2 people, saying that one was fermented rice dumplings, which were made from fermented glutinous rice, and the other was rice wine. Although both were rice wines and could relieve spiciness, drinking too much would make you drunk. Chu Xuan asked Shenmushi, Senior sister, how is your alcohol tolerance? Shenmushi, I have never drunk too much. Chu Xuan listened to Shenmushi's words and admired her very much. After all, he had never drunk alcohol before. If he did, he might pass out after just 1 glass. Chu Xuan asked Shenmushi like a curious baby, Senior sister, is it delicious? Seeing this, Shenmushi gave her cup to Chu Xuan and said, Try it. After Chu Xuan took a sip, he felt that the taste was quite sweet, and then poured a little bit into his own cup. Not long after, there was a person lying on the table. This person was not Chu Xuan but Shenmushi. Chu Xuan looked at Shenmushi in front of him and wanted to laugh, thinking to himself, I'm afraid that senior sister has never drunk too much before. Chapter 30, Drunken Talk. Chu Xuan looked at the drunk senior in front of him, feeling a little helpless. He said that he had never drunk too much, so why did he faint after drinking a little rice wine? Chu Xuan had no choice but to pay the bill first, thinking that he would wake up Shenmushi after paying the bill. Soon Chu Xuan paid the bill and walked back to the table, and saw that Shenmushi had woken up, but his brain still seemed confused, and he was staring at the table blankly. Chu Xuan walked up to her and gently called her senior sister, but was interrupted by Shenmushi just as she was about to speak. Shenmushi, well, who are you? You look familiar to me. Chu Xuan looked at the drunk senior in front of him, without saying a word, but smiled and helped Shenmushi walk outside. When Aunt Liu saw the two of them like this, she quickly told them to be careful on the road. As soon as he walked out of the hot pot restaurant, Shenmushi shook off Chu Xuan's hand, staggered against the wall and said, I don't know you, I don't want to go with you. Chu Xuan said, Senior sister, you are drunk. Take a closer look at who I am. Shenmushi looked at Chu Xuan with her blurry eyes, and then said, I know, you are a little monster, and I am Ultraman. Although Chu Xuan wanted to laugh and thought it was so childish, he still played with Shenmushi, but who knew that Shenmushi couldn't stand steadily and sat down heavily on the ground. Seeing this, Chu Xuan hurried over and wanted to help Shenmushi up, but as soon as Chu Xuan stretched out his hand, he was hit hard by Shenmushi. Chu Xuan was a little confused after being beaten, thinking to himself, can a girl be so strong? At this time, Shenmushi said, I've already said, I don't know you, don't get close to me, and I have someone I like, so please don't hit me anymore. After hearing this, Chu Xuan asked curiously, then can you tell me who you like? Shenmushi, no, he doesn't know yet. If you really want to know, it's okay. His name is Chu Xuan. He was very nice to me when I was a child. He even said that he would marry me when he grows up, but he seems to have forgotten me now. Shenmushi was about to cry. Chu Xuan saw that Shenmushi was about to cry, and thought to himself that he never comforted girls, and it would be terrible if he made the senior sister cry. Chu Xuan didn't care about the fact that his senior sister just said she liked him. He put his hands on Shenmushi's shoulders and said quickly, Senior sister, take a good look at who I am. When Shenmushi heard this, she looked at Chu Xuan with her tearful eyes. This time, Shenmushi recognized that the person in front of her was Chu Xuan, so she said to him, Chu Xuan, where have you been? Just now, there was a bad guy who kept pestering me. Chu Xuan laughed, and after helping Shenmushi up, he spoke, Well, I saw it, so I just beat him away. Shenmushi snorted softly and said, Humph, if you disappear again next time, I won't be your wife anymore. When Chu Xuan heard what Shenmushi said, he was startled and a blush appeared on his face. He was about to say something when he was interrupted by Shenmushi. Shenmushi, Chu Xuan, why do I feel like you've gotten older and taller? Chu Xuan wanted to laugh. He could clearly say that he had grown up, so why did he say that he had grown old? But after all, the senior sister had drunk too much, so he just gave way to her. Chu Xuan was going to tease Shenmushi, but Chu Xuan said, Sister 1111, I actually traveled through time from the future. Shenmushi was very surprised when she heard this, and asked Chu Xuan a question. Chu Xuan, in the future, will you marry me? When Chu Xuan heard this question, he didn't know how to answer it for a moment. After thinking for a moment, Chu Xuan said firmly, Not yet, but in the more distant future. After listening to Chu Xuan's words, Shenmushi said nothing, folded her arms and hummed softly. Chu Xuan pulled Shenmushi and said he was going somewhere. Shenmushi was very curious, but he didn't tell her. They got in a taxi. And this mysterious place was not somewhere else, but the school. In the taxi, Shenmushi leaned on Chu Xuan's shoulder and fell asleep. The driver looked at the two of them through the rearview mirror and smiled, as if he thought of the girl he once loved, who also leaned on his shoulder like this. Soon the taxi arrived at the gate of Jiqing University. Chu Xuan looked at Shenmushi, who was sleeping soundly in front of him and couldn't bear to wake her up again. After Chu Xuan looked around and found that there was no one, he carried Shenmushi on his back. Chu Xuan was carrying Shenmushi on his back on the way to the girls' dormitory. This scene reminded Chu Xuan of the first time he met Shenmushi when he was a child. At that time, he also carried Shenmushi home on his back like now, but he didn't expect time to pass so quickly. More than 10 years have passed. Shenmushi was sleeping soundly on Chu Xuan's back. She seemed to have had a dream and even talked in her sleep. Chu Xuan didn't hear a lot of things, but he clearly heard the last sentence Shenmushi said, When will you marry me? Chu Xuan thought Shenmushi had woken up, so he looked back at Shenmushi on his back and said softly, Senior sister, are you awake? Shenmushi did not answer. Chu Xuan looked at Shenmushi lovingly and said softly, Stupid, I didn't expect that after so many years, you still remember it. Chu Xuan saw the girls' dormitory getting closer and closer, so he took out his phone and wanted to send a message to Che Xiaoxiao, asking her to come down to pick up Shenmushi. However, when Chu Xuan opened the green bubble, he found that he had not added the other party at all. Helplessly, Chu Xuan had to give up this idea and decided to go downstairs of the girls' dormitory first. Downstairs in the girls' dormitory, the dormitory manager was guarding the door, as if she was ready to lock it when the time came. Seeing this, Chu Xuan strode over as if he had seen a savior. Chu Xuan walked up to her and said, "Auntie, the senior on my back is drunk. May I trouble you?" Before Chu Xuan could finish his words, a familiar voice came from behind him. "Chu Xuan, what are you doing?" Chu Xuan turned around and found that it was Che Xiaoxiao. He had to admire Chu Xuan's luck for meeting her in such a situation. After Chu Xuan explained the situation to Che Xiaoxiao, he handed Shenmushi over to Che Xiaoxiao, but before he left, he gently stroked Shenmushi's head a few times. Seeing this, Che Xiaoxiao said speechlessly, "Stop, stop, stop. What happened between you two in a place I don't know? I'm still here." When Chu Xuan heard Che Xiaoxiao's words, he did not answer, but ran away without a trace. Chu Xuan was walking on the way back to the boys' dormitory, looking at the message Chu Yang sent him in the afternoon on his phone, thinking that if Chu Yang hadn't told him, he might not have thought of his senior sister until a long time later. Although he did feel familiar when he first met Shenmushi, it was hard to imagine that Shenmushi was someone he had known since childhood. However, even if Chu Yang told Chu Xuan would still be afraid of recognizing the wrong person when he was backstage. As Chu Xuan was thinking, he walked to the boys' dormitory, but when he went up the stairs he found that the door was locked. Chu Xuan had no choice but to climb through the toilet window. Chapter 31: A Long Dream. Chu Xuan returned to the dormitory and found that the atmosphere in the dormitory was not quite what he had imagined. He originally thought that several people would come together to ask questions, but the current atmosphere in the dormitory was so quiet that it was unnatural. Chu Xuan looked around carefully and found that everyone was doing their own thing. Chu Xuan wondered if everyone had lost their memory. They were clearly denouncing him in the group in the afternoon. Why was it so quiet now? Chu Xuan didn't ask any more questions. He said hello to a few people and returned to his bed. Somehow, it was only 10 o'clock, but Chu Xuan felt sleepy. Maybe it was because he had experienced too many things today. Chu Xuan slept very soundly that night and kept talking in his sleep. It seemed that he had a very long dream that brought him back to more than 10 years ago. Time goes back to 14 years ago. Chu Xuan was just 8 years old at that time. His parents were rarely at home due to work, so Chu Xuan and his sister Chu Yang were left at their grandmother's house in the countryside for a long time. That was Chu Xuan's first time to come to his grandmother's house in the true sense. Although Chu Xuan had been here before, he had always come with his parents. This time it was just him and Chu Yang, so Chu Xuan looked at everything around him and felt it was so boring and unfamiliar. After getting used to life in the city, Chu Xuan came to the countryside and seemed so out of place that he kept crying on the first night because he missed home. In the end, Chu Xuan stopped crying only because his grandmother said she would take him out to play the next day. The night in the countryside is different from that in the city. There is neither the noise and bustle of the city nor the bright lights of the city. There is more peace and tranquility, with the sound of cicadas chirping from time to time. The next day, little Chu Xuan got up very early. Yesterday, his grandma said she would take him out to play, so he seemed very happy, jumping around and asking where they were going to play. When Chu Xuan saw that his grandma didn't answer him, he was stopped by Chu Yang just as he was about to cry. "Chu Yang, Grandma just said that she would take us out after breakfast." After hearing what his sister said, Chu Xuan ate breakfast happily. After breakfast, Grandma held Chu Xuan's left hand and Chu Yang's right hand and walked on the road, as if they were going somewhere, but the two of them didn't know. Along the way, Grandma met many acquaintances. Since the siblings rarely come here, everyone would curiously ask, "Lao Guan, who are these two?" The grandmother proudly introduced them to people as her granddaughter and grandson. I don't know how long it took before Grandma brought my sister and brother to a market. Grandma introduced to the brother and sister that this was a large market unique to the countryside, where everything was sold. As she spoke, she held the brother and sister's hands tightly and walked in. It has to be said that the rural market was very lively, and there were many things that Chu Xuan had never seen before. Grandma and the siblings told each other to tell them what they liked and she would buy it for them. Soon Chu Xuan was attracted by a kitten on a stall. Although it was just an ordinary orange cat, Chu Xuan couldn't walk after seeing it for the first time. Although Chu Xuan just watched without saying anything, Grandma still understood what Chu Xuan meant and walked up to ask the boss about the price of the little orange cat. The boss's initial price was 100, but after some bargaining, the price dropped to 50. So Grandma simply bought 2 kittens and let them keep each other company. Although the boss felt that he was losing money, he had agreed to 50 each after all, so he had to endure it silently. Chu Xuan looked at the 2 kittens and liked them very much. He hugged one tightly in his arms and gave the other one to Chu Yang. After an unknown amount of time, the market was about to end, so Grandma led her and her brother towards the exit. Just then, a man came up and greeted Grandma. "Aunt Guan, what a coincidence that you are here at the market as well." Grandma smiled and said, "Yes, I brought my 2 grandchildren here for a walk." Then she started introducing the siblings to each other. The man in front of them was named Shen and was Grandma's neighbor. After hearing this, Chu Xuan and the others politely said, "Hello, Uncle Shen." Uncle Shen looked at Chu Xuan and the other person in front of him and thought they were very cute. But at this time, Chu Xuan saw that there was a little girl behind Uncle Shen. The girl was seen holding a lollipop as big as her face in one hand and pulling Uncle Shen's trouser leg with the other hand. Chu Xuan looked at her secretly and the girl seemed to be very shy. Uncle Shen seemed to have noticed this scene, so he said, "Mushi, why didn't you say hello to Grandma Guan? Grandma Guan always gives you delicious food." After that, the girl came out from behind Uncle Shen and said shyly, "Hello, Grandma Guan. Hello, Grandma Guan." Then he looked at Chu Xuan and said, "You, why are you looking at me all the time? Do you want a lollipop?" Then he handed the lollipop to Chu Xuan. However, Chu Xuan did not eat it, but just hid behind his grandma shyly. Uncle Shen found Chu Xuan's appearance a little funny. Uncle Shen said to his daughter, "Mushi, didn't you say before that you don't have any friends usually? Now you have the opportunity to make friends, but whether you can make them become friends with you depends on you." After hearing what her father said, the girl seemed to have made some decision and secretly observed Chu Xuan and Chu Yang behind Uncle Shen. After that, Uncle Shen and Grandma chatted briefly for a while and then separated. After returning home, Grandma first took my sister and brother to give the 2 kittens a bath, while Grandpa was making lunch. After taking a bath, the brother and sister carried the kitten back to the house, put it on the kang, and then went to have lunch. Time passed day by day. Despite the company of the kitten, Chu Xuan still felt inexplicably lost in his heart. Perhaps it was because everything around him was unfamiliar and he had no friends to play with. Chu Xuan often sat alone on the stone outside the door in a daze. Meow, meow. A few meows brought Chu Xuan back to reality. Chu Xuan looked back and found that it was his sister, so he asked her, "Sister, do you miss home? Do our parents not want us anymore?" When Chu Yang heard this, she put the kitten on Chu Xuan's lap, sat next to Chu Xuan and said, "Mom and Dad are too busy at work, so they asked us to come to Grandma's house. It's not that they don't want us anymore." "Look over there," Chu Yang said, pointing to the wall. She saw a girl leaning against the wall and secretly looking in the direction of Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan recognized the girl at a glance as the daughter of Uncle Shen whom he met 2 days ago. Chu Xuan called her over and said, "Do you want to play with the kitten?" Then he handed the kitten to the girl. The girl stroked the kitten gently and said, "What are your names? Can I be friends with you?" The girl was about to cry as she spoke, and it seemed that she had taken a lot of courage to say these words. Chu Xuan and Chu Yang looked at each other and said, "Okay." Chapter 32, The Light in the Eyes. The girl was very happy to hear that the 2 agreed to be her friends. She excitedly took their hands and said, "Finally, someone is willing to play with me." After hearing this, Chu Xuan was very confused and asked the girl why no one wanted to be friends with her. Hearing this, the girl looked aggrieved and seemed like she would burst into tears in the next second. Seeing this, Chu Xuan pretended to be an adult and said, "Why are you about to cry again? Look, I don't have any friends here, and I'm not crying now." The girl looked at Chu Xuan with admiration. Chu Yang, who was standing beside her, heard what her brother said and burst out laughing. "Really? Didn't you cry all night when you first came to Grandma's house a few days ago?" When Chu Xuan heard his sister was making fun of him, his face turned red. However, this did not seem to affect the girl's desire to make friends with Chu Xuan. In this way, both of them made their first friend. As time went on, Grandma and Grandpa could clearly see that Chu Xuan was very different from when he first arrived. He was much more cheerful than when he first arrived. Grandma and Grandpa didn't ask anything, as if they knew everything. On the other hand, Uncle Shen was very happy when he learned that his daughter had friends, and he often asked his daughter to play with Chu Xuan and Chu Yang. At the beginning, the girl just stayed beside the 2 of them silently, not daring to say anything. She seemed to be afraid that her hard-earned friends would abandon her, so she was always careful to maintain this relationship. But what really allowed Shenmushi to integrate into it was that ordinary day. Since Chu Xuan and Chu Yang didn't know how long they would have to stay at their grandmother's house, their grandfather brought the siblings to school to enroll them. Since Chu Xuan and Chu Yang were 2 years apart in age, they were not in the same class. Chu Xuan felt very uncomfortable looking at the unfamiliar faces around him, but Chu Yang was lucky to go to the same class as the girl. The girl was very happy when she saw that the person who came was Chu Yang, and quickly asked Chu Yang to sit next to her. But as soon as Chu Yang sat down, somehow the eyes of the people around her seemed to be filled with hostility that a 10-year-old child shouldn't have. Chu Yang didn't care about other people's eyes, but continued chatting with the girl, who was smiling happily. Finally, the get-out of class was over and Chu Xuan ran to the playground, trying to look for Chu Yang. Not long after, Chu Yang and the girl appeared in front of Chu Xuan together, which made Chu Xuan feel very depressed. His sister was actually in the same class with the girl, and he was actually in a class full of strangers. But this was normal after all. He didn't know anyone here except the girl. The three of them were chatting on the playground, and soon a few people formed a small group and came to the three of them. Chu Yang and the girl recognized that several of them were their classmates. I saw a few people saying, "You two are new here, don't play with her. Her mother doesn't want her anymore. You see, we don't play with her. If you two do this, we will also isolate you too." The girl argued, "My mother doesn't abandon me, she just works outside and rarely comes back." Then she started crying. Chu Xuan and Chu Yang felt very sad when they heard the girl's words. After all, they were left at their grandmother's house because their parents were busy, so they could understand the girl's feelings very well. And now someone was speaking such disgusting words, which made them feel disgusted. Chu Xuan pulled the crying girl away from here and kept comforting her. "Little crybaby, stop crying. I will punish them next time they say that." Chu Yang said to the boys at the back, "I will tell the teacher about you." Although they were not convinced, they still left. After all, for children of that age, telling the teacher is the most severe punishment. Chu Yang trotted after the two of them and looked at the girl who was still crying. Just as she was about to comfort her, the bell for class rang. Chu Yang had no choice but to separate the girl and Chu Xuan and decided to wait until after school. In the last class, Chu Xuan could only think of the girl crying. He felt that what those people had said just now were really hateful. He really wanted to take revenge on them, but what could he do? On the other side, Chu Yang brought the girl to her seat. When the others saw the girl crying, instead of coming forward to comfort her, they actually laughed. Chu Yang had never felt that laughter could make people so disgusted that she shouted loudly, "Shut up." Maybe these people only bully the weak and fear the strong, or maybe they are afraid of the teacher. Everyone really shut up. Chu Yang comforted the girl and said, "Don't cry, wait for me after school, I will go find the teacher." The girl nodded slightly. After school, Chu Yang went to find the teacher herself and left the girl alone in the class, while Chu Xuan, who hadn't seen his sister for a long time, was looking for classrooms one by one. Soon, the situation in a classroom attracted Chu Xuan's attention. He saw a girl surrounded by several boys and girls. Chu Xuan took a closer look and found that the person was the little crybaby. Chu Xuan walked up quickly, pulled away the boy in front of him, opened his arms and protected the girl in front of him. When they saw Chu Xuan coming, they were ready to take action. At this moment, Chu Yang came here with the teacher. The teacher was very angry when he saw this scene, and then asked them to ask their parents to come tomorrow. But just as she was about to leave, a boy stretched out his foot. The girl didn't pay attention and dodged, falling heavily to the ground. Chu Xuan slapped the boy in the face and then helped the girl up. However, the girl's knee was broken and she kept crying. Chu Xuan asked Chu Yang to put the girl on her back. Although the girl was not heavy, it was very difficult for Chu Xuan at that time. Chu Yang held the girl with both hands from behind and left the school. Fortunately, the distance between school and home is not far, only about 10 minutes away. After Chu Xuan and his companion carried the girl to Uncle Shen's house next door, they told Uncle Shen about the incident before returning home. After returning home, Chu Yang told her grandparents about this matter. The two old people were very angry. They went to the next door and called Uncle Shen over. Grandpa asked Uncle Shen what he planned to do. Uncle Shen said angrily, "Tomorrow I plan to go to school to meet these students and parents in person." After listening to Uncle Shen's words, Grandpa decided to go with Uncle Shen early tomorrow morning. Uncle Shen kept praising Chu Yang and Chu Xuan, touching their heads and smiling, saying, "Thank you too. If you hadn't told me, I would still be kept in the dark." The next day, the siblings and the girl went to school first, followed by Uncle Shen and Grandpa. Chu Xuan was in class when he heard a teacher walk into the classroom and asked anxiously, "Who is Chu Xuan?" After Chu Xuan answered, he was taken to Chu Yang's class by the female teacher. He saw several parents standing in the class, one of whom was the father of the boy who was slapped by him. When the man saw Chu Xuan coming in, he rolled up his sleeves and walked towards Chu Xuan. However, just as he was about to take action, the teacher stopped him and said, "Parents, this is not the place to talk. If you have anything to say, let's go to the office to talk." After that, the man pulled Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan struggled to get rid of the man's hand and said, "Uncle, you didn't ask why and just did it. No wonder your child is like this." Don't you care about your child's school violence? Chu Xuan also said to the whole class, no matter who bullies her again in the future, I will protect her like I did yesterday. These words coming from the mouth of an 8-year-old child surprised everyone present. Soon, a familiar voice attracted Chu Xuan's attention. Well said. Chu Xuan looked outside the door and found that the people who came were Uncle Shen and Grandpa. Uncle Shen said to the man, if you have anything to say, go to the office and tell us. You don't want your family scandal to be heard by outsiders, do you? As he spoke, the man blushed and pulled his son to the office. The other parents realized they were in the wrong and followed him to the office. Chu Xuan looked at Chu Yang outside the door, and then he realized that Grandpa and Uncle Shen were called from the office by her. Thinking about it, he also prepared to go to the office together. However, Chu Xuan didn't know at this moment that there was a gaze that had been watching him since the beginning. At this moment, Chu Xuan seemed to have become the dazzling light in the girl's eyes. Chapter 33 Promise. There were a group of adults in the office. Although Chu Xuan was in the right in this matter, hitting others was wrong after all, so the teacher asked Chu Xuan to apologize to the boy first. Although Chu Xuan was very reluctant, he had no choice but to apologize. Seeing that Chu Xuan had apologized to him, the man could no longer ask for anything, so he prepared to take his child and leave. But just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by Uncle Shen, who said, don't be in a hurry to leave. Your child's bullying problem has not been resolved yet. After hearing this, the man kept quibbling, saying that there was no evidence and that this was slander. Seeing that the man still refused to admit it, Uncle Shen had to ask the teacher to call his daughter over. The girl looked at the group of people in the room and felt timid. The man said in an almost threatening tone, little girl, you better speak nicely. If you speak nonsense, you are not a good child. When the girl heard these words, she hid timidly behind Uncle Shen. Uncle Shen protected the girl behind him and said, it's nothing for a grown-up like you to scare a child. Then he told the girl to speak boldly. The girl glanced at her father and Chu Xuan in front of her, and mustered up the courage to tell them about the bullying she had experienced. When the girl told everything, everyone in the office was shocked. They probably never thought that a child could be so malicious. After dealing with all this, the teacher took the girl back to the classroom and told everyone in the class about the incident. The next day, a parent-teacher meeting was held for the entire class. However, no one knew how many people were being bullied in the corners that no one noticed. Ever since what happened that day, the girl would often stick to Chu Xuan, and was no longer as cautious as before when interacting with Chu Xuan and Chu Yang. However, the girl still seemed unable to change her habit of crying at the slightest provocation, but it was quite cute this way. Time passed day by day, and Chu Xuan only felt that a long time had passed. There were no green leaves on the trees, and the two kittens had grown much bigger than before. He still often sat in front of the door and looked into the distance, but he seemed to have gotten used to life in the countryside. But this peace didn't last long, because it was an ordinary day. Chu Xuan and the other two were playing in front of the door as usual, when they saw a car coming from a distance and stopped in front of Chu Xuan and the others. When they saw clearly who got off the car, Chu Xuan and Chu Yang became very excited. Chu Xuan ran up excitedly, hugged their thighs and said, Mom and Dad, you're finally here. As he spoke, tears began to flow. The grandparents in the room heard the noise outside the door and came out of the house together. When the two old people saw that the people coming were their daughter and son-in-law, they were very happy and quickly pulled the two of them into the house. The adults in the house seemed to be discussing something, while Chu Xuan and his friends were playing in the snow in the yard. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Xuan's parents and siblings said, let's go home tomorrow. The brother and sister were very happy when they heard it, but the girl next to them ran back home in tears. Chu Xuan didn't know why the little crybaby was crying again, so he followed the girl back, and Chu Xuan's parents followed behind. Next door, Uncle Shen saw his daughter crying and asked her what happened. The girl started crying and said that Chu Xuan and the others were going to move away. When Uncle Shen heard what his daughter said, he realized that his daughter was reluctant to let Chu Xuan and the others leave. Uncle Shen patiently comforted the girl. The next day, Chu Xuan got up early to prepare to go home. Grandma and Grandpa came to the door early in the morning, ready to see them off. Chu Xuan looked at his grandmother and said, Grandma, aren't you and Grandpa going with us? Grandma smiled and said, you guys go back first. Your grandpa and I will come to see you later. Remember to eat well when you get home and don't starve yourself. Perhaps because he was young and didn't understand what parting meant, Chu Xuan agreed to his grandmother's request with a smile. Chu Xuan was just about to get into the car holding the kitten when he heard the girl calling him. Chu Xuan asked the girl what was wrong. The girl didn't say anything, but just kissed Chu Xuan lightly on the face. Chu Xuan was a little confused by this and quickly took a few steps back. The adults around him were watching all this with a smile. At this time the girl said, My My mother once told me that as long as we kiss, we will get married. Chu Xuan's face turned even redder when he heard these words. Although he was young, he still knew what marriage meant. Chu Xuan said embarrassedly, "Then, when I grow up, I will marry you." After hearing this, the girl happily hugged Chu Xuan, but she started crying while laughing. When Chu Xuan was about to get in the car, the girl said, "Don't forget my name is Shenmushi." We agreed. Don't forget our agreement. Not long after Chu Xuan returned home, his parents bought a house and brought his grandparents over. Grandma and Chu Xuan said, "Not long after you left, Mushi's mother came back and took them away with her." Chu Xuan felt very sad, but just as he was about to say something, he heard a familiar voice. "The boundless horizon is my love, the endless." That's right. It was Li Bua's alarm clock. Chu Xuan rubbed his eyes and sat up tiredly. Li Bua and the others saw Chu Xuan's look and said, "Brother, today is Monday and you have a day's worth of classes. Hurry up and finish your work. If you can't make it to roll call, you're done." Chu Xuan pinched his face first, thinking that he had really had a long dream. He actually dreamed of his past self and laughed out loud at the thought. After making sure that he was not dreaming, he climbed out of bed. Fan Yang looked at Chu Xuan and asked, "Xuana, what's wrong with you? Why are you pinching your face?" Chu Xuan smiled and said, "It's okay, I just had a very long dream last night." However, Chu Xuan remembered that his parents seemed to have talked to Uncle Shen about something at that time, but now he couldn't remember it at all. He simply stopped thinking about it and went straight to the bathroom with his toiletries to wash up. When Chu Xuan returned to the dormitory, Hu Qingran said, "Xuana, you talked about your dream yesterday. You said a lot of things, such as marrying you or something." When everyone heard Hu Qingran's words, they all echoed and said that they had heard it too. Chu Xuan did not make any excuses, but walked to the balcony silently, looked at the scenery in the distance and said, "Well, I made an agreement with someone when I was a child." Hearing these words, several people became interested and walked forward, wanting to ask something. However, at this time, Li Bua rushed in from outside and said, "Brothers, are you going to leave? Su Yu and I have been waiting for you downstairs for a long time." Several people walked out of the dormitory while playing and joking. Chapter 34, Nightmare Monday Morning. Before entering the classroom, Chu Xuan originally thought that after yesterday's freshman party, there would be many people asking him questions. But the truth was that I was overthinking it. Not many people came to ask Chu Xuan. Only a few people who had been good friends with me during the military training came to ask me. However, Chu Xuan did not say anything in detail, just said that he knew Shenmushi before. Although a few people still had questions in their minds, since Chu Xuan had already answered them, they had no way of asking further questions and returned to their seats one after another. This time, Chu Xuan and his friends did not sit in the first row. Instead, they sat in the middle row. After all, if they couldn't understand, sleeping in the middle was better than in the first row. However, this time Chu Xuan did not stand next to Li Bua. After all, after the last class, Li Bua left a huge shadow on Chu Xuan. This class is about Chinese music history, and Chu Xuan is somewhat curious about what kind of teacher teaches this class. After a while, a middle-aged male teacher in his 60s walked into the classroom with a thermos cup and textbooks. The teacher had a lot of white hair on his head. When the people in the classroom saw the teacher coming in, they stopped talking. The teacher first introduced himself to everyone, saying that his surname was Wu and that he was the teacher who taught them Chinese music history during their freshman semester. Then he took out a booklet from the book on the other side and began to call the roll. Since this was the first time this class was taught, many people came, but there were still many people who were lucky enough to come to class. Teacher Wu told everyone in the class the consequences of being absent, and these words scared Chu Xuan and his classmates who had just entered freshman year. Then he started talking about today's lesson. At first Chu Xuan listened very seriously, but after a while, he started playing with his phone again. Chu Xuan looked at the time and found that it was already 8:30, so he sent a message to Shenmushi's green bubble. "Chu Xuan, little crybaby, are you awake?" After a while, Shenmushi first sent an angry emoticon, and then sent a message. "Shenmushi, didn't we agree not to call me a crybaby anymore?" Chu Xuan, when did you agree on this?" Shenmushi, you big liar. Chu Xuan, okay, senior sister, I won't tease you anymore. Did you sleep well? Shenmushi, it's okay, but I'm still a little dizzy. Did I say a lot of weird things yesterday? Chu Xuan, I didn't say much, just something like you are Ultraman and I am a little monster. Chu Xuan did not tell the other party everything that Shenmushi said yesterday. After all, Chu Xuan could not say these words. Shenmushi asked, "Didn't I say anything else yesterday?" Chu Xuan, "Yes, I'll tell you when I have the chance. Shenmushi sent a kitten emoji with a big hum on it. Then he said, "Are you in the dormitory? Let's go eat. I'm so hungry." Chu Xuan looked at the message sent by his senior sister, thinking that she was really relaxed now. He had to go to class all day, while he had full classes 3 days a week, and even had 2 classes on Saturday morning. Chu Xuan said to Shenmushi, "Senior sister, what do you want to eat? I'll order takeout for you. I'm in class now," he said with a crying face expression. Shenmushi replied, "How about I go to class with you?" Chu Xuan was shocked when he saw the message sent by Shenmushi. He felt both excited and nervous, but in the end Chu Xuan still rejected Shenmushi. After all, if Shenmushi came here, it would be hard to explain. After saying that, Chu Xuan ordered a bowl of porridge for Shenmushi from the yellow kangaroo, and after telling Shenmushi, he continued to attend the class scrolling on his phone. Su Yu, who was standing by, saw Chu Xuan had been sending messages, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Are you not avoiding people anymore?" Chu Xuan did not answer Su Yu's question, but asked Su Yu a question. Chu Xuan did not say it out loud, but sent it to Su Yu on the green bubble. Chu Xuan, third brother, I'm actually a little curious. The one who dropped out of school that you mentioned that night, wasn't it you? Chu Xuan could clearly feel that after Su Yu saw the message, his face was filled with speechlessness and helplessness. Su Yu answered in a low voice, "I was on the phone with my brother that night. My brother said that someone had recently dropped out of their school. He told me not to cause trouble or I would be dropped out. I said, I don't want to drop out, but you only heard the word drop out." Chu Xuan felt a little embarrassed when he heard Su Yu's answer. Chu Xuan thought that it was a good thing that he didn't tell the others. If the others knew about it, he would be even more embarrassed. Time passed very slowly. Chu Xuan felt that 2 years had passed in the 2-hour class. After class, Li Bua was about to leave the teaching building. Seeing this, several people hurriedly stopped him and asked Li Bua what he was going to do. Li Bua turned around and said, "Aren't you going back to the dormitory after class?" When several people heard what Li Bua said, they said speechlessly, "Brother, today is a full day and you just finished your first class." As they spoke, they pointed their finger to another classroom next door. Chu Xuan sat in his seat with a deathly pale face, as if at this moment only Chu Xuan's body was here, and Chu Xuan's soul had long gone away to who knows where. Fortunately, the second class every Monday is physical education. The reason why the first class is in the classroom is mainly because the teacher notified us in advance that there are some precautions to pay attention to. Soon Chu Xuan and his friends walked out of the classroom, discussing what to eat. As soon as they walked out of the teaching building, Chu Xuan found a girl calling him over from a distance. Without even a second thought, they guessed that this person must be Shenmushi, so they pushed Chu Xuan out. Chu Xuan came in front of Shenmushi and found that Shenmushi was wearing a mask on her face, which made him curious. Chu Xuan asked, "Senior sister, why are you wearing a mask today?" Shenmushi opened her mouth and replied, "I don't wear makeup." Chu Xuan felt that Shenmushi must be lying. After all, Shenmushi had always been bare-faced when she went out with him before. Except for the freshman party last night, he had never seen Shenmushi wear makeup. Seeing Chu Xuan looking thoughtful, Shenmushi patted Chu Xuan's head gently and asked, "What are we going to eat?" When Chu Xuan heard what Shenmushi said, he jokingly said, "Senior sister, didn't you just eat porridge? If you eat more, you will become a little pig." I saw Shenmushi pulling Chu Xuan's arm closer and said, "Then if I become a piglet, will you still want me?" Chu Xuan blushed when he heard this, then said, "Yes, why not?" Just as Shenmushi was about to speak, Chu Xuan added, "After all, pork is so expensive now." When Shenmushi heard what Chu Xuan said, she stepped on Chu Xuan angrily. This scene happened to be seen by Li Bua and others who were watching from a distance. Chapter 35 Nightmare Monday afternoon. Chu Xuan and Shenmushi left alone after lunch. After all, today is Monday and he still has 2 classes to attend. Unlike the morning classes, the afternoon classes are taught independently by the class and there are not so many people, so the class is also arranged in the art building. However, Chu Xuan found that he seemed to have arrived too early. There was no one else in the art building except for a few teachers and students. Fortunately, there are rows of seats outside each room, where Chu Xuan can sit and wait. Chu Xuan leaned back in his chair, fiddling with his phone out of boredom. About 30 minutes later, he saw people walking into the classroom one after another. At this time, Chu Xuan finally saw Hu Qingran and others in the crowd. As a stranger, Chu Xuan followed them after seeing the people he knew as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. After seeing Chu Xuan, Hu Qingran and the others briefly joked with him and then walked into the classroom together. The classroom in the art building was very small and could only accommodate 1 class of students. Although Chu Xuan and his friends had arrived very early, the last few rows were already full. Hu Qingran and a few others chose to sit against the wall, while Chu Xuan sat alone in the empty first row. If you want to know why Chu Xuan sat in the first row, it was because this class was about sight singing and ear training. As a very important part of music, Chu Xuan certainly wanted to study hard. But there was another reason. Chu Xuan really couldn't understand theoretical things like music history. But as one of the top 200 students in the Zhizhou Province Arts examination, he could still sing accurately. And he also wanted to see how these were different from those in high school. Soon, a middle-aged male teacher in his 40s with a thin face and glasses walked in. It seemed that introducing oneself was a routine for every teacher. The teacher said a lot, but Chu Xuan only remembered that he said his last name was Liu, and the teaching materials used in Chu Xuan's sight singing class were compiled by him. The moment Chu Xuan opened the textbook, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was how difficult it was. Although each line is arranged from easy to difficult, the first one is a bit difficult. Chu Xuan is obviously familiar with every note, but when they are combined together, it is very tongue-twisting. Teacher Liu was playing the piano, and the students in the audience were singing along with the piano. Chu Xuan thought that after singing a piece, he should leave some time for students to practice on their own, but Chu Xuan was wrong. Teacher Liu played one piece after another, and the melodies in the book became more and more difficult, and the speed became faster and faster. I don't know how long it took, but the bell for the end of get out of class finally rang. Before leaving, the teacher said, "Remember to practice these points well when you go back. I want to ask you some questions before the next class starts." Chu Xuan showed no expression when he heard these words. He leaned forward on the table, staring blankly ahead, as if he was thinking, "Who am I? Where am I?" Li Bua and Hu Qingran were about to go to the bathroom. When they saw Chu Xuan, they asked, "Xuana, how do you feel?" Chu Xuan looked at the two of them and said, "It's okay, I'm fine." Then he continued to lie down. Seeing this, Hu Qingran secretly took a photo of Chu and sent it to the dormitory group. The screen in the dormitory group was filled with ha 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 ha. Finally, the last class on Monday began. Chu Xuan straightened himself up to make himself look less tired. After a while, a female teacher in her 40s walked in. She said something at the time, but Chu Xuan had forgotten it because he was too tired at the time. This class was music theory. The female teacher did not give a lecture, but instead asked everyone in the class what their majors were and how many years they had studied. To be honest, Chu Xuan didn't quite understand. In Chu Xuan's opinion, this seemed to have nothing to do with the music theory class. When the teacher called Chu Xuan's name, Chu Xuan stood up and said, "Teacher, I studied vocal music for 4 years." When Chu Xuan finished speaking, the female teacher pushed her glasses and said, "You are Chu Xuan. It was you who sang with Shenmushi yesterday." As soon as these words came out, the whole class looked at him with curiosity, but Chu Xuan did not shy away from it and admitted it generously. The female teacher looked at Chu Xuan in front of her, seemed to have a satisfied expression, smiled and asked Chu Xuan to sit down. Chu Xuan was confused, and he really couldn't figure out what this female teacher was up to. But Chu Xuan knew it immediately. The female teacher was giving a lecture on the stage, but Chu Xuan found it a bit boring because these things were all high school knowledge, and Chu Xuan had already done a lot of questions of this type in the art exam. The female teacher seemed to notice that the people in the audience were not in high spirits, and then she said, "From now on, no one is allowed to play with mobile phones in my class." Then she wrote 2 questions on the blackboard. Chu Xuan naturally became the lucky one and was called up by the teacher, while the other one was Li Bua, who was elected by the public. The question on the blackboard was not that difficult. It was just an ordinary question of analyzing the tune based on the melody. Chu Xuan finished it in a short while Li Bua beside him kept writing something. Chu Xuan returned to his seat and heard people around him discussing Li Bua's calligraphy. Chu Xuan took a look and thought, this seems to be the reason why the handwriting reflects the person. After a long time, the teacher saw that Li Bua really couldn't write anything else, so he asked him to go back. Li Bua smiled and twisted his butt and went back to his seat. At this time, the teacher called a boy next to Chu Xuan to do this question. Chu Xuan had an impression of this boy, and it seemed that his name was Liu Ruochen. Time quickly came for the get out of class to end. After a day of classes, Chu Xuan felt that he had aged a lot. He dragged his tired body to the door, waiting for Li Bua and the others. Li Bua and the others saw Chu Xuan waiting for them and asked curiously, "Aren't you going to have dinner with senior sister tonight?" Chu Xuan replied, "No, I'm too tired. I just talked to senior sister Mu." Then they went to the cafeteria to eat. In the girls' dormitory on the other side, Che Xiaoxiao looked at Shenmushi and said jokingly, 11:11, "Aren't you going to have dinner with your boyfriend today?" Shenmushi said, "No, He is too tired after a day of classes today. After Shenmushi finished speaking, she reacted and said with a slightly red face, What little boyfriend? Chu Xuan smiled and said, It's not now, but it will be sooner or later. You don't even know that when he carried you back last night, he was afraid that you would catch a cold while sleeping, so he put his clothes on you. If I were you, I would take action as soon as possible, and don't worry about who confessed first or anything like that. When Chu Xuan turned to look at Shenmushi, Shenmushi was sitting there smiling blankly. Seeing this, Chu Xuan called Shenmushi a few times, but the other party did not respond. In the end, Chu Xuan just smiled like an aunt and continued to do her own thing. No one knows what Shenmushi was thinking that day. Maybe he was thinking that even though Chu Xuan is older, he is still the same person. Chapter 36. Little Rubber Band. It was Tuesday, and with the sound of alarm clocks ringing one after another, the people in 303 forced themselves to start their brains. After a day of classes, Chu Xuan and his friends' whole bodies were resisting it all. It was only a little past 7 in the morning, and some of them had to get up. After Chu Xuan and his companions simply washed up, they headed to the classroom like zombies. The classroom was the same as yesterday. This time, since several people came very early, they all sat in the last row. Chu Xuan fell asleep on the table as soon as he sat down, so that he didn't even know what the class was about in the first period. He only knew that there was no roll call in this class, which gave Chu Xuan an idea. The morning class passed quickly. Fortunately, there were no classes on Tuesday afternoon, which made everyone feel relieved. After lunch, Chu Xuan and his friends returned to the dormitory. They lay on the bed, talking 1 second and falling asleep the next. When Chu Xuan woke up, 2 hours had passed. Chu Xuan found that the people around him were still asleep, so he started checking his phone. Today's notes are either recommending nearby restaurants or recently released movies. Chu Xuan glanced at the time and found that it was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so he sent a message to Shenmushi on Green Bubble. Chu Xuan, senior sister, what are you doing? Shenmushi, I'm following the drama, what's wrong? After discovering that Shenmushi was also free, she said with some excitement in her heart, Senior sister, let us go to the movies. After a while, Shenmushi replied, Okay, I'll pack up and go downstairs. When Chu Xuan saw the message from Shenmushi, he climbed out of bed excitedly, tidied himself up carefully, and ran out of the dormitory door. Chu Xuan came downstairs to the female dormitory and found that Shenmushi did not come down first this time. Zixuan did not urge Shenmushi, but squatted on the side of the road, looking for a movie to watch. At this time, a girl walked in front of Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan was a little confused. He stood up and looked at the girl, thinking that he didn't know her. Could it be that he was blocking the girl? Thinking of this, he walked somewhere else. When Chu Xuan turned around, he found that the girl was still following him. Chu Xuan asked in confusion, Excuse me, is there anything I can help you with? The girl said, Don't you remember me? We met before in Shenzhou. I wanted your green bubble too. What a coincidence. I didn't expect that we were from the same school. When the girl finished speaking, Chu Xuan remembered that the girl in front of him was the one who wanted to make a green bubble in Shenzhou Tea Paradise. The girl said, You rejected me last time. You see, we are from the same school. Can you? Although Chu Xuan was very reluctant, he still gave her the green bubble, but the girl kept asking, Little brother, do you have a girlfriend? At this time, Chu Xuan felt a hand holding his arm. Chu Xuan looked over and found it was Shenmushi. Shenmushi said coldly, I'm sorry, he has a girlfriend. Then she took Chu Xuan's arm and left. Shenmushi asked Chu Xuan what the girl was doing here just now, and Chu Xuan calmly said that she was here to get some green bubbles from him. When Shenmushi heard that she was here to ask for Chu Xuan green bubble, she asked, Did you give it to her? Chu Xuan replied with a smirk, I gave it to her. Why not give it to her if she wants it? When Shenmushi heard what Chu Xuan said, she let go of Chu Xuan's hand and said in a cold tone, Okay, you have become more capable, Chu Xuan. Now you have learned to eat what is in the bowl while thinking about what is in the pot. At this moment, the phone suddenly rang, and Shenmushi said coldly, Someone added you, take a look. Then he crossed his hands on his waist. Chu Xuan smiled and said, Senior sister, how can you be sure that it is not yours? When Shenmushi heard Chu Xuan's words, she took out her cell phone while saying that it couldn't be her. The moment she took out her cell phone, Shenmushi found that it was indeed her green bubble who had a new friend request. Shenmushi looked at Chu Xuan with a question mark on her face, and Chu Xuan explained, I did give her the green bubble, but I didn't say it was for me. When Shenmushi heard Chu Xuan's words, she said angrily, Humph, you just know how to tease me. Chu Xuan said, That's because Sister Mu she is so cute. Chu Xuan continued, "Do you remember that I told you about the two elderly people I met in Shenzhou? To be honest, I envy their relationship. They can love someone for their entire life. Nowadays, the world is too fast, and fast food love is not what I like." Shenmushi looked at Chu Xuan in front of him and felt that he was inexplicably sad, so he took Chu Xuan's wrist and walked out of the door. Although the relationship between Chu Xuan and Shenmushi could be changed with just one sentence, since they haven't seen each other for such a long time, they both seem to want to sort out their feelings before expressing their feelings to each other. The two of them quickly arrived at the cinema. Although Chu Xuan wanted to watch a science fiction movie, after all, he was traveling with Shenmushi this time, so he bought 2 tickets for a comedy movie. The two bought a big bucket of popcorn and 2 cups of Coke. Although the movie was very funny, Chu Xuan didn't laugh much and kept drinking Coke. Instead, Shenmushi kept laughing. The popcorn was placed in the middle by the two of them. When Chu Xuan was about to take it, his hand happened to touch Shenmushi's hand just like in a TV drama. You should know that usually the two of them would at most hold each other's wrists, and their hands have never touched each other. Although this time it was an accidental touch, the two of them quickly withdrew their hands and pretended nothing happened. After watching the movie, Chu Xuan and Shenmushi went shopping in the mall again, but this time they were like strangers and didn't say anything. After a while, the two walked into a small decoration store. Shenmushi was choosing in front, and Chu Xuan followed behind. After a while, Shenmushi had selected some things and a small rubber band. Shenmushi blushed and asked Chu Xuan to give her his hand. As she spoke, she put the rubber band she had just bought on Chu Xuan's wrist and said shyly, "Don't take this little rubber band off without my permission in the future." Although Chu Xuan had never been in a relationship, he had seen it in TV dramas and understood what it meant. After Shenmushi finished speaking, she shyly took Chu Xuan's hand and said, Only this time, the rest will only happen after you confess to me." Chu Jian's face turned red after hearing this. The two hands were interlocked and held tightly together. Chu Xuan felt that Shenmushi's hand was very small and soft, so Chu Xuan gently pinched it a few times, but Shenmushi did not refuse. The two of them walked hand in hand in the mall for a long time. Although they had been here together last time, this time left the deepest impression on Chu Xuan. Chapter 37, the first group photo. Since it was Chu Xuan's first time holding a girl's hand, he seemed very unnatural. But Chu Xuan was not the only one who felt unnatural. Shenmushi and Chu Xuan had almost similar reactions. However, the two did not choose to let go of each other's hands, but held each other more tightly. Chu Xuan opened his mouth and said to Shenmushi, "Senior sister, your hands are so soft." When Shenmushi heard Chu Xuan's words, her already rosy face became even redder, and she took Chu Xuan's hand and strode forward. Soon the two were attracted by a store, which was an indoor amusement park with various kinds of game machines. There were many adults bringing their children to play in it. Although Chu Xuan and Shenmushi are already adults, love to play seems to be the nature of every adult. Shenmushi secretly glanced at Chu Xuan beside him, and after confirming that Chu Xuan also wanted to go in and play, he pretended to be deep and said, "What's wrong, Chu Xuan? Do you want to go in and play?" Chu Xuan didn't say anything, but just looked at Shenmushi with his own eyes, and his whole face seemed to have a big word "want" written on it. Shenmushi shook her head and said, "Okay, then I'll go play with you for a while." Although Shenmushi said this, the moment Chu Xuan said he wanted to, Shenmushi was extremely happy. Chu Xuan and the other person came to the front desk, bought some game coins from the front desk, and started playing inside. As a boy, Chu Xuan really likes the various racing games in it, but he can't leave his senior sister aside and play here by himself. Chu Xuan saw two people surrounded not far away. Chu Xuan walked over and found that the two were competing. Soon the game was over, and the two people on the machine left. Seeing this, Chu Xuan said to Shenmushi, "Senior, let's have a game." Shenmushi smiled and said after hearing Chu Xuan's words, "Okay, then what is the punishment for losing?" Chu Xuan replied, "How about whoever loses treats the other person to a meal?" Shenmushi smiled and sat on one machine, and motioned Chu Xuan to sit on another one. Since this machine has its own VR, it makes the two feel very real. Chu Xuan was thinking whether he should give Shenmushi some slack, but when the game started, Chu Xuan felt that he was wrong and that the senior should give way to him. At first, Chu Xuan was running in front of Shenmushi, but somehow he suddenly ran behind her, and in the end he couldn't even see the taillights of his senior sister. As expected, Chu Xuan lost. Chu Xuan was a little unconvinced and planned to run a few more rounds, but in the end Chu Xuan didn't win a single game. Chu Xuan didn't know that Shenmushi actually often played racing games with Che Xiaoxiao, and over time he developed the skills. Seeing that Chu Xuan was not in a good mood, Shenmushi asked Chu Xuan to go catch dolls with her. However, Chu Xuan has never been very good at catching dolls since he was a child, so he naturally became the one watching from aside. Shenmushi took a fancy to a pink bear, but failed to catch it after trying for a long time. Shenmushi gave the last coin to Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan originally wanted to refuse, but looking at Shenmushi's eyes, he really couldn't refuse. Chu Xuan shook the remote control lightly, then quickly pressed the button, and the pink bear was caught in the side of the two people. Chu Xuan felt it was incredible. After all, he rarely caught dolls when he was in Tang City. Shenmushi happily hugged the teddy bear like a little girl. Chu Xuan saw the shadows of their childhood in Shenmushi, and it seemed that nothing had changed. The two left the amusement park and prepared to go upstairs to eat barbecue. As soon as they got upstairs, Shenmushi saw a sign in a store that said free photography. Shenmushi thought that she and Chu Xuan had never taken a photo together, so she took Chu Xuan's hand and walked up quickly. The photographer took a camera and quickly took a photo of the two of them. He also added Chu Xuan's green bubble and sent an electronic version of the photo to Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan and Shenmushi looked at the photos in their hands and felt very satisfied. After all, this was their first photo together. However, Shenmushi asked for the one in Chu Xuan's hand. Although Chu Xuan didn't understand why Shenmushi wanted his photo when she also had one in her hand, he still gave it to her. Then the two of them turned and went to a nearby barbecue restaurant. However, when Chu Xuan and his companion walked to the front of the store, they found that the store was past its business hours, so they had no choice but to leave. Chapter 38. Are you here to make me laugh? After Chu Xuan and Shenmushi walked around the mall for a while, they chose to leave. Chu Xuan did not let go of Shenmushi's hand all the way, and Shenmushi also held Chu Xuan's hand tightly. It was not until they arrived at the girls' dormitory that Chu Xuan reluctantly let go of Shenmushi's hand. Since the girls' dormitory and the boys' dormitory were not far away, Chu Xuan quickly returned to his own dormitory. Chu Xuan walked into the dormitory and found that several roommates had woken up. Chu Xuan habitually asked, "Hey, are you guys awake?" After hearing Chu Xuan's answer, several people said angrily, "How dare you say that, kid? Have you been fooling around again?" Chu Xuan heard what they said and quickly argued, "How can it be called fooling around? I just went out to watch a movie with my senior sister." Li Bua instantly perked up when he heard Chu Xuan's words and seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, he said, "Godfather." When Chu Xuan heard what Li Bua said, he knew that Li Bua must have something to ask him. After all, when the word Godfather appeared in the boys' dormitory, it either meant that he had to bring food or that he had something to ask of him. Li Bua continued, "Godfather, does senior sister Shenmushi have any best friends? And how did you win her over? Please teach me." Chu Xuan looked at Li Bua and knew that Li Bua was up to no good. Besides, he and Shenmushi were not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship yet, so he couldn't say that he had known each other since childhood. After some consideration, Chu Xuan and Li Bua said, "Senior sister does have a best friend, the one I mentioned before." Although Li Bua knew that there was such a person, he didn't seem to have any impression of her, so he asked Chu Xuan to send Che Xiaoxia's green bubble to him. After Chu Xuan sent Che Xiaoxia's message to Li Bua, he was ready to go to bed. At this moment, Li Bua discovered that Chu Xuan was wearing a small purple rubber band on his wrist. Li Bua asked, "Xuana, you little rubber band." As he spoke, a sly smile appeared on Li Bua's face. However, the other people in the dormitory were still very rational, especially Hu Qingran. Hu Qingran threw a pillow at Li Bua and said, "I've given you all the green bubbles. If you don't want more, give them to me and I'll add more." When Li Bua heard Hu Qingran's words, he whispered, "I'm curious." Then he added Che Xiaoxia's green bubble. Chu Xuan was lying on the bed, and his face turned red again when he thought about himself holding hands with his senior sister. Hu Qingran, who was lying in the bed opposite him, was no longer surprised. After all, Chu Xuan had a small bump every 3 days and a big bump every 5 days. Chu Xuan was just about to take out his phone to chat with Shenmushi when he heard Li Bua yell, "Oh my God, she blocked me." Chu Xuan found it a little unbelievable when he heard what Li Bua said. After all, in Chu Xuan's impression, senior sister Che Xiaoxiao was a very enthusiastic person and she shouldn't block others at every turn. When Chu Xuan was about to ask Li Bua why he was blocked, his phone suddenly received a message from Shenmushi. Shenmushi sent a total of 2 messages. The first one was, "Xiaoxiao asked me to tell you, don't push such a weird person to her next time." The second one was a screenshot of a chat. Chu Xuan clicked it and found that it was the chat record between Li Bua and Che Xiaoxiao. Li Bua, "Hello, senior sister. I am Chu Xuan's roommate." Che Xiaoxiao, "Oh, hello. What can I do for you?" Li Bua, "Ah, senior sister, nothing much to say. I just think you are very beautiful and want to get to know you." Che Xiaoxiao, "I'm sorry, Junior, I don't want to have a relationship with you, and I don't have any plans to have a relationship now. Li Bua, Senior, do you know that I had an 4 yesterday? Che Xiao Xiao. Li Bua, it's the night I miss you. Che Xiao Xiao. Li Bua, Senior, do you know what time it is now? Che Xiao Xiao, do you have any business? Li Bua, Senior is now the starting point of our happiness. Che Xiao Xiao. After that, when Li Bua sent a message to Che Xiao Xiao again, he received a big red exclamation mark. When Chu Xuan finished reading this conversation, he felt his head buzzing, thinking that Li Bua was really good at making things happen. This was too greasy. When Chu Xuan was about to reply to Shenmushi, Shenmushi sent a video. The person in the video was Che Xiao Xiao, and bursts of laughter could be heard from time to time. Che Xiao Xiao said in the video, Chu Xuan, I warn you, if you dare to push some weird people to me again, be careful that next time you ask 1111 to go out, I will stop her from going. The video ended here, and Chu Xuan sent a message to Shenmushi and said, is Senior Sister Xiao Xiao okay? As soon as Chu Xuan sent the message, the latter called. Shenmushi said jokingly, send me a message to ask me if Xiao Xiao is okay. Chu Xuan quickly replied, no, after all, it was me who gave Sister Xiao Xiao's green bubble to my roommate. I'm sorry after reading the chat history. Although Chu Xuan had deliberately lowered his voice, Li Bua still heard it, and Li Bua said, Brother Xuan, I'm heartbroken, and you're still on the phone with your date. Chu Xuan felt speechless after hearing this, thinking to himself that Li Bua was just heartbroken, when it was obvious that he had never been in love before, and what he said was really too greasy. Since Shenmushi and Chu Xuan's phone was on the line, Che Xiao Xiao naturally heard what Li Bua said. Chu Xuan only heard Che Xiao Xiao's voice getting closer, and then a familiar voice came out. Chu Xuan, let me tell you, if you dare to give my green bubble to a strange person again, you're done. Chu Xuan clearly heard the murderous intent in Che Xiao Xiao's last 3 words, and quickly agreed to the other party. Just then, Chu Xuan received a friend request on his mobile phone. Chu Xuan was a little puzzled as to who would add him a green bubble at this time. Chu Xuan, I'm Teacher Wang. Chu Xuan was a little flustered when he saw the message, and quickly agreed to Teacher Wang's friend request. Chu Xuan replied politely, hello, Teacher Wang. Then he told Shenmushi about this on the phone. Shenmushi smiled and said, maybe there will be a surprise. I'll hang up first. You can talk to Teacher Wang first. Although Chu Xuan was reluctant, he still hung up the call from his senior. After a while, Teacher Wang sent a message. Chu Xuan, based on your previous entrance exam, I have assigned you to this position. Please come to piano room 26 in the art building at 8 o'clock tomorrow. Chu Xuan was very happy when he saw this, thinking that he could take classes with his senior. So he replied to Teacher Wang excitedly. At this time, Qingran and others asked Chu Xuan if he had seen the message sent in the group. Chu Xuan then saw that the students of each teacher had been divided, not only vocal music, but also instrumental music and piano. Chu Xuan looked at the vocal music class schedule and found that there were 2 other students besides himself, but he didn't know them. As for the violin lesson, he took it with Xu Chen and a few other people at the time. However, Chu Xuan was shocked when he saw the time, as it was already 8 a.m. on Friday. Later, when Chu Xuan saw the piano class schedule, he felt like his heart was about to die, as it was right next to the vocal music class. Fortunately, Hu Qingran was with him. Chapter 39, the first professional course. The next morning, Chu Xuan's biological clock seemed to be messed up and he got up at 6 in the morning. Chu Xuan yawned loudly and opened the musical note on his phone as if he was checking in. However, Chu Xuan did not brush for long. After about half an hour, he got up and washed. After all, today was Chu Xuan's first vocal lesson, and he wanted to leave a good impression on the teacher. Chu Xuan walked out of the dormitory quietly, but when he came back, he found that everyone in the dormitory had woken up. Chu Xuan said somewhat embarrassedly, "Did I wake you up?" Hu Qingran said, "No, I have a professional class today, so I got up early and cleaned up." After listening to Hu Qingran's words, Chu Xuan realized that everyone had professional classes today. Thinking of this, he climbed onto the bed and put the small rubber band next to his pillow back on his hand. Several people sighed silently when they saw this scene. Li Bua's reaction was even more explosive. "Help! Help! There are people here who don't care about the lives of single people." When Fan Yang heard what Li Bua said, he covered Li Bua's mouth with his hand, while Xu Chen pinched Li Bua's butt and said, "What the hell are you doing?" For some reason, ever since they came back from Chenzhou, they have gotten used to calling Li Bua Exa, and Chu Xuan naturally cannot escape the title of XDA. Chu Xuan sat on Xu Chen's bed and glanced at the time. It was already 7:30. After talking to Xu Chen and the others for a few words, He went out to look for Shenmushi. Chu Xuan had already discussed with Shenmushi last night that he would go to class with her today, and Shenmushi naturally did not refuse, but agreed excitedly. It was already 7:40 when Chu Xuan arrived downstairs of the girls' dormitory, and Chu Xuan saw that Shenmushi had already been standing downstairs. Chu Xuan ran over quickly and said, "I'm sorry, senior sister, you've been waiting for a long time." Shenmushi looked at Chu Xuan in front of him and said, "Well, it hasn't been long. In fact, I just came down." As they spoke, the two of them walked towards the art building. Along the way, Chu Xuan turned into a curious baby, constantly asking Shenmushi everything, but Shenmushi did not feel disgusted, but patiently answered Chu Xuan's questions. After a while, the two arrived at the art building, and Chu Xuan felt that this road seemed too short. The two came to piano room number 26 on the 3rd floor, and saw two other girls standing in front of the door. Chu Xuan had some impression of them and knew that they were classmates in the same class as him. Shenmushi walked into the piano room, while Chu Xuan, like the two girls, stood blankly at the door of the piano room. Teacher Wang saw several people standing in a row and said with a smile, "You guys are all done, come in." Chu Xuan walked into the piano room and felt that it was very different from what he had imagined. In addition to the piano, there were many small appliances for daily use, such as coffee machines, and even a few green plants by the wall. Teacher Wang asked the students to relax and not be too restrained. Since it was the first class, the teacher did not teach them. Instead, he tested the three people's vocal range and left a song for them. Then he talked to them about the requirements of the vocal class. Our school's professional courses like vocal music only last for 2 semesters, and in the 2nd year, there will be a professional exam. Only those who are in the top 20 in the class can continue to study. As he said that, Teacher Wang pointed to Shenmushi beside him and said, "Your senior sister has always been the 1st or 2nd in your performance during this time. I hope you can be like her by then." Hearing what Teacher Wang said, Chu Xuan looked at Shenmushi with admiration, and when Shenmushi saw Chu Xuan's eyes, she shyly turned her head away. Teacher Wang continued, "Your entrance exam at that time was divided into teachers and class types. Each teacher taught 1-on-1, and then several 1-on-2 or 1-on-3. This should have been posted in your class group, and you can see it." After Teacher Wang finished speaking, he asked the other two people except Chu Xuan to leave. Chu Xuan was a little confused about the situation, and Teacher Wang seemed to see Chu Xuan's confusion and said, "Haha, don't be nervous. I asked you to stay just to chat with you. There's nothing else I meant. Mushi is here too, so I want you to see how Mushi is in class. I saw you singing with Mushi before. As far as I know, Mushi has never been so close to that boy." Teacher Wang said and clapped Chu Xuan's hands. When Chu Xuan and the other student heard what Teacher Wang said, they turned their heads to the back at the same time. Teacher Wang saw this, smiled and began to prepare for class. "I have to say that Shenmushi is worthy of being the school belle. She is so beautiful when singing, even though she is just singing continuously, which also deeply attracted Chu Xuan." At this time, Teacher Wang asked Chu Xuan a question, which caught Chu Xuan off guard. "What do you think of Mushi singing?" Chu Xuan was stunned when he heard Teacher Wang's question. After all, he was more attracted by the people and naturally didn't hear much of the singing. Of course, Teacher Wang also saw all this, and Shenmushi gently tapped Chu Xuan on the head with her hand and said, "Don't be distracted again." Although Chu Xuan agreed very well, he really couldn't help it. When the class was about to end, Teacher Wang said to the two of them, "Xiao Xuan, you should have classes with your senior sister Mushi at this time in the future." Although Chu Xuan was very excited after hearing this, he still pretended to be calm. After class, Chu Xuan did not return to the dormitory, but ran to the 2nd floor to prepare for piano class. When Chu Xuan arrived on the 2nd floor, Hu Qingran was already waiting at the door. The two asked each other how they felt about the first lesson, and after a while, the door of the piano room was opened. Chu Xuan was a little nervous. Just now, after Chu Xuan told Shenmushi who his piano teacher was, Shenmushi said to Chu Xuan, "Teacher Nai can be said to be the best piano teacher in our school, but her temper is not very good." When Chu Xuan and Hu Qingran walked into the piano room, they happened to see a senior being trained. Chu Xuan and his friend huddled tightly in the corner, but were called over by the teacher immediately. The teacher in front of them looked to be only in his 30s. If Chu Xuan had not seen his senior being scolded just now, he would never have thought that this teacher was so scary. Also, because it was the first class, the teacher only kept one song and asked the two to leave. The two walked out of the piano room, and Chu Xuan asked Hu Qingran, "Brother Hu, how do you feel?" Hu Qingran was stunned for 2 seconds after hearing Chu Xuan's words, and then said, "Not so good, it's not too late for me to drop out now." Chapter 40. Good night, idiot. Chu Xuan and Hu Qingran returned to the dormitory, and what they saw was Fan Yang complaining about something with Zhong Yi. When Fan Yang saw the two of them, he rushed towards them, lying in Hu Qingran's arms, and said, "Brother Hu, you don't know, there is no bamboo flute teacher in our school. There is only a senior who teaches the class. Now I am the eldest senior brother." Chu Xuan burst out laughing when he heard Fan Yang's words. Fan Yang looked at Chu Xuan with resentful eyes. Chu Xuan pretended not to see it and hid on the balcony. Because it had rained the night before, when Chu Xuan opened the window, fresh air blew in, mixed with some smell of earth. Chu Xuan seemed to like this kind of weather very much and took a deep breath. Not long after, everyone in 303 returned to the dormitory. Everyone was talking and laughing, as if they were discussing what happened today. Chu Xuan was just sitting alone on the balcony, watching them from afar with a smile, as if he had something on his mind. Chu Xuan sent a message to Shenmushi, but this time Chu Xuan didn't receive a reply from the other party for a long time. Chu Xuan stood up silently, gently patted the dust off his butt, and walked out of the balcony. Li Bua and the others seemed to notice that Chu Xuan was in a bad mood, and asked, "Brother Xuan, why do I feel like you're not in a good mood today? It feels like you're worried about something." Chu Xuan heard the questions from several people, and forced a smile on his face and said, "Nothing, I'm just too tired recently." After saying that, he lowered his head and climbed onto his bed to catch up on his sleep. When Chu Xuan woke up again, he found that it was already afternoon. The scenery outside the balcony has also changed dramatically. The orange and red clouds outside the window look like an ice cream. Chu Xuan glanced at his phone and found that he had slept for 5 hours, but the senior sister did not reply to his message during these 5 hours. Chu Xuan silently put down his phone and slapped his face a few times, trying to wake himself up. The orange-red sunlight sprinkled on Chu Xuan's face, making it unclear whether it was the sunlight or the slapping too hard that made Chu Xuan's face turn slightly red. There were only Zhong Yi and Hu Qingran in the dormitory, but Zhong Yi really took the sleep anywhere approach to the extreme. There are 24 hours in a day, and Zhong Yi spent 18 hours sleeping. Hu Qingran saw Chu Xuan got up and asked with a smile, "Xuana, what's wrong with you? I wonder if you were scared by the piano lesson today." Chu Xuan shook his head, got out of bed, drank some water and said, "How is that possible? I also feel weird today. Maybe it's because of the weather." After saying that, Chu Xuan picked up his coat and walked out the door, telling Hu Qingran that he wanted to go for a walk outside by himself. Chu Xuan walked out of the school and walked aimlessly on the street, thinking that since he had no destination, he might as well do some city work. Chu Xuan seemed to like taking photos very much. He took a lot of photos along the way, including flowers and plants of various colors, children playing and fighting, elderly people walking freely, and colorful city scenery. However, it must be said that Chu Xuan does have some talent for taking photos. Everyone who has been photographed by him says that he takes good photos. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Chu Xuan received a voice invitation from his sister. Chu Xuan answered the phone reluctantly and said, "Sister, why did you think of calling me today?" Chu Xuan was not angry when he heard what his brother said, but said calmly, "No, this Saturday is your birthday. How do you plan to celebrate it?" Of course, Chu Xuan remembered that this Saturday was his birthday, but he had no intention of telling anyone else. The reason why Chu Xuan was in an abnormal mood was largely because this was his first time celebrating his birthday away from home. To put it bluntly, he just missed home. Chu Xuan paused and said calmly, "I don't know, maybe not." Chu Yang heard Chu Xuan's answer and seemed to understand what Chu Xuan was thinking. She said, "Chu Xuan, are you missing home?" Chu Xuan just remained silent and did not answer Chu Yang's question. "You might get a surprise on your birthday." After Chu Yang said that, she hung up the phone in a hurry, leaving Chu Xuan confused. Chu Xuan didn't even understand the purpose of his sister calling him. The night was getting darker and darker. Chu Xuan looked at the time and realized that if he didn't go back, he might have to go to the toilet again. So he took a taxi back to school. If you ask why Chu Xuan didn't choose to walk back, it's because Chu Xuan didn't know where he was at all. It was already 10:10 when he returned to school, and the dormitory was closed at around 10 o'clock. Chu Xuan felt that he might have to go to the toilet again, but when Chu Xuan went downstairs, he found that the dormitory door was not closed. In the dormitory, Li Bua and a few others were playing the 4-character game. When they saw Chu Xuan coming back, they put down their phones and asked, "Brother Xuan, where have you been? It was already past 10 o'clock when you came back. We were planning to go out and look for you just now." Chu Xuan could tell from their words that they were very anxious. He apologized to them first and then said to them, "I'm sorry everyone. I was just wandering around outside the school and didn't pay attention to the time. I'm sorry to have made you worried." After doing all this, Chu Xuan returned to his bed, And at this time, Chu Xuan also found that his senior sister, who had been missing for a long time, finally replied to his message. Shenmushi, I'm sorry, I'm really busy today and haven't looked at my phone. Chu Xuan replied, It's okay, senior sister. It's not your fault that there are too many things going on. Shenmushi, Chu Xuan, are you angry? I didn't mean to not reply to your message. Chu Xuan did not continue sending messages, but made a voice call. Chu Xuan said patiently, No, senior sister, I am not angry with you. Although I was a little unhappy at the beginning, but after all, senior sister is also a human being and has her own things to do, so I am in a good mood a long time ago. Shenmushi replied, Really? You are not allowed to lie to me. If you are unhappy, remember to tell me. After hearing this, Chu Xuan smiled and said, Are you stupid? When have I ever lied to you since you were a child? Shenmushi muttered softly, Humph, we haven't seen each other for so many years. Who knows if you have learned bad things from others? Chu Xuan said softly, Don't worry, I promise I won't lie to you. Shenmushi snorted softly and said, I'm sleepy. Can you tell me a story to coax me to sleep? Although Chu Xuan was embarrassed, he still agreed. Chu Xuan told Shenmushi a story somewhat awkwardly. After a while, Shenmushi's even breathing sound came through the phone, and Chu Xuan understood that Shenmushi had fallen asleep. Chu Xuan stopped telling the story and said softly, Good night, idiot. Chapter 41 Chorus Lesson. In the early morning, accompanied by bursts of chirping sounds, Chu Xuan woke up from his sleep. The first thing Chu Xuan did after getting up was to take off the earphones on his ears. After wearing the earphones for a whole night, Chu Xuan's ears felt a little sore. This time, Chu Xuan did not open the musical notes like he was checking in, but quietly listened to the even breathing sounds on the other end of the phone. The other party would occasionally make soft snoring sounds, which made Chu Xuan feel that girls sleeping was a bit cute. But because it was a bit noisy on his side, Chu Xuan continued to wear his headphones. I don't know how long I listened before Shenmushi got up lazily, but before getting up, he first let out a dragon roar. Chu Xuan couldn't help laughing after hearing this. He tentatively said, Senior, good morning. Shenmushi was a little dazed when she heard Chu Xuan's voice, and didn't pay any attention to her still-connected voice call. Chu Xuan asked in a nasty tone, Senior, was that the roar of a dragon? Hearing this, Shenmushi's brain seemed to have restarted, and he said to the phone embarrassedly, Did you hear everything? Chu Xuan said, I heard it, it's very cute. When Shenmushi heard Chu Xuan's answer, she said shyly, Since you know my secret, I can't keep you here. When Chu Xuan heard Shenmushi's words, he felt that they had no lethality, but rather that they were somewhat cute. Chu Xuan said, It's okay, senior sister, I'm wearing headphones, no one can hear it, this is our little secret. After hearing this, Shenmushi hummed softly, and asked Chu Xuan to pack up and get ready for class. Chu Xuan then remembered that he still had to go to the choir today. This time Chu Xuan did not go to the classroom with Shenmushi. Before freshmen join the choir, they have to hold a group meeting in the next classroom to introduce themselves to things they don't understand. Chu Xuan was the first to arrive in the classroom and naturally sat in the corner of the first row. After a while, people started walking into the classroom one after another. As an I person, Chu Xuan felt very uncomfortable when he saw many unfamiliar people around him. Now Chu Xuan just wanted to finish this meeting quickly. Chu Xuan seemed a little out of place with everything around him. The people around him were chatting enthusiastically, while Chu Xuan was sitting quietly in the corner. A boy seemed to notice Chu Xuan walking in the corner, walked slowly towards Chu Xuan, and sat down in the seat next to Chu Xuan. This immediately made Chu Xuan feel even more uncomfortable. Fortunately, after a while, a middle-aged male teacher with a bag in his left hand walked in, which made Chu Xuan feel as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. The teacher told the freshmen what they should pay attention to in the choir and told everyone where to sit when they entered the classroom. After that, he took Chu Xuan and the others to the classroom. The classroom was divided into 4 areas by vocal part, soprano, alto, bass, and Chu Xuan and his friends sat at the back of their part. As soon as Chu Xuan sat down, he felt that the eyes of the seniors beside him were full of hostility. Some of them had mocking eyes, some were full of amusement, and some were even full of hatred. This made Chu Xuan feel very uncomfortable, but Chu Xuan ignored them, thinking in his heart that these seniors should be the ones who were rejected by Shenmushi before, and he had sung with the senior sister in front of so many people before, so it was normal for the seniors to look at him like this. Although Chu Xuan thought so in his heart, how could he not feel uncomfortable with so many eyes looking at him? At this moment, the boy who had sat next to him before sat next to him again. He smiled and said, Hello, my name is Liang Sanjin. You sang very well at the party that night. When Chu Xuan heard the other party say this, He said a little embarrassedly, "Thank you, my name is Chu Xuan." After hearing this, the other party smiled and said, "Yeah, I know your name is Chu Xuan. Let me ask you secretly, is the school belle your girlfriend?" Liang Sanjin deliberately lowered his voice when he said the last sentence, as if he was afraid that his question would bring unnecessary trouble to the two of them. After hearing this, Chu Xuan did not hide it, but said calmly, "Senior sister Shenmushi is not my girlfriend, but she will be in the future." After he finished speaking, he looked in the direction of Shenmushi, but Chu Xuan didn't seem to know that what he had just said had been heard by everyone in the classroom, and this sentence made the already quiet classroom even quieter. Everyone's eyes followed the voice and looked towards Chu Xuan, including Shenmushi. When Chu Xuan came to his senses, he found that he and Shenmushi's eyes met, and there was no blame in Shenmushi's eyes, but full of doting. Shenmushi opened his mouth slightly as if he wanted to say something, and his gaze fell into the other person's pair of black and white eyes. A faint light was reflected in his eyes, and the two smiled at each other, as if they were the only two people here. At this time the teacher said, "Everyone has his or her own life. No matter what kind of life they choose, no one can tell them except themselves. These are their own choices." After hearing the teacher's words, everyone turned around. Liang Sanjin said to Chu Xuan with admiration, "Brother, you are so brave. If it were me, I would probably refuse immediately." Chu Xuan just smiled, as if he didn't know how to respond to the boy in front of him. 2 hours later, the rehearsal was finally over. Since Chu Xuan and his classmates were freshmen, the sophomores and juniors would perform the singing in this class, while the freshmen would be responsible for listening. This also made Chu Xuan feel that the choir didn't seem that tiring. Chu Xuan walked to the door and found Shenmushi waiting for him at the door, so he walked up quickly. Shenmushi said, let's go eat." Then he took Chu Xuan's wrist and left here in the eyes of everyone. However, there was only one person who was really injured here. Che Xiaoxiao was originally waiting for Chu Xuan with Shenmushi, but who knew that as soon as Chu Xuan came out, Shenmushi directly left her here and pulled Chu Xuan away. Che Xiaoxiao listened to the wailing of the boys around her and said with some annoyance, "Don't be sad, it's normal for 1111 to like Chu Yang. You don't know what happened between 1111 and Chu Xuan," and then left without looking back. Arriving at the cafeteria, Che Xiaoxiao found the two of them eating and talking and laughing. Seeing this, Che Xiaoxiao walked up to them angrily and said, "Have you two forgotten something?" When Shenmushi saw Che Xiaoxiao, he realized that he had forgotten Che Xiaoxiao again. Chapter 42, Surprise in Preparation. Che Xiaoxiao said angrily, "You two, am I part of your play? You left me behind once last time, and you left me there again this time." Seeing this, Shenmushi quickly moved inside, let Che Xiaoxiao sit next to him, and said comfortingly, "Xiaoxiao, don't be angry, I didn't mean to forget you there." As he said that, he put a piece of food into Che Xiaoxiao's mouth. Chu Xuan sat opposite and didn't dare to say a word, for fear that he would say something wrong and make Che Xiaoxiao unhappy. Che Xiaoxiao seemed to see through Chu Xuan's thoughts and said, "Chu Xuan, don't be so nervous. Just say whatever you want to say." Chu Xuan nodded vigorously and continued to eat lunch. At this time, Chu Xuan looked in the direction of Shenmushi. Since Shenmushi did not tie her hair up today, it was not very convenient for her to eat now. Chu Xuan stood up upon seeing this. Che Xiaoxiao and Shenmushi were a little confused upon seeing Chu Xuan suddenly stand up. Chu Xuan quickly walked behind Shenmushi, smoothed Shenmushi's hair with his hand, and then used the small rubber band on his wrist to tie Shenmushi's hair into a bun. After doing all this, Chu Xuan returned to his seat. Chu Xuan didn't dare to look at Shenmushi. Although he had seen hair tying tutorials on short videos, this was his first time actually doing it, and he was afraid that his hair would not look good. Seeing that Chu Xuan had been lowering his head, Shenmushi said slightly, "Chu Xuan, I don't have a mirror with me. Can you help me see if this hairstyle looks good?" Chu Xuan was about to refuse, but he saw a pair of hands holding up his face, and Shenmushi continued to say, "Does it look good, Chu Xuan?" Chu Xuan looked at Shenmushi, who was smiling in front of him, and felt that Shenmushi was now radiating light all over his body, and hairstyle and other things seemed to be unimportant. Chu Xuan blushed and said, "It looks good." Shenmushi smiled even more beautifully after hearing this. Her lips slightly opened, and she said, "Chu Xuan, why are you so timid now? You were not like this when you were a child." Before Chu Xuan could answer, Che Xiaoxiao on the side said speechlessly, "No. Hey, I'm still here. Can you guys get away from people? Single people's lives are also lives." When the two heard Che Xiaoxiao's words, they stopped what they were doing. Che Xiaoxiao pretended to be aggrieved and said, "It's too crowded with 3 people. Why don't I leave?" Then she stood up and pretended to be ready to leave. However, Che Xiaoxiao would look back every time she took a step, as if she hoped that the two people would call her quickly. But the two of them were now looking at Che Xiaoxiao with their chins in their hands. After all, they knew that even if they didn't call Che Xiaoxiao, she would stay. The fact was just as the two thought. Seeing that neither of them planned to call her, Che Xiaoxiao sat back in her seat silently. Seeing Che Xiaoxiao coming back again, Shenmushi smiled and said, "Not leaving?" Che Xiaoxiao replied, "I just remembered that I haven't finished my meal yet, so I will go back to the dormitory after I finish my meal." After lunch, Shenmushi took off the small leather cover on his head and continued to wear it on Chu Xuan's wrist. Then, after saying a few words to Chu Xuan, he left with Che Xiaoxiao. Chu Xuan was walking on the way back to the dormitory, thinking that Shenmushi was already a junior and was still so busy. He was only a freshman and was almost dizzy with work. Would he be busy and crazy when he was a junior? On the other side, after Shenmushi left with Che Xiaoxiao, he did not return to the dormitory, but left the school and took the bus to a residential area. The two of them were familiar with the place, and it seemed that this was not their first time in this neighborhood. Soon they arrived at the 10th floor of a building. Shenmushi took out a key from his pocket, turned the door lock gently, and opened the door. The two sat on the sofa as if they were back home. Che Xiaoxiao asked Shenmushi, 1111, aren't you going to tell Chu Xuan about this house? Shenmushi said, "Guess why I brought you here when I had no classes recently?" Che Xiaoxiao shook her head like a rattle and said, "I don't know why." Shenmushi opened her mouth and replied, "This Saturday is Chu Xuan's birthday, and I want to give him a surprise, but I really can't decorate Chu Xuan's room by myself, so I called you." After saying that, Shenmushi also playfully stuck out her tongue. Che Xiaoxiao heard Shenmushi's answer and said, okay, it's my blessing to have you." Che Xiaoxiao originally thought that this house had 2 rooms in total, one for herself and one for Shenmushi, but who knew that the reality was that Chu Xuan had 1 room and Shenmushi had 1 room, while she was just an innocent worker who didn't even get paid. However, Che Xiaoxiao did not say anything to Shenmushi. After all, they were a young couple and she would ruin the atmosphere between them. Although Che Xiaoxiao thought so, she was still a little angry. After all, before Chu Xuan came, she was the first in Shenmushi's heart, but now she has become the second in Shenmushi's heart. On the other side, before Chu Xuan arrived at the dormitory, Li Bua asked in the dormitory group, "Brother Xuan, are you back?" "Right away, I'll be downstairs soon." When Chu Xuan finished replying to the message, he saw the screen full of mobile phone numbers and thanks to Godfather appearing in the dormitory group. Chu Xuan did not refuse but agreed to several people. Soon Chu Xuan appeared in the dormitory group with takeout for his 7 adopted sons, and Chu Xuan's current scene made several people laugh out loud. Hu Qingran looked at Chu Xuan and said, "Xuana, do you know what you look like now?" Chu Xuan curiously replied, "Like what?" "I don't know either." Hu Qingran's answer made Chu Xuan feel speechless, wondering what kind of bad friends he had. After lunch, they got up and prepared to go to the afternoon class. The afternoon class was very boring. Since it was a course arranged by the school, the whole class listened attentively. Chu Xuan and a few others sat in the back row, playing a 4-character game. But for some reason, Chu Xuan didn't seem to like playing the 4-character game very much recently. He thought that maybe he was getting old. After playing a game, he started watching short videos. It has to be said that time always passes the fastest in this type of course. Chu Xuan only felt that he had not been studying for long before the class was over. However, when several people were walking out, the counselor came in and said, "Everyone is here today, so let's take this opportunity to elect class leaders today." It can only be said that the competition for each position was very fierce. At the end of the voting, some people actually voted for Li Bua for the position of class monitor. You should know that Li Bua was not running for the position of class monitor, but looking at the expression, it can be seen that these votes seem to be cast by Hu Qingran and others. After this, after a busy day, the tired Master Chu could finally lie peacefully in bed. Chapter 43 I Like You. It was Friday, and everyone in dormitory 303 was still fast asleep, except Chu Xuan, of course. For some reason, Chu Xuan's class was always at 8 in the morning. There are 6 days of classes in a week, and 5 of them are scheduled in the morning. You should know that there are 16 weeks of classes in each semester in college. It seems that Chu Xuan will have to go through 15 weeks of early morning classes. Thinking of this, Chu Xuan felt his head getting bigger. Chu Xuan glanced at his phone and found that it was already 7:30, so he quickly got out of bed. As soon as Chu Xuan got out of bed, he saw Shu Chen, who was half asleep, sitting on the bed and restarting his brain. Chu Xuan called him twice and told him to go wash up quickly. After all, this brother had the same class as him. When Chu Xuan came back after washing up, Shu Chen had already put on his clothes. He thought to himself that he clearly didn't see the other party washing up, so how could he be faster than him? Seeing this, Chu Xuan quickly put on his clothes and went out with Shu Chen. Although the weather in Jiqing is very dry in the early morning, it has to be said that the air is really fresh. However, Chu Xuan doesn't think so. After all, he has been breathing it for 5 consecutive days. Now he just wants to lie in bed and have a comfortable sleep. Do you want to eat? Shu Chen asked Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan replied that he didn't have the habit of eating breakfast, and if Shu Chen wanted to eat, he could wait for him. Shu Chen also had no habit of eating breakfast, but he was afraid that Chu Xuan wanted to eat, so he asked him. In this way, Chu Xuan once again came to a place that made him feel familiar, the art building. Chu Xuan knocked on the door gently, and when the teacher signaled, he and Shu Chen walked in. The teacher looked to be about 50 years old, with some white hair mixed in his hair. He picked up the teacup with his right hand, took a sip gently, and then told Chu Xuan and Shu Chen what the violin course was like. However, since it was the first class, the two of them did not have violins, so the teacher gave his own violin to Chu Xuan and the other student, and asked them to practice the positions of the violin roughly first. Chu Xuan and the other man picked up the violin carefully, fearing that they would damage it if they used too much force. The reason why the two were so careful was that just now when the teacher was explaining the violin lesson, he also explained the violin as an instrument. The violin the teacher had was nearly 100 years old and was worth a lot of money. Naturally, Chu Xuan and the others did not dare to touch it hard. Fortunately, since it was the first class, the teacher simply asked the two to practice for a while, told them to buy musical instruments, and let them leave. Upon seeing this, Chu Xuan quickly bowed and said, "Thank you, teacher. Goodbye, teacher." After that, he left without looking back. After returning to the dormitory, Chu Xuan took off his clothes as quickly as possible, climbed onto the bed, and continued to catch up on his sleep. Since Chu Xuan went to college, his daily routine has become more and more irregular. You know, in high school, Chu Xuan rarely stayed up late, but in college, staying up late seems to have become one of the must-do things for college students. When Chu Xuan woke up, it was already afternoon. Chu Xuan picked up his phone and saw that he had many missed calls, all from Shenmushi. Seeing this, Chu Xuan quickly called Shenmushi back, and the call was connected in a few seconds. Chu Xuan said in a sleepy tone, "Hey, senior sister, I just woke up, what's wrong?" Shenmushi replied, "Nothing, I just wanted to ask you if you have anything to do later." Chu Xuan replied, "I shouldn't be busy for a while." He yawned a few times as he spoke. After hearing this, Shenmushi said, "You didn't just wake up, did you? It's already past noon." Chu Xuan then realized that he had slept so late, but then Chu Xuan saw a message in the official group, "Saturday's class will be changed to Friday afternoon." Chu Xuan saw the message and said loudly, "It's over, something happened." When Shenmushi heard Chu Xuan's voice, she asked anxiously, "What's wrong, Chu Xuan?" Chu Xuan tried to calm down and said, "It's okay, senior sister, I just had a class this afternoon and I overslept. But when I think about it, I'm late anyway, so there's no point in going now." Shenmushi said, "Since you are free, let us go out and play in the afternoon." After hearing this, Chu Xuan said with a sly smile, "Senior sister, isn't it a bit bad for a man and a woman to go out and play alone?" Chu Xuan thought Shenmushi would quibble, but the fact was not like that. Shenmushi said calmly, "That's right, forget it, let's not go. We won't go to play in the future, so as not to be ridiculed by others." After hearing this, Chu Xuan quickly said, No, senior sister, I was just kidding. I'll go find you downstairs later." Shenmushi said slowly, "You don't have to come to me, I'm downstairs. If you don't come soon, I'll leave." After saying that, Shenmushi heard a plop from the phone and hurriedly asked, "Chu Xuan, what's wrong with you?" Just as he was about to go upstairs, Chu Xuan's voice came from the opposite side. "I'm fine. I just missed a step when I got out of bed and sat down on the ground." After a while, Chu Xuan came down from upstairs holding his butt. Seeing this, Shenmushi quickly asked, "Why don't you be more careful? Does it hurt?" Chu Xuan smiled and said, "It doesn't hurt, senior sister. I'm just afraid that you'll have to wait too long downstairs. So where are you taking me today?" Shenmushi said with a wicked smile, "Secret." In fact, to be honest, Shenmushi didn't know where she wanted to go with Chu Xuan. She just wanted to see Chu Xuan every day. After all, she really liked Chu Xuan, so much so that at this moment she wanted to tell him that she liked him. Although Shenmushi wanted to say this, it was not the right time yet, so Shenmushi and Chu Xuan walked on the road without a destination. Chu Xuan did not ask Shenmushi where they were going. After all, in Chu Xuan's heart, he had the same idea as Shenmushi. After all, being able to see Shenmushi every day was the greatest happiness for Chu Xuan. Along the way, The two told each other many stories that the other didn't know, some happy, some sad, most of which were about when they were children and had just separated from Chu Xuan. If it weren't for what Shenmushi said, Chu Xuan might never know that Shenmushi cried for a long time after he left. Perhaps, if he hadn't come to Deepening. Chu Xuan wanted to punch himself twice when he thought about this. The two of them came to the riverside unknowingly. Chu Xuan and his partner looked no different from the couples around them. The only difference was that they were better looking than the others. Shenmushi kept looking around as if he was looking for something. Fortunately, his efforts paid off. After walking for a while, Shenmushi finally found the noodle shop he had been looking for. After all, it is a Chinese tradition to eat a bowl of longevity noodles before one's birthday. However, Chu Xuan himself does not like noodles, and he seems to have forgotten that tomorrow is his birthday. Chu Xuan thought that the senior wanted to eat it, so he followed her in. After eating the noodles, it was already getting dark. Shenmushi grabbed Chu Xuan and continued walking along the river. Like Shenzhou, the high-rise buildings along the river in Deepening also had colorful neon lights, which were very beautiful. Shenmushi pulled Chu Xuan to the fence and looked at the scenery. Chu Xuan discovered that there were sightseeing boats and speedboats with neon lights on the river. Just as Chu Xuan was watching intently, Shenmushi gently touched Chu Xuan's shoulder, opened her mouth slightly, and seemed to be saying something. Because trucks passed by from time to time on the roadside, Chu Xuan did not hear what Shenmushi said, but Chu Xuan understood Shenmushi's lip language. But Chu Xuan still pretended not to hear and said, "Senior sister, what did you say just now? The truck just passed by, I didn't hear it." Seeing this, Shenmushi was about to say it again, but Chu Xuan smiled and put his index finger on Shenmushi's lips, and slowly said, "This kind of thing should be said by boys. I like you." Chapter 44, Apprentice Couple. When Shenmushi heard Chu Xuan's words, she looked at Chu Xuan with joy in her eyes, and said shyly, How can I confess to you like this? It's not formal at all." Although Shenmushi said this, she still threw herself into Chu Xuan's arms. After all, Shenmushi had been waiting for these words for a long time. That beam of light that illuminated her like the sun finally belonged to her alone at this moment. When Shenmushi threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly, Chu Xuan felt a little unnatural at first, not knowing where to put his hands, but in the end, like the other party, he put his hands behind his back and hugged her tightly. Chu Xuan kept Shenmushi's words in mind, planning to make a formal confession later, but no one knew when to choose. Chu Xuan asked Shenmushi gently, "Senior sister, are we now considered a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship?" Shenmushi raised her head from Chu Xuan's arms and looked at him, saying shyly, forget it. Although your confession is not formal at all, I will still agree reluctantly." As she spoke, she turned her head to the side proudly. Shenmushi continued, "However, you and I are just trainee lovers now. I can only make you a regular couple after you officially confess your love." Chu Xuan was not unhappy when he heard Shenmushi's words. He thought to himself that it was just an apprenticeship. At least it was much better than being an ordinary friend. The two of them hugged each other for a long time beside the fence, and most of the people passing by looked at them with envy or blessings. Shenmushi gently pushed Chu Xuan away, put her left hand on Chu Xuan's right hand and said, Let us go shopping for a while and then go back." Chu Xuan understood what Shenmushi meant, held the other's hand tightly in his own, and swore in his heart, "This time I promise not to let go of these hands again." This time, the two were not as nervous as they were when they first held hands. Instead, the nervousness was replaced by more excitement and joy. Although he had only been in school for over a month, so many things had happened that Chu Xuan always felt like he was living in a dream. The night was getting darker and darker, and the two returned to the school. Even though there were still many people on the road to the school, they still did not let go of each other's hands. Even though many people recognized Shenmushi, so what? The two of them walked quietly on the way back to the dormitory, and from time to time they would smile and look into each other's dark eyes. They said nothing, yet it seemed as if they had said everything. Soon they arrived at the bottom of the girls' dormitory. They reluctantly let go of each other's hands. After watching the senior sister go upstairs, Chu Xuan walked towards his own dormitory. When Chu Xuan returned to the dormitory, several people in 303 were a little surprised. It was not even 9 o'clock yet, but Chu Xuan always came back on time before. Li Bua asked Chu Xuan, "Xuan, why did you come back so early today? Usually you come back on time." Chu Xuan smiled and said, "Oh, I was so tired after walking around for so long today that I came back a little early." Fan Yang went on to say, "Xuana, Li Bua has helped you a lot today." As they spoke, several people looked at Li Bua with a smirk on their faces, while Chu Xuan was a little confused. Li Bua said, "You slept too soundly in class this afternoon, so we couldn't wake you up, so we planned to call the roll for you." but the teacher was so strict that we had to raise our hands when we answered. I answered your question first, and when it was my turn, I deliberately pinched my throat and raised my other hand. Then the teacher asked me to stand up and asked me what my name was. Chu Xuan smiled and asked, "What's your name?" Li Bua continued, "I don't know how I ended up saying my name was Chu Bua," and then the teacher asked me to write a 500-word self-criticism. When Chu Xuan heard Li Bua say that his name was Chu Bua, he burst out laughing and said, "It's okay, just 500 words, but thank you anyway." After that, he went out to use the toilet. Hu Qingran said after Chu Xuan left, "Do you think Chu Xuan has become a different person today?" Fan Yang said, "Indeed, Chu Xuan looks very happy." Li Bua said, "Why don't we ask him?" The others agreed after hearing what Li Bua said, but Hu Qingran said, "This is someone else's private matter and it's not appropriate for us to ask about it." After saying that, Chu Xuan walked in from outside. Chu Xuan quickly changed into his pajamas, took the wash basin and went out to wash up. After doing all this, Chu Xuan quickly returned to his bed. Chu Xuan thought about what happened today, and still had an incredible feeling that he and Shenmushi had become boyfriend and girlfriend. Thinking about it, he put on his headphones and made a video call to Shenmushi. With a few beeps, the call was quickly connected. Shenmushi looked at Chu Xuan and said, "Have you just arrived at the dormitory?" Chu Xuan replied, "No, I've been back for a while. I just washed up and went to bed." He turned the camera of his phone around and showed Shenmushi the whole picture of the dormitory. Then Chu Xuan turned the camera back and looked at Shenmushi with a doting look. Shenmushi felt a little shy at this look and whispered, Why do you keep looking at me like this?" Chu Xuan smiled evilly and said, "Is it wrong for me to look at my wife like this?" When the word wife came out, everyone in 303 was shocked. Li Bua, who was sitting on Zhongyi's bed drinking water, spat out the water and the cup fell to the ground. When Chu Xuan heard the noise, he quickly looked at the few people. After Li Bua indicated that everything was fine, he continued chatting with Shenmushi. However, the screen of the mobile phone was no longer showing Shenmushi with a slightly red face, but the pink bear that she and Shenmushi had caught together. Shenmushi secretly revealed a small corner and said, Who is your wife? We are just trainee lovers now." Chu Xuan smiled and said, Okay, if you don't want to call me wife, then call me baby." After hearing this, Shenmushi said shyly, "If you keep yelling, I'll hang up the phone." However, although she said this, she was still very happy in her heart. Chu Xuan heard this and continued, "Then I can call you Mushi or Shi, right?" Shenmushi snorted and said, "Humph, whatever." The two chatted like this for a long time, and before they knew it, Shenmushi had fallen asleep, but Chu Xuan himself was still not very sleepy. Chu Xuan looked at Shenmushi's sleeping face and whispered, "Good night, wife." Chu Xuan then took off his headphones, muted his microphone, and placed his phone next to his pillow. He then said to the others in the dormitory, "Ask whatever you want to ask." The people in 303 didn't dare to ask anything now. After all, chasing the campus beauty was something everyone wanted to do but couldn't do. However, Chu Xuan did not seem to notice that Shenmushi was just sleepy but not asleep. In fact, she heard clearly what Chu Xuan said. Shenmushi said in a voice that no one except herself could hear, "Good night, baby." Chapter 45, Birthday Surprise. It was Saturday and Chu Xuan was still sleeping soundly. Since he did not have any early classes today, he could finally have a good sleep as he wished. When Chu Xuan woke up, he found that it was already 9 o'clock. He picked up his mobile phone to see if his senior sister was asleep. Chu Xuan picked up his phone and found that the call with his senior sister had been hung up, and there was a message from Shenmushi on the green bubble. "Seeing you were sleeping soundly, I didn't have the heart to wake you up. I need to go out for a while, so I hung up first." Chu Xuan immediately dialed the phone, but this time Shenmushi did not answer it immediately, but answered it when Chu Xuan was about to hang up. Shenmushi said, "Whose little pig is waking up?" Chu Xuan smiled and said, "Of course it's your house. Senior sister, why is it so noisy around you? Are you busy now?" Shenmushi said, "Well, it is indeed a bit busy." After hearing this, Chu Xuan said a little embarrassedly, "Since you are so busy, I won't bother you for now. I will call you later." Hearing Chu Xuan's words, Shenmushi stopped him and said, "It's okay, I still have time to talk to you." Hearing Shenmushi's words, Chu Xuan felt that his girlfriend was really a good person, and then he said, "Do you want to have lunch together at noon?" Chu Xuan did not tell his senior that today was his birthday. He was afraid that if his senior knew that today was his birthday, it would make the already busy day even busier. After thinking for a while, Shenmushi rejected Chu Xuan's proposal and said, "No, I'm a little busy today, and I don't know when I will return to school. What do you want to eat for lunch? I'll order it for you. Hearing Shenmushi's words, Chu Xuan inevitably felt a little disappointed, but he still pretended to be indifferent and said, "It's okay, senior sister, since you are very busy, let's wait until tomorrow to have dinner together." Shenmushi felt distressed when she heard Chu Xuan's tone, but she still hung up the phone after saying a few words. After hanging up the phone, Chu Xuan pretended to be indifferent and went to play games with his roommates. He thought that since the senior sister was too busy, he would have lunch with his roommates at noon. Chu Xuan said, "Brothers, let's go out for dinner. I'll treat you." Li Bua said, "Brother Xuan, have you made a fortune?" After hearing what Li Bua said, everyone except Chu Xuan glanced at Li Bua. Only then did Li Bua realize that he had said the wrong thing. In fact, Hu Qingran and others knew that today was Chu Xuan's birthday a long time ago. After all, when they first entered university, the class would collect some information, including everyone's date of birth. Several people had prepared birthday gifts for Chu Xuan a long time ago, but they were deliberately hiding it from Chu Xuan. On the other side, after Shenmushi hung up the phone, a girl's voice said, "Aren't you afraid that he will be sad if you lie to him like this?" Shenmushi looked at the girl in front of him and said with a gloomy face, "Of course I'm afraid. How could I not be afraid? But I have to lie to him this time." When the girl heard what Shenmushi said, she smiled and said, 1111, you are really different from when you were a child. I guess my brother has caused you a lot of trouble in the past month." That's right. The girl who was speaking was Chu Xuan's sister Chu Yang, and Chu Yang had arrived in Jiqing the night before. When Shenmushi heard Chu Yang's words, she smiled and said, "No, it's just that she didn't recognize me when she first came, but fortunately she recognized me later." The two chatted and laughed, but there is a saying that 1 out of 3 people is redundant. Behind the two, Che Xiaoxiao was working hard to pump up a balloon with an air pump. Seeing the two chatting happily, she said helplessly, "Sisters, can you come and help me? The life of a single dog is also a life." Shenmushi and the other person looked at Che Xiaoxiao with a smile, saying sorry, and then got busy together. In fact, the reason why Shenmushi rejected Chu Xuan's invitation to dinner was because Shenmushi and the other two were decorating the house in preparation for giving Chu Xuan a surprise tonight. Back to the men's dormitory, perhaps because Chu Xuan's condition was not good enough, he kept losing the game today. Seeing this, Hu Qingran said, "Xuana, stop playing games. It's past 12 o'clock. Let's go eat together." Chu Xuan then realized that he had forgotten the time while playing games. Seeing this, Chu Xuan hurriedly got out of bed, washed up, and asked a few people to wait for him downstairs. He would go downstairs to find them after he had packed up. Several people came downstairs and whispered about whether the birthday present for Chu Xuan was ready, and discussed when to give it to Chu Xuan. After some discussion, they decided to wait until after lunch and return to the dormitory to give it to Chu Xuan. At this moment, Chu Xuan strode out of the dormitory building. Chu Xuan said, "Sorry everyone, we've been waiting for so long. Let's go eat." The restaurant Chu Xuan chose was the same grilled fish restaurant where they had eaten the first time. After the first time, they had always wanted to come again, but since Chu Xuan was often not in the dormitory, this idea had been shelved until now. Chu Xuan ordered the same menu as the first time, but this time he also ordered a few home-cooked dishes with northeastern characteristics. This time, the few of them were not as reserved as they were during the first meal, but instead chatted and laughed happily with each other. And seeing his friends in front of him laughing happily, the slight annoyance in Chu Xuan's heart seemed to disappear, and Chu Xuan took a photo and sent it to Shenmushi. After lunch, they returned to the dormitory, but Hu Qingran pulled Chu Xuan and asked him to go shopping with him. Chu Xuan thought that he had nothing to do anyway, so he agreed. The others quickly walked towards the dormitory. In the store, Hu Qingran looked at the shelf for a long time without buying anything. Chu Xuan asked speechlessly, "Brother Hu, what do you want to buy? You have been picking for 10 minutes." Hu Qingran said, "Sure, I'm trying to feel their connection with me. I'll buy the one with the stronger connection." When Chu Xuan heard Hu Qingran's words, his eyes widened instantly, and he wondered when Hu Qingran became so childish. After an unknown amount of time, Hu Qingran glanced at his phone, and left with Chu Xuan without buying anything. Chu Xuan asked in confusion, "Brother Hu, you shopped for 20 minutes without buying anything. Isn't that a bit too much? I'm afraid the boss will think you're a thief." Hu Qingran smiled and said, "It's okay, I just didn't feel any connection with those things, so I didn't buy them." Although Chu Xuan didn't understand, he still expressed his understanding. In front of the door of dormitory 303, Hu Qingran asked Chu Xuan to open the door first while he went to the toilet. When Chu Xuan opened the door, there were a few bangs and countless ribbons scattered on Chu Xuan's head, followed by a few Chu Xuan, "Happy birthday." Chu Xuan was very moved when he saw this scene. Li Bua and others told Chu Xuan not to be moved yet, and then they took out the gifts they had prepared for Chu Xuan. Among all these gifts, the one that surprised Chu Xuan the most was the group photo they took in front of Shenzhou Station.